we're waiting. Okay, I have it live on my end, but as always, I like to check with the chat. So chat, let me know, when you can hear me. And the second I see someone say, yes, we can hear you, we'll get started with the little intro and all that kind of stuff. And in the meantime, I'm just going to have to ramble and hope that eventually it catches up. There we go. Okay, it was lagging on my end. Hello and welcome, my gentle, of course, very modern apes. My name is Erica. This is Gets It Gibbon. And what we're doing here today is continuing a series that's been going on for, we're at about the halfway point, just nearing 2/3, I think. I think this will finish our sort of 2/3 of the official lectures before we have a discussion and sort of wrap things up. And I'm super excited. What we do on this series, I guess I should outline that, is we're basically going over evolutionary theory, what it is, why science, in a conventional sense, accepts it fairly unilaterally across the board. And we're working through it sort of as a hybrid course from what I taught to my university students when I was TAing, and also some additional information to sort of make it more applicable in a broad sense, right? Because what I taught was biological anthropology. We're dipping into a couple of additional categories here. And we're sort of nearing the end of that section of these case studies that I've had to do a lot of extra research for and learned a lot doing, which I'm excited for. So that's what we're doing. We're learning evolution. Now the question is why? The reason is because Will Duffy, my guest here, is a Colorado pastor, and you might probably know him from the final experiment. Sometimes I introduce him and sometimes he introduces himself. So I'm just going to sort of say Will's got a lot of notoriety for really enjoying experiments in the scientific method online, especially as it applies to flat Earth. He took a bunch of people to Antarctica to show them that the Earth is in fact not flat. And so when it sort of came out through the grapevine that he was a young Earth creationist, a lot of people put pressure on him to learn evolution. And Will was like, I don't think evolution is legit, and I think the Earth is young, but I don't know a lot about the subject, so I will resolve to learn about it. And that's sort of, we got connected through a mutual friend, and this has been sort of a year-long project, sort of probing at that question. We're both having fun, we're enjoying this. We're keeping it light, keeping it breezy. Will, how are you? You got anything to add?
Yes, I am excited to be here, and I'm actually mostly excited to hear about your trip, which I'm sure you'll talk about in a bit.
That's another thing. Sorry, I just crunched some ice. That's another thing. As usual, right, at the beginning, at the top, I talk about where we're at in this series and along the roadmap, right? So we talk about, Unit 1, we did mechanisms of evolution and history of thought. And then in this middle chunk, we've been doing a lot of case studies. And I've had to sort of shift things downward because things got very intense, information-wise. So I sort of shifted things downward. And in this lecture today, we are going to be rehashing a couple of concepts that we've touched on before that I wanted to revisit because, for those of you who might not know, I spent the last month, actually over a month, a month and a week away from home, traveling, and then a month actually in country in Malaysia and in Indonesia. And it's really cool because it's some of the places I went are places that naturalists before me went, which I'll touch on a little bit. And as Will was talking about last time, I couldn't get this series out of my head. I couldn't get evolutionary theory out of my head. I couldn't get the age of the Earth out of my head because here I am, as you'll see, in these really incredible places, the ultimate privilege to get to visit some of these places. And in the back of my head, I'm thinking, how does this apply? Oh, I can't wait to share this. Or oh man, this picture would be great to illustrate this concept. Or what will I see when I go to this place? And so I'm super beyond excited to share all of that. But normally what we do with this series is we begin with kicking it to Will, and he talks a little bit about the previous lecture, what he found compelling, what he didn't find compelling, and we sort of build off of that. Now, last time, the way that we did this is before Will gave his response, I had a response sort of to the response. And in the interest of not doing that every time, we're not going to do that this time. I'm kicking it to Will. He's going to give his thoughts to last time. And then at the beginning of this next lecture next month, before we get into the human evolution stuff, we're going to sort of do a bird's eye view of all of these case studies and see where we agree and where we still disagree. And I'm hoping, if it's amenable to Will, to hash out some of those topics before we actually have the show. So maybe we'll email back and forth and get some sticking points on either of our sides, and maybe we can have a light discussion before we get into the human evolution stuff. So without further ado, Will, you ready?
Yes, let's do it.
Sweet, let's go. I'm added you to the stage. As usual, I'll take notes, but I'll mute myself on my end. If you hear me making sounds, let me know because I probably muted the wrong thing. And the floor is yours.
Okay, cool. So, mammal evolution. This is a picture of my wife with a ring-tailed lemur. And the reason I picked this particular picture will become clear here in a minute, but really cool experience to have this creature on your lap. Okay, now I did want to update everybody. I'm hearing from a lot of people as a result of this series, and I'm not able to respond to everyone, but I am thankful for your thoughts and ideas, so please keep them coming. I did want to highlight two people specifically. So one is I had a Zoom meeting with one of the best snooker players in the world. So Erica, you'll appreciate this. He's in the UK. He's literally one of the best in the entire world. And he has watched every single minute of every single video on your channel going all the way back to the beginning. So you've got really big fans all over the world. And then I actually had an in-person meeting with someone in Puerto Rico. And he was an incredibly nice guy, very knowledgeable, does a lot of research. He's retired and really enjoyed meeting with him. So I'm meeting people. I'm getting to exchange thoughts and ideas with them, and I just love it. All right. We spent a lot of time last session on nested hierarchies. And I wanted to think about this one a lot because I'm having issues with it, as you guys know. So I found this picture, which I thought was a very fitting picture for nested hierarchies in the form of Russian nesting dolls. And so the question is, are humans animals? Are humans apes? Are humans fish? Are birds dinosaurs? These are the questions that I have been wrestling with. And as you know, if you've been watching, that I'm struggling with. Now, I'm still struggling with nested hierarchies and the classification of living things, but my wife is my biggest critic, and even she is giving me a hard time for pushing back on this, okay? So just know I'm getting a lot of pushback, and I am listening, and I am trying to think through this critically. So I've received numerous emails on this, and I am sorry to disappoint everyone, but I still cannot bring myself to agree that birds are dinosaurs. Now, okay, yeah, I decided to spend quite a bit of time looking into nested hierarchies, and I did find some interesting things. But first, here is why I can't bring myself to say that birds are dinosaurs. So if anybody finds any faults or flaws in my logic, please tell me. Here's why. I believe that birds have beaks. I believe that birds have wings, and I believe that birds fly. And so these three things seem like obvious biological facts to me. And so the question I have for everybody is, am I wrong? Now, there's an asterisk next to birds fly, because I'm sure someone's going to point out that there are some birds that don't fly. And the reason I think that this is okay is because we do the exact same thing with mammals. We say they give birth to live young. We put an asterisk because there are just a small handful of mammals that lay eggs. Now, if it's true that birds have beaks, wings, and usually fly, and dinosaurs do not have beaks, wings, and don't fly, then it seems to me that dinosaurs are not birds. Now, either I'm wrong that birds have beaks, wings, and fly, or birds are not dinosaurs. Next, let's talk about fish. So here's my logic. Fish have fins, fish have gills, and fish are cold-blooded. Now, these again seem like obvious biological facts to me. So please tell me, everybody, am I wrong? If it's true that fish have fins, gills, and are cold-blooded, and humans do not have fins, gills, and are cold-blooded, and are warm-blooded, then it seems humans are not fish. Either I'm wrong that fish have fins, gills, and are cold-blooded, or humans are not fish. Now, I've told people before, I've dabbled in philosophy, and in the world of logic, you can create something known as a syllogism. And this helps you determine if things are true or false. So I created a syllogism. Number one, fish have fins, gills, and are cold-blooded. Number two, humans do not have fins, gills, and are warm-blooded. Conclusion, therefore, humans are not fish. In the world of logic, this is known as modus tollens, for those of you that have done this. So modus tollens is this: if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So according to logic, this is a valid syllogism and this is true. So please help me understand where I'm going wrong here. Now, in reviewing what Erica taught me last time about nested hierarchies, something stood out to me for the first time. I didn't hear it in the previous sessions. I didn't even hear it in the previous session live. But as you guys know, I review every single session a second time. And something stood out to me for the first time. And that is the specific characteristics or traits that are specifically chosen to classify living things are very peculiar. I couldn't put my finger on it, but that's what I noticed. So first, we have this DS joint that I'm being taught is a characteristic of things that are in the class Mammalia. Now, this is the dentary squamosal jaw joint. So of all the different parts of the jaw, it's the joint between those two pieces, the dentary squamosal jaw joint. Now, of all the parts of the skull, why choose this joint as a defining characteristic of a mammal? A better question would be, why not use the other parts of the skull as a defining characteristic of a mammal? I do not know the answer to this question, so please help me out. Next was an example was this PO bar, which is the post-orbital bar. So it's that little bar there on the side of the skull that the arrow is pointing to. And again, of all the parts of the skull, why choose this small bar as a defining characteristic of a primate? A better question would be, why not use other parts of the skull as a defining characteristic of a primate? Again, I do not know the answer. And then lastly, we have the thyroid/endostyle. In researching the endostyle, I learned that it is claimed the thyroid evolved from the endostyle. And so this claim that the thyroid evolved from the endostyle is used to classify things with either an endostyle or thyroid into chordata. Now, here is the endostyle. Honestly, I can't even tell you what it's pointing to because it's so small. So whatever that's pointing to, that's the endostyle. Now, ignoring that I don't know why it's claimed the thyroid evolved from the endostyle, why was this minor body part chosen as a defining characteristic of chordates? A better question would be, why not use other body parts as a defining characteristic of chordates? Any of those that have a red question mark on them. So I started to really dig into this. And as I was doing so, I couldn't stop thinking about the appendix. Choosing the appendix as a defining characteristic in classifying living things into nested hierarchies seems like it would fit the pattern of choosing small random body parts that appear in multiple creatures. So here we have a bunch of body parts and you got a small one called the appendix. Why not choose that one? So if you look at these examples, it seems like choosing the appendix wouldn't go out of the process or the theme here of choosing some small random part as a defining characteristic. Now, why not use the appendix to classify living creatures into nested hierarchies? Because it's not. And it appears the appendix is not used because it seems the appendix evolved independently over multiple lineages. So here's an article from Science. It says appendix evolved more than 30 times. Study supports suggestion that structure has an important function. And so it's interesting to see how far we've come just in my lifetime. I remember as a child being taught that the appendix was a vestigial organ, it was a useless leftover, and it was actually evidence of evolution. And I had friends who had healthy appendixes removed. This was recommended for people to do if they were having another surgery. Hey, while you're open, get your appendix removed because you just don't need it. It's an evolutionary leftover. To now, no, this is actually something that's really important. So in this particular study, link below, they looked at 361 mammalian species and 50 of them had appendixes. But that wasn't the real surprise. The real surprise was this. They found that the 50 species are scattered so widely across the tree that the structure must have evolved independently at least 32 times and perhaps as many as 38 times. That's a direct quote from that article. So in researching nested hierarchies, I found out very quickly that nested hierarchies are considered one of the best arguments for evolution. This is when I realized that my pushback is not because I'm against classifying living things or that I don't see the benefit in doing this. Classifying things is extremely helpful in understanding our diverse planet. My hesitancy to accept nested hierarchies as presented is the underlying assumption that these classifications entail something more than just a useful convention. Inherent, it seems, in the current nested hierarchy system is the claimed large-scale evolutionary changes, macroevolution, of one species to another. Now, I chose a picture of a lemur for this session, as lemurs don't fit nicely into the evolutionary tree and nested hierarchies. In fact, I would argue the flying lemur doesn't fit at all. This is the flying lemur. Absolutely adorable. And guess what? It doesn't fly. And is it even a lemur? So what is a flying lemur? Early taxonomists classified the flying lemur as an insectivore due to its teeth. Its teeth resembled the teeth of other insectivores. Others classified the flying lemur with tree shrews due to similar bone structures. Here is a screenshot from a Hank Green video. If you don't love Hank Green, you have something wrong with you. Hank Green is one of my favorite YouTubers. This is from one of his videos showing the bone structure and how similar it is between the flying lemur, the colugo, and a tree shrew. And I feel like, Erica, this could be something that you showed me exactly. And then others classified the flying lemur as related to bats due to both of them having a patagium, which is the stretchy skin that connects the limbs and tail. So there you go. You're actually not looking at a bat. You're looking at the flying lemur in both of those pictures. And then still others classified them as lemurs due to its physical characteristics, including large forward-facing eyes, small rounded ears, elongated limbs, and tree-dwelling habits. And it was even named a flying lemur. Well, what is this? Who's right? Who's wrong? What is a flying lemur? Well, it turns out we have to decide, is it related to bats? Is it related to tree shrews? Or is it related to lemurs, which would put it into primates? Well, they found out it's actually an herbivore. So classifying it based on its teeth as an insectivore was incorrect. Not a tree shrew. So we finally got genetics and they don't match with the tree shrew. So the bone structures really didn't tell us that they were related. Turns out they're not related to bats. They actually glide and they don't fly like a bat does, even though they both have a patagium. And then genetics told us it's actually not a lemur and it's not even a primate. So what in the world is this thing? What do you do if an animal doesn't fit into the evolutionary nested hierarchies based on physical characteristics or genetics? You simply add a new branch to the tree and you explain it as convergent evolution. So here's a screenshot of the Hank Green video. If you guys want to go find this video, again, I love Hank Green. And I love putting the transcript up so you guys can actually see what Hank Green said in this video. And he said, so it looks like these strange nocturnal gliding mammals may actually be our long lost cousins after all, found again by the wonders of modern genetics. You'll notice the title of the video is this weird animal our closest relative? Hank Green says yes. He says the flying lemur is our closest relative. Now, to understand what that means is he's saying it's the closest relative to primates. So very interesting. After hours of research and thinking hard about nested hierarchies, I walked away realizing that this system of classification is extremely flexible and malleable. You start by organizing living things based on their physical characteristics. If genetics contradicts the layout, you simply move them to a different part of the tree. If you then end up with similar physical characteristics on different branches, You just call it convergent evolution. And if you can't fit an animal into the tree with either physical characteristics or genetics, you just add a new branch to the tree. With this amount of flexibility and malleability, I can't think of what could ever falsify evolution's nested hierarchies, which again, according to what I read on the internet, is one of the best arguments for evolution. Living things are just moved on the tree when any contradictory evidence is discovered. Similar traits, once thought to be evidence of relatedness, can be convergent evolution instead. And when something doesn't fit into the existing tree at all, a new branch is added to accommodate them. Next, I want to talk about the geologic column. This comes up in every session, and someone emailed Erica and myself, and he made a really good point. He's like, Erica and Will, I noticed Will said that he doesn't buy into the geologic column. And if he doesn't buy into the geologic column, it's going to be hard to make progress. And he's totally right. And I mentioned this briefly to Erica as well, that I wanted to email her about it. So I'm just going to cover it here. I don't yet buy into the geologic column, and I'm going to explain why. And it has to do with my own personal experience. So I could very easily be wrong here and misunderstanding, but I do want to explain my own personal experience in both archaeology and paleontology, dabbled in both, and why I'm confused on the geologic column. So I have visited archaeological sites in Greece, Turkey, Italy, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and that might be all of the countries. I love archaeology, so I've learned a lot. And in archaeology, there's something called a tell. It's either spelled T-E-L or T-E-L-L, just depending on who's writing it. This is a kind of an example of a tell. It's not the best example, but what a tell is when a city has been built on top of the previous city. So when they would get new technology or they wanted to improve their living situation, they wouldn't throw away or move what they'd already built. They would kind of fill it with dirt and just build on top of it. And then the old city became the foundation for the new one. And you can actually recognize a tell pretty easily. I took this picture. This is a tell. It's a mound that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And this happens to be the city of Colossae. So this is who Paul wrote the letter to the Colossians to, was this city. So I actually climbed this tell. I stood on top of it, and it was so exciting. If you're into archaeology, you're salivating because you're like, this has never been excavated. And as far as I know, to this day, not a single spoon has been applied to this tell. So what we do know is that there's really good archaeology here, but a tell is a nightmare for an archaeologist. And here's why. This is at the tell of Megiddo in Israel. And this is a model to help people understand what a tell is. The reason it's a nightmare is because you cannot get to the previous layer without ruining the top layer. And with archaeology, you don't want to lose or ruin anything. So it's kind of an impossible situation because they'll lose the top layer to get to the bottom layer. But you can tell, like right around here, they've excavated some of the bottom layer. They explain a tell in archaeology by a layered cake. Each layer is a different time frame and a different era with different archaeology, different pottery, different types of buildings and structures, etc. And when you go visit these tells and you look at them, you can actually see the layers. And so when I was presented, and this is nobody's fault, but when I was presented the geologic column, I already had in my mind what a tell is in archaeology. And so I'm looking at this picture and I'm like, okay, we're up at the top with the truck. And so if I want to go dig dinosaur bones, I've got to dig through all of these layers to get to the dinosaur bones. And I should find other things along the way. But my own personal experience tells me that's not the case. So clearly I'm missing something. This was a picture taken the last time I went digging for dinosaur bones in the Hell Creek Formation in Montana. Now, this entire gray layer that you can see, which includes where this guy is sitting, so all the way from here, all the way down here, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't contain any life. It's gray and it's soft and there's nothing in it. We actually have to remove that to get to the dinosaur layer, which he is standing on. The dinosaur layer is down below. Here's another zoomed out picture. All of this from here to here is one material. There's nothing in it. And down here is where all of the dinosaur bones are. All of these little mats are where you sit with your knees, looking right below where the gray stops and the brown begins, looking right there for dinosaur bones. And that's where I found a T-Rex tooth. My daughter found the toe of an Edmontosaurus. She found a rib bone of a Triceratops. And I actually found a partial skull of a T-Rex. Okay. So I'm missing something with the geologic column because we were digging in the Cretaceous. And if I go back, you'll notice we actually had to hike up to the top of this mountain/hill to get to this dinosaur layer. So what am I missing? And then I will say one other thing. I was speaking to someone recently who was doing some digging in Utah. The Western North America is like pretty much the only place, I think it's the only place in the world we've ever found T-Rexes. So they were digging in Utah, and the top layer was the Cambrian. And I was like, I don't understand that. The Cambrian is down here. Utah is a very high elevation. How is it that you're digging in the Cambrian at the very top layer? Then I was speaking to them again, and they said something interesting. They went to a different spot, and the top layer was the pre-Cambrian. I'm like, what in the world? So then what's below the top layer? If the top layer is the pre-Cambrian, then what's below it? And they said as people dig there, the Cambrian is below the pre-Cambrian. So now the orders are reversed. So I'm completely confused on the geologic column, and now people know why. It's just my own personal experience. And then lastly, I get a lot of people emailing me with ideas for something like the final experiment for evolution. And someone asked a super chat last time about this, and some people started yelling at me in the comments. Now, I don't mean that negatively. If you want to get somebody's attention, sometimes you need to yell at them. So you guys got my attention. So you'll notice here, as this question was asked, and I was talking about this particular idea, genetics was coming up. So you can't hear what was being said, but I was talking about, what would be a good final experiment for evolution. And it's like genetics, falsifiability is key. And then someone else said genetics is the final experiment. Now I'm going to say this. I do think genetics is going to tell us a lot. I actually think genetics might tell us whether or not evolution is true or whether or not evolution is false, to a level where most, if not all, of young Earth creationists would be like, yeah, I think evolution is true. Meaning, I think genetics has the ability to confirm evolution to that level. My question for you guys in the comments that were talking to me about this is, what do you mean that genetics is the final experiment? I want to understand what evolution is predicting will be found with genetics, and more importantly, what could be found in genetics that would falsify evolution. And that's all I got.
Okay, sweet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts. However, a lot of them are going to be answered in this PowerPoint, which I was really I had chat up at the beginning when I was still trying to see if I was live. And so I saw a couple of people at the beginning, and then I closed chat because I don't like to look at chat. I find it distracting. But at the beginning of that, a lot of people are griping at you for the nested hierarchy thing. I understand nested hierarchies are a hard concept. That is why I'm going to give it another shot today. I got another several slides. We're going to go over nested hierarchies again. And I even have a checkpoint where I'm like, are we on the same page here? Because it is a difficult concept. Nested hierarchies are a very difficult concept to grasp for a lot of people, especially if you don't have a biology background. And so for those of you in chat, wondering like why, because people ask me sometimes, why don't I get frustrated when somebody I'm teaching doesn't get a concept? And I get asked this about my students when I was teaching too. The reason is because I'm the teacher. Sometimes if people don't get concepts, it's their fault, and sometimes it's my fault. So I want to give it another go. I will say, I think if we can't reach an understanding as to what a nested hierarchy is, I am running out of ideas of how to explain it, but I will try again if I can't get it this time, because that's just the way that I am. So we're going to talk a little bit about nested hierarchies. So I'm going to put a pin in that. What I will say, before we even touch nested hierarchies is I don't think you understand nested hierarchies, and that's fine. I'm going to try to explain it again, but there are a lot of issues there that I'm hoping to rectify today, because it is in ways a lot more simplistic than I think that you're currently understanding it, right? It's not that we're picking characteristics that define organisms. Characteristics just do define groups of organisms as we chart what characteristics organisms have. And if that doesn't mean anything, it will soon. I do want to say on the birds and dinosaurs thing and the humans and fish thing and the humans and apes, humans and fish, and dinosaurs and birds, I cover this in today's conversation too, but I will be okay. I will live if we can reach an impasse of, you don't like that we call humans apes or call humans fish or call birds dinosaurs, but you can accept that we descend from them, or that at least it appears that way. I won't love it, but that's better for me than the other way around. So like, I'm not going to get my my sort of bonnet and twist over that. There is one thing that I'm going to mention that I don't have currently in this PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to say it now, and then I'm going to make a note to cover it next time a little bit more in depth, along with all of your geology stuff. Because what I will say is that I think your nested hierarchy gripes here are completely unfounded, but I think that your geologic column stuff are really good questions and ones that I haven't covered. For instance, like why I didn't teach a geology course in here. I haven't covered erosion. I haven't covered subduction or how the tectonic plates move outside of the fact that they do move. So like, it's fair to ask, if there's a geologic column, how come you can walk around and pick up stuff from the Cambrian at the surface? That's a fair question to ask. I want to cover that. That's a lapse in my coverage. And I don't feel bad about it, because like there's a lot of information that we're covering. So I'm not like mea culpaing there, but it's a gap that I want to cover next time. The thing I'm going to say, so we'll cover a little bit of paleontology. Excuse me, dog going crazy. We'll cover a little bit of paleontology before we get into the human evolution stuff, or rather, I'm just going to weave it in because I happen to work at a field site that's from the Miocene, which is about 25 million to about 5.5 million years ago. And we find stuff on the surface. So how do we know that it's from the Miocene? Right? Especially because you don't radiometrically date fossils. That's a fair question to ask. And I've had the privilege of having the geologist on site, like our resident geologist, to just be my captive, because we're out in the middle of West Kenya and there's nothing else to do. So I can just ask him question after question after question, which I've done every field site that I've been out there. So I have a decent handle on how we actually do that. And I think you're going to find that it makes a lot more sense. But I haven't covered that yet. Now, the thing that I am going to say before we get to this actual stuff is this. Physical characteristics are great for making nested hierarchies. They really are. And we're going to talk about how you use them to make nested hierarchies and why they are objective rather than subjective, as you've painted it in this sort of recap so far. But like, they're not the best way to understand how things are related to one another. And I'll give you an example. Two of my cousins, actually, I have one of my cousins has 3 kids, right? He just had his third child. He's got a son and 2 daughters now. And his son and his daughter don't look anything like each other. If you had to pick them out of a lineup, you wouldn't be able to say they're related for whatever reason. And maybe it's just because one of them's a lot younger than the other. So like, maybe they'll come to take those characteristics as they get a little bit older. But at present, they don't look like they're related. You wouldn't pick them out of a lineup as being siblings. And yet, if you take a swab of the inside of their cheek and you sequence their genome, they are, right? Like, full stop, genetic similarity, because it's passed down essentially without exception from parent to offspring and sexually reproducing organisms. There is no world in which either of them are going to be more similar to a stranger than they are to each other. So while nested hierarchies with physical characteristics usually recapitulate what we find when we do like a genetic phylogenetic tree, like a family tree at the species level, they don't always, because you're right. Convergent evolution is a thing that happens and animals can be weird. But I will say that when we created the tree on physical characteristics, when Linnaeus did that, all the way back in the 1700s, and when people elaborated on it for 100 plus years, 150 plus years before the advent of genetics, and then we discovered genetics, man, it almost got that thing right. The physical traits almost perfectly map onto the genetics, but not quite. right? Because you have animals like marsupial moles, which look a whole lot like regular moles, but just a handful of characteristics sort of distinguish them away. And yet when you do the genetics on them, it tells you exactly where they fall. Or, for example, the colugo or the flying lemur that you just mentioned. I love colugos. I teach about colugos in class because they're close to primates, but not quite. Now, I will say, it's been a really, really, really long time since anyone's proposed that colugos are primates because they don't have the 5 characteristics that physically define a primate. But you're right to say that we didn't know where they fell. And when it turned out that they weren't really close to anything, they didn't nest within primates, they didn't nest within the tree shrews, and they certainly weren't bats. That's why they got their own area. Now, there's something that they're closest to, but they're not quite there. It's kind of like you're really, really close to your cousin, but your cousin isn't your sibling. That's sort of how the genetics hashed out on that. And I'm going to talk a lot more about that next time because we're going to talk about humans and chimps and humans and other apes genetically and why we went from saying that humans are closely related to apes but aren't apes to saying humans are apes, which is something that happened linguistically within the past, I'd say probably 60 years. And the reason is because of the genetics. It wasn't the physical characteristics. People were able to more or less pull humans off to the side, but the genetics told a different story. And since genetics it's true, it's more honest than physical characteristics are, to the extent that when we have taken organisms and intentionally bred them and sequenced their genome, knowing who's begetting who, it's a perfect match. We can't think of a violation of this. So that's going to be sort of down the line. So what I'll say is that nested hierarchies can be tricky with physical characteristics. The ultimate authority when it comes to a family tree in organisms is genetics. And the only reason we ever did it with physical characteristics is because we didn't have genetics. Now, the fact that they largely agree is great and is actually pretty good support for the predictions that evolution made. And as we'll see, the gaps that exist between organisms that are more distantly related are filled by the fossil record. But that being said, I'm never going to say, like, for instance, I work in paleontology. So there are a lot of people who will say, especially with these hominins that are getting really close to humans, like they're using fire, they're using weapons, they're building shelters, they're doing a lot of stuff that are very human-esque. And sometimes people will look at these and they'll say, well, maybe they should be like whether or not we should fold them into an existing species or they should be their own thing or what they're closest to on the family tree. And they'll use physical characteristics to do it. But the problem is we have ancient DNA from these guys. We've managed to pull DNA from the teeth of them because they're not fully fossilized. And when the DNA and the physical characteristics superficially disagree, much like you with your sibling, if they don't, or my cousin and my niece and nephew, I guess I should say, or second cousin, whatever they are to me, you trust the genetics because the genetics is, insofar as we can tell, unviolated. If ever there was a rule in biology, it's you're more similar to the parents, your actual lineage that you have that you observe in real time. That's going to tell you who you're closest to. You're going to share more of your genome with them than anybody else. Does that kind of make sense what I'm getting at? If it doesn't, that's fine. We're going to get more into it. But hopefully that at least gives you a trajectory.
Yeah, for sure. It's helping for sure.
Okay. Let me tell you about my trip, and let's talk about tetrapod evolution and multicellularity. I'm super excited because I took a million pictures, and like I said, this was on my mind while I was actually on the trip. But also, specifically, Will was on my mind because Will takes a lot of pictures. Can you see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Will takes a lot of pictures. He takes pictures when he goes on trips. And so, for a lot of my life, I was the kind of person that was like, taking a picture of something is not going to do it justice, so why bother? But I've sort of come around to the idea of like taking a picture helps jog my memory of a trip that I've taken. And so I started taking pictures, and then I got like a sort of baby's first nice camera for a trip to Kenya a couple of years ago. And so I brought it on this trip, and I was like shooting like a mad woman. It was amazing. It was so much fun trying to get pictures of animals because for those of you who've maybe been on a safari, when you travel in the jungle, it is like safari on hard mode because there's trees everywhere. And it's like you have to manage to get in just the right position and hope that your animal is staying still enough to take a picture. And I will tell you, the things that I like to take pictures of so much, which are monkeys, they're not still. So I did my best, and I think I got a couple of winners that I'm excited to share. And then you'll see some more as we move further on. Okay, so usual business, a little bit about me if you don't know who I am. I'm a 5th year PhD candidate in biological anthropology, so I study human evolution. I got my master's in primatology, and I got my bachelor's degree in pre-professional animal science, so I was pre-vet. But online, what I do is I do science communication. And the purpose of this course is to teach Will and anybody watching, like, why does the scientific community accept evolution as the best explanation for modern biodiversity? Not a creationism debunking series. Occasionally we touch on it. I don't think we'll be touching on it at all today, though. The roadmap, it's adjusted as we've sort of moved through this series because there's a lot of information, but just to sort of situate yourself, Deep Time Tour continues today, and we are here at tetrapods and multicellularity. And we're actually going to get to both today, which I'm very happy about. So last time what we did is we applied the concepts below to the evolution of mammals throughout and then to the end of the Paleozoic and into the Mesozoic. So we talked about biology, we talked about taxonomy, we talked about development and anatomy and geology and physics and paleontology and genetics. And I will say it's notable to me that, and maybe it's just because you got really into the nested hierarchy stuff, it's notable that you didn't talk a lot about, or at all, about the fossils from mammal evolution. And I think that's interesting in a way that we're going to come back around to, because I feel as though something that's been a bugaboo in my head as we've been moving through this series is that it's like we have this hypothesis, this theory, this set of observations throughout 150 years that make up evolution and its evolutionary biology, I should say, and its related fields, that make these predictions about what we should see if it's true. And as you're going to see, Darwin yet again is making predictions 150 years before we find something, and then they come to fruition, which kind of blows my mind. But like I have to stress, if there is an alternative and it wants to be scientific, it's got to do that too. You know, like it's got to be able to make these predictions that distinguish themselves from evolutionary theory. Because like I've outlined many times, I try to keep beating this horse to death because for me, repetition helps me learn things better. But I've tried to really hammer home this concept of evolutionary theory is making these predictions ahead of time. And then with no knowledge of what we will find, whether we're doing experiments in the lab or whether we're going out to the field, we find those things. And I've been thinking throughout this series too, how would you falsify evolution at this point? That's been a needle in the back of my head, because you said it and I told you what I think would do it. And I do maintain that that's the best way to do it, is to find such a drastically out of place fossil, you know, a rabbit in the Cambrian. I think that would do it if you could actually show that that's when it came from. But I've been thinking about that a little bit more, and I've been thinking about what I think the response to that would be. And I've been thinking about what a response would be to any of the sort of major theories in biology, what the legwork that would need to be done to actually get people to say, okay, you know, this is falsified. And my opinion's changed a little bit. And I'm going to dig into that more probably at the end in the discussion, but maybe I'll email you about sort of where I'm thinking, because I want to drill down to this point of how do you distinguish between two hypotheses, right? Like how do you tell if something that we go out and find beforehand, setting our expectations, supports evolutionary theory or like special creation of some kind, right? And I would propose that we've done that experiment thousands of times already. And I think we'll probably get into that more with I know I keep saying that, but like I'm just sort of thinking ahead as to what we're going to touch on with humans, because I think that's sort of if I may, the sort of crowning goal of this series, because it's sort of like if you can show humans evolved, right, that's kind of the major linchpin for a lot of people. However, I want to stop here around halfway through the series to take a detour to visit some important concepts. And I'm very happy actually that Will's intro went the way that it did. Some people, you know, are like, oh, you know, if a concept isn't getting across yet, that's a reason to be frustrated. No, that's a reason to find a different way to teach it. And I was prepared, so I've got some stuff in on that. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more now. But first, I want to tell you that almost all of the pictures that are going to be from this rehash session, and I'll show you which ones I'll note, which ones aren't, are from my trip. So I took this picture using long exposure on my phone at the top of Mount Bromo, which is an active volcano in central Java. Now I have some new perspectives. My trip has given me some new perspectives. What was my trip? I just got back from a month in Malaysia and Indonesia. I took this picture of this baby orangutan while I was on a boat going down a river in Tanjung Puting National Park. This orangutan's fully wild, and he's a youngster. And you won't see it in this presentation because my pictures are not very good because they were much deeper in the forest. But his mother is actually just out of sight, as is a gigantic flanged dominant male. And we could see them through the trees, and with our binos, we could see them really well. But all my pictures are like kind of cruddy of it. And I have one sort of bad video where you can see the male reaching across and you can see his big dished face, but it wasn't good enough to include. This, though, was really nice. I really feel for this little guy. Now, for those of you who don't know, Malaysia and Indonesia are two countries that are in Southeast Asia. They are geographically, technically a part of Southeast Asia. Malaysia contains a peninsular part that's attached sort of to Thailand. And then the rest of Malaysia is a part of the island of Borneo, which it shares with the country of Brunei and the country of Indonesia. Indonesia is completely a series of islands. It is composed of 17,000 islands, which is an insane, unbelievable amount of islands. And for this reason, there is an incredible diversity of animals evolving and adapting in different ways in Indonesia and nowhere else, due to the pressures of living on an island and the isolation of living on an island. As we talked about earlier in the series, things like the founder effect are really at play here, and the bottleneck effect too. Mutations can run away with these small populations, and that's what you see when you do the genetics of, say, the macaques on these islands, this type of monkeys. You can see which ones are closest to which ones and how they sort of triangulate back to a mainland group of macaques, which is interesting to me. Now, here's a close-up view. I want to show you my journey because Luke and I, we were there for a month and we traveled all over the place. We did so much moving. We were barely in one place for more than maybe 3 days. I think we were in one place for 4 days, like twice. But this is fun to me because Alfred Russel Wallace, who was one of the guys who invented evolutionary theory with Charles Darwin in the mid 1800s, he built his work off of what he saw in Malaysia. And so as I was in Malaysia observing all of the diversity and the organisms within their given ecosystems and how they interact with one another, Wallace was in the back of my mind. And I was trying to imagine what he would have thought when he encountered some of these creatures himself. So we flew into Kuala Lumpur, which is in peninsular Malaysia, highlighted by my cursor here. And then we flew to the north of Borneo, stayed there for a while. Then we went to the sort of western portion of Borneo. And then we headed back to Kuala Lumpur to fly to Java, which is that island down here, highlighted by my cursor. Sumatra is over to the west, which we didn't get to go to, maybe another time. Then we went back to the Bornean section of Indonesia. And then we went back down again into Java, but this time Eastern Java. And then we went to the island of Flores with a quick stop in Bali. And then we headed home. So we covered a lot of ground and we saw so many animals. It was actually unbelievable. It was such a treat, such a privilege. I was almost brought to tears several different times. Now, the concepts that we're going to revisit really quickly are these: the age of the Earth. We're going to talk about the power of mutation and natural selection. We're going to talk about sexual selection. We're going to talk about words having meaning. And we're going to talk about nested hierarchies. And this picture here is one that I took from Danam Valley, which is some of the last totally primary rainforest on the planet. It has never been logged by humans, at least in the center portion. And because of this, some of the trees there grow to rival like sequoias, redwood sequoias in height, and yet they're tropical trees. It's incredible. And at one point we were walking along these rope bridges that were hung between these trees, and you're looking down, you can't even see the forest floor. There's so many branches. It was unbelievable. So let's talk about the age of the Earth. Now, as we've covered before, the age of the Earth is supported by numerous lines of evidence from geology to physics, and those are going to be things like at the basic level for counting tree rings, ice cores, and varves. Those are going to push us into the millions of years by counting alone. This is something that immediately came to mind when Will was talking about the geologic column, because even if you don't accept the order of the geologic column, these methods I have not seen a response to yet. And these methods of counting annual processes, unless you are to suppose that, everyday experience is like 60 seasons, and that explains why you have these seasonal varves, this is going to get us into the millions of years alone. So I'm going to needle you on that time, Will, or on that next time, Will, because I would really like to see how you can maintain 6,000, or I'm sorry, 10,000. I know the 6 that's not the chronology that you use, but I want to see how you can maintain that in the light of just these counting processes. But sedimentation rates push us back into the tens of millions of years, right? You've got these accumulations of almost pure limestone that when you scrape it off into a vial, it's composed of microorganisms. Now, in the places on the Earth today, there are in perfectly ideal conditions, like conditions that you couldn't make faster in a lab. You can't get growth rates fast enough to keep monuments, or not monuments, formations like the Cliffs of Dover under, 5 million years. Because these organisms have to live and die, and then they have to settle out of the water, and then they have to build up, and then they have to concrete. And then they have to be eroded away, as you can see, to create this cliff structure. But taking it further, the plates that we're currently standing on are moving now. And when we take those back into time, they create the mountains that are on this earth today, from the Appalachians to the Rockies to the Drakensberg Mountains to the Himalayas. And in fact, we can make these mountains explicable just by rewinding the plates that are moving now, which is a great support for the fact that they've been moving for a really long time, unless we want to propose that the mountains formed, in a couple of days or something along those lines. But if you will recall, and we'll touch on this again later, the movement of the plates and the speed at which the plates are moving are corroborated by the radiometric dates that we take along these plates. So it's all of these different lines of evidence that are telling us that the Earth is in fact very ancient. And there is your radiometric dating, which is corroborating the continental plate movement. So I will say here, putting a pin in it, keep that in mind. Like, as we talk about paleontology next time, even if you don't accept the order of the organisms, just the sheer volume of the sediment alone, or the layers within them, is getting things very old. When I was in Western Borneo, Luke and I had the absolute pleasure of visiting Gunung Mulu National Park. Gunung is it's Old Javan, so it's sort of the same word in Indonesian and in Malaysian, depending on where you are. It just means mountain. So this is Mount Mulu National Park. Mount Mulu National Park is home to some of the largest caves in the entire world, and I wish I could do it justice with these pictures. But on this right-hand side here, this is a picture that I took from the bat viewing platform, because the bats do this big exodus every night where millions of them leave the cave at the same time, leave the cave system at the same time in Deer Cave. And this is our guide down here at the bottom with the binoculars looking up. That's Lawrence. And he's sort of eyeballing the cave in the distance that is yawning, very, very tall, as you'll see in a moment. On the left, there's Luke in the bottom left there in the white t-shirt. And this is us just barely inside the cave. So this is one of the biggest cave openings on the planet, if not the biggest cave opening, depending on how you classify it. It's downright Jurassic. So Gunung Mulu National Park, as you can see in this video here that I took, that's the mouth of the cave on the right. And then this is me panning towards deeper into the cave. And you can see palm trees are growing in the mouth of the cave where the light can still penetrate. And the deeper and deeper you go, because it goes back a couple of kilometers, the less plant life you have and the more the denizens of the dark start to take over. It's one of the largest caves in the world. Deer Cave alone, the one that we're standing in here, is 570 feet wide, 400 feet high, and about 1.2 miles deep. So it's a big, big cave. The opening alone can fit dozens of Boeing 747 jets. I mean, like, I'm showing you pictures. Again, it won't do it justice. You can see Luke's little light there in the bottom left in this picture to the bottom left. It is just incredible. It's awesome in the original sense of the word that a cave like this can form. And inside this cave, there's an entire ecosystem, like with millions of bats, and these bats are pooping all the time because they're bats. So they live on the ceiling of the cave, and when they poop, their guano accumulates on the ground, and you've got these meters high piles of bat poop, and inside the bat poop are centipedes and beetles that are breaking down that bat poop. And you can see the footprints of cats, like wild cats that have come in that hunt the bats that get too close to the ground, or the swiftlets that build their nests on the sides of the cave. It's really quite something. Now, the formations that define these caves, right? Because the Deer Cave is only one of many, many, many caves in this national park. It's like a huge system, a network of caves. You can go on an 8-hour hike just inside the caves alone. It sounds horrible to me because I get a little claustrophobic with that kind of thing. But you can hike for 8 hours alone in a cave and not leave the cave. That's how deep some of these things go. Now, the Melanau Formation, I took this photo at one of the sort of explainer stands there. The Melanau Formation, it's all limestone. It's an old, ancient limestone reef complex. And interestingly, when you read about this specific formation, the insides of which help, like the carving out of which has made some of these caves, it's some of the purest limestone in the world, which means that it takes very long to form, like a long, long time, like worse than usual conditions because the limestone is so fine. Now, it's about 49,000 feet tall or deep, depending on how you want to sort of say it, because some of it is still underground, right? You can penetrate to the limits of it, but not all of it is exposed. And you'll see that it's composed, just like the cliffs of Dover, of all of these microfossils and also macrofossils, again, of pure limestone, not the macrofossils, but the microfossils. Now, using the same ideals that I presented to Will in the Age of the Earth presentation, I did a couple of calculations. I used the best case scenario, and it's going to take about 1 million years just for this limestone to actually like lay down, for it to concrete. I've left that, or for it to consolidate, so de-water, to like squish all the water out of it. I left out the cementation portion of that, and then I sort of ballparked the cave formation using the fastest possible rate that I could find. And this formation, just Deer Cave alone, or the Melanau formation, which Deer Cave is in, is going to take 1 million years to form. It's just too much limestone, all composed of tiny microscopic fossils that are living and dying over the course of millions of years. But as I said, the conditions weren't ideal, which we can glean from the paleo and environmental reconstructions of like isotopes, or the types of fauna and flora that are found within this limestone formation. And the estimates are that it took about 60 million years for the whole thing to form, to go from actually laying down and then tacking on the formation of the cave itself. And the way that these caves form, as you can see in this little diagram up here, which I thought was actually quite good, that the national park had up, is you've got these limestone layers that are sort of heterogeneous. Like they're not, it's all pure limestone, but some areas are like a little bit bowed. Some of the areas have maybe a little bit of a reef sticking up. And so it's not a single unit toughness wise, or like erodibility wise. And so because of that, we all know that water flows to the sort of area of least resistance. It penetrates down in the cracks that form just as the crust of the earth is shifting, and it begins to dissolve some of this limestone away. And over an immense amount of time, right, you get this water going down into a crack. The crack starts to widen. The water is still dissolving all of the limestone. You get the cave formation. And we know that this is how caves like Deer Cave formed, because this is how they're forming right now. And Deer Cave is getting bigger, not smaller. One of the rivers that flows through this cave complex is still there. I put my feet in it. It's a massive river that flows in the belly of this cave, and it's carving deeper and deeper every year, albeit very slowly. Inside Mulu, there are some gorgeous rock formations, and all of them take forever to form, because just like the limestone itself, you're sort of depositing this calcium carbonate like fine layer by layer as water, which is carrying dissolved limestone, drips or flows over the surface of these caves. We've got this big jellyfish formation here to the left. This is a natural bird bath where basically water's been dripping in the same spot for so long that it's left behind these minerals that have slowly built up. And because the water is penetrating in the center, it creates this little divot, and the minerals rather build up slightly easier on the sides. You can do this type of experiment with fast forming minerals today, and you end up with a little natural bird bath, and it's still dripping into it, and it's making it bigger every single year. Some of these formations are so tall. I mean, we're talking like 20 feet tall, these stalactites and stalagmites. And in this one that you can see here, you've got them almost meeting. This one on the bottom has built up so tall, and it's almost met this one on the top, but not quite. What's really cool about caves, and what's really cool about stalactites and stalagmites, speleothems, is that you can radiometrically date them. Now, I got these from our mutual friend, John, who knows the person who is one of the lead authors on this paper, who knows Stacey Carolyn. And basically, they cut down some of these stalactites in some of the lesser non-visited caves there in Mulu. They sliced them in half, and they looked at all the layers that compose these stalactites, and they radiometrically dated them. That's really cool. They're using uranium lead on these guys, which you can only use on specific types of minerals, but luckily stalactites and stalagmites are allowed for that. And so they get these nice radiometric dates that you can see on the sides, about 150, 160,000 years. So a pretty long time. And the way that they did this is they segmented 11 stalagmites from several separate caves. So they don't all come from one cave. They come from different caves all over Mulu. Sliced them down with no reference to each other, radiometrically dated the layers using uranium-thorium methods, and they come up with these ages. Now, someone might look at this and say, that's cool, but like, what if they just form really fast? Like, just because they're layers doesn't mean that the layers might be that old. Like, the lower ones might be older relative to the higher ones, relatively speaking, but they might not be hundreds of thousands of years old. Maybe they formed really quickly. Now, I think that's impossible for reasons that I just explained with the cave system as a whole. But is it possible with these stalactites and stalactites? Maybe. No. And the reason it's not possible is because the samples that they took drilling into these stalactites and stalagmites, which is why I included this little photo up here, because this is actually like a little drill bit, like where they took their samples from. Those also preserve oxygen isotopes. Now, if you'll recall also from the Age of the Earth presentation, the Earth's position in space, so its eccentricity, its obliquity, its precession, like its position in all of these different aspects of where it is as it orbits the sun, changes which parts of the surface of the Earth are getting direct sunlight and which aren't. And that's in part why we have seasons. But what that means is that you've got temperature differentials that are changing how fast water is evaporating from the oceans or percolating down into different cave systems. And as if you'll recall from the last time we talked about this, oxygen comes in a couple of different forms, like its isotopes come in a couple different forms. 16 evaporates easier than 18 does. And so if you find more oxygen 16 in the ice compared to the ocean water, that's going to indicate a cooler global temperature. Meaning, in sort of simplistic terms, you can use the ratios of oxygen 16 to 18 to determine the temperature at the time that water was locked away in ice or deposited. The minerals that the water was carrying were deposited in caves. So what the researchers did is they radiometrically dated those stalagmites, and then they were like, what do we see if we plot those oxygen isotopes? Now, first of all, every dot, so I'll explain this graph really quickly. On the x-axis here down on the bottom is age in thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. And on the y-axis here going upwards is the oxygen 18 values. And this is basically showing the climate swinging back and forth, going from cooler to hotter to cooler to hotter. And each one of these points on the top can be like like this point here. You can draw a line down to where it plots on the age axis here is a slice from one of the stalagmites. So all of these red dots represent a slice from the same stalagmite. All of these mauve dots represent a slice from the same stalactite. Each color represents, I keep switching my stalactites and stalagmites. Mites are the ones that grow on the ground. All of these are from mites that grow on the ground, not the ones that grow from the ceiling. Each color represents a different individual stalagmite that was sampled, and each dot represents a different slice. And what you can see, hopefully, is that not only do they overlap with one another in age, despite like the radiometric dates are corroborating one another from stalactites and stalagmites taken from completely different caves. They're dating to the same time period, but the oxygen isotopes are matching up too, which means they're recording the same time and they're recording the same climate. And that climate is boomeranging back and forth. So if these stalagmites were deposited within, say, a year, like during the flood maybe, or maybe during 1,000 years, this would be noticeable on a global scale. This would be temperature swings on the level of, ice age and heat waves going on like year by year, which was not recorded in any history book that I'm aware of. So like this is hard to explain. And I've not seen, for the record, anybody attempt to explain why the oxygen isotopes seem to record these really, really deep climatic cycles, and cycles that match where the Earth is with relation to the sun, with like in its Milankovitch cycles, or how it's tilted, right? How its wobble is working and where it is in its actual orbit. Moving on, Indonesia is covered in volcanoes. So Malaysia's got the Great Caves. I would definitely recommend visiting them. They're really cool. But Indonesia is absolutely killer if you're into volcanoes. So this is Luke here on the left, and this is our guide, Leon, there on the right. And in the background, the one that's smoking, that's Mount Bromo. So this is a fully active volcano. We watched the sunrise from the crater up there. We were one of the only ones up there. It was awesome. And if you look down into the crater, you could actually still see magma in the crater. You wouldn't want to fall in, I don't think. But in the background, just behind it, is an additional volcano that's also active. And all of this on the back is a rim for a giant, larger volcano that erupted like 100,000 years ago. We're standing in the middle of a caldera, which is kind of cool and very scary. And you might be thinking, like, what the heck is going on in Indonesia? Like, why are there so many volcanoes? And the reason is in part because these are volcanic islands. So the entire chain of islands going from Java all the way down the Lesser Sunda Islands, including Flores, which is an island that we're going to talk about later, all of that is volcanic, right? So it was formed by volcanoes in the relatively recent past, essentially erupting, much like what we see in Hawaii, to create these new islands. And I want to take a sidebar and talk about how these things actually form. So volcanic arcs are a specific type of island chain that form, geologically speaking. And you're aware of a lot of them because most of the island chains that are forming are Ring of Fire, which is a notorious location in the world today for earthquakes, for volcanoes, and for tsunamis, and probably all three at the same time because they're usually related to one another. Earthquakes cause tsunamis. Sometimes they trigger volcanic eruptions. It's a mess. And the reason is because if you peel back the surface of the crust, you'll see that this Ring of Fire is the boundary of a lot of different tectonic plates. So it's an easy spot for, as you can see in this cartoon down here, for magma to well up. And when that magma wells up, sometimes it's welling up in a volcano and creating an eruption. And sometimes, as you can see in this cartoon, it wells up into the ocean and builds up over time and creates an island chain. And the reason it creates an island chain instead of just a single island is because the plates are always moving. So you can kind of think of it like a conveyor belt. Like you've got a conveyor belt and a bag of icing, and you're squirting the icing onto the conveyor belt. Well, the conveyor belt is moving, so the icing isn't going to build in a big pile. It's going to go down the conveyor belt. That's what's happening with these plates because they're shifting on the surface of the Earth. Now, one thing that I thought was really kind of interesting, here's just a map of Indonesia's volcanoes. There's just a gazillion of them, and a lot of them just are still erupting. Like there was a major eruption where we were in 2015 and killed a ton of people. Like it's crazy how often these things still go off, and yet people still settle there. One thing that I thought was neat is that when we were visiting Prambanan, which is the largest Hindu temple in Southeast Asia, they've got these three big temples in the center of the temple complex. One is to Brahma, one is to Vishnu, and one is to Shiva. Now, normally, Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the preserver, and Shiva is the destroyer. Hopefully sometimes I mix Brahma and Vishnu up, but in Hinduism, those are the roles of those respective gods. And Shiva's not really a bad guy because there's a lot of action reaction stuff. They prefer a balance, right? So Shiva isn't necessarily a bad guy, but because Shiva is the god of destruction in Prambanan, which is right in the center of Java, surrounded by volcanoes, Shiva's got the biggest temple. And that makes sense because they're like, okay, we've got all these volcanoes all the time. Who are we going to appeal to? Probably the guy that we think is causing the volcanoes. Just thought it was kind of an interesting human nature thing. Now, what's cool about volcanic arcs is that, as you can see in this little cartoon here, similar to the last one, they're formed by hot spots at usually subduction zones, just spewing magma to the surface. But because the plates are moving, you get a little bit of an island and then a little bit of an island and then a little bit of an island. But that's not the only way the plates are moving. In the very center of the Atlantic Ocean right now, there's this seafloor spreading event. A big seam runs down the middle of the Earth. And this is the mid-Atlantic ridge. And magma is welling up here all the time. And because it's welling up, the plates are sort of pulling apart, right? Which is what's causing the magma to well up, not vice versa. Because the plates are moving apart there and that fresh magma is hitting the seafloor, you can actually radiometrically date at spots along the seafloor, moving closer to where the new magma is and then further away. And the expectation, radiometric dating wise, would be that the closer you move to the new magma, the younger the dates. And the further you move away, the older the dates. And this is kind of a perfect way to check the accuracy of radiometric dating because we know the speed that the continents are moving apart right now thanks to GPS. So we can just wind it back and say, if radiometric dating is correct, when the plates were 100,000 years old, this is what they should look like, and this is what the date should read. And that's what we see. You've seen these two plots before, but this is specifically a plot of distance in kilometers of given islands and radiometric date. And if they're on a line, then the expectation of their radiometric date, given where they are, match perfectly. And you can see it's just almost a perfect match. Not quite, because you can't nail the tectonic predictions precisely, but it's almost perfect. Same thing, except even better for the mid-Atlantic ridge. This figure to the right is exactly what this figure on the right is doing. It's moving along the mid-Atlantic ridge and seeing if the estimates based off of the satellite match the estimates based off of the age. And they plot linearly, as you would expect if radiometric dating works. But there are other ways to corroborate radiometric dating using volcanoes. And this is where the trip came in, because many of these eruptions that have been happening in Indonesia are happening during historical times, such as the ones that plagued this temple that Luke and I visited called Borobudur, which is the largest single Buddhist temple in the world. Not counting Angkor Wat, because that's like a temple complex, but as far as single temples go, this is the one. Here's Luke and I in front of Borobudur, and then on the right, I really like this picture because you can see this statue of Buddha, and directly past his view, like directly in his line of sight, you can see the shadow of Mount Merapi, the volcano that keeps exploding near Borobudur and spewing ash everywhere. And our guide walked us around and showed us where the ash was preserved from older volcanic eruptions, which this is my finger scratching the surface of what is now rock, right? Because it's ash that has over time become rock here. Ash turns to rock relatively quickly, or at least it's not fully lithified, but it's like good enough. Like it's not like sand. And this is from eruptions, tens of thousands of years ago versus these fresher ones that they've yet to like sweep off that are from the past couple of 100 years, depending on where you go on the temple complex, because this thing is really maintained and they've got specific areas that they want to show you. And this is just soft ash, like from the volcano from recent times. Borobudur was built in 825 AD. It's really cool and beautiful. I would recommend to visit. And humans and human relatives have been living on Java for like about 1 million years, give or take. But written records have existed for the past 100 years at least, right? So Borobudur is, a couple hundred years. It's old. We can look at the historical records of people that lived on Java and radiometrically date these proposed layers to see if they match when people recorded these eruptions happening, right? So we did this with Pompeii, which again, I'm curious as to how that fits in with radiometric dating not working. Like, how are you going to get a calendar year if it doesn't work? But the radiometric dates agree with these historical records on Indonesia of these massive eruptions. So this is from an enormous eruption from 1257 AD, where ash actually reached well past Indonesia and got into mainland Asia. Some of it, if memory serves, even got all the way out to Europe. And they were able to radiometrically date the ash here at this specific volcano, Samalas, and get the calendar year for that eruption. Same thing with Raung here in Eastern Java. And same thing with Kelud, which I think is Samalas is in Flores, but this one is also in Java. So 2 Javan volcanoes and 1 in Flores. And what's cool for this last one is that they charted not just one eruption, but 1,300 years worth of eruptions. They've done them at Mount Bromo as well, but in the Tanger caldera. But the thing about Mount Bromo is that it's like still erupting a lot. So you kind of want to visit and like get out of there. But I did take this picture of these ash layers building up, because I thought it was very informative for how radiometric dating works and how the law of superposition works, right? Like if you find a fossil down here in the bottom, these lines are straight. They have not been uplifted. They're not tilted. They're not cracked. You know that they are in place. You don't have layers that are this perfect, like a layer cake, that are unbroken and have something that's younger below and something that's older above. That's just not how it'd have to quantum tunnel through. It would violate a law in geology. Anyways, I thought this was pretty cool because like they're actively doing work here. And you can see that in this picture with Luke and I here at the top, there's this sensor. And that's their like, is it gonna erupt sensor? It's a seismic sensor, and I think it does heat as well to figure out whether or not Bromo is going to erupt. Because when it gets close or when it gets kind of finicky, they have to close down the national park. To me, all of those observations are completely inexplicable if the Earth is 10,000 years old. Right? Like these are mountains and mountains of data. I combed through probably 30 studies, and these are just the ones that I picked to show. There's so much geologic work being done in Indonesia and in Malaysia because it's such a disaster-prone area that we've got a really good read as to how old these areas are based off of multiple different methods that are independent, right? Radiometric dating versus continents versus oxygen isotopes. And all of them converge on the same thing. And it just doesn't, there's no model that exists to explain it otherwise. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm getting at. The
Erica,
picture you can, yeah, go ahead.
I'll give you my honest response to this after I look into it, but I do want to tell you there's something
Please.
similar. I like what you're saying. There's something similar in archaeology, which is you can use radiometric dating, and then if you find like a coin with a date on it, that's a way of double verifying the radiometric dating.
Exactly.
And to me, that's solid.
Yeah.
So I like what I'm hearing.
Perfect. Okay, moving on. I want to revisit natural selection mutation for a little bit. So to review, mutations are errors during DNA replication or protein synthesis that cause a permanent change to the DNA sequence. So you got a lot of cells in your body. They divide like 2 trillion times. I think that's the actual estimate every day. It's a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong. And when mutations occur, they can be single point mutations, right? There are billions of letters that make up your genome. So it might be 1 out of a billion. It might just be one single point mutation where thymine becomes cytosine. Or it might be a larger mutation. You can have a deletion of hundreds or thousands or even millions of DNA letters. Or you can have something put in the wrong place, or you can have something reversed, or you can have it inserted where it shouldn't belong, right? Ostensibly shouldn't is doing a lot of carrying here for reasons that'll be clear in a minute. But there are a lot of ways that your DNA can mess up reproduction. Mutations that occur in the sex cell, so the sperm and the egg, are going to be heritable. Those can be passed on to your offspring. And for this reason, mutations are considered like the raw material of variation and of evolution. They're the main source of new alleles. When you have a mutation that changes the physical characteristics of an organism, and this happens in the sex cells, which you make a lot of sex cells, that's potentially going to be passed down to the offspring, especially if it gives you an edge. Now, as I already said, they can come in many flavors. And mutations aren't fully random. Mutations are often described as random, but really what they are is probabilistic, because some areas of the genome mutate faster than others, these sort of hotspots across the genome, depending on the organism in question. Sorry, I got dogs. Natural selection is sort of the other half of this coin. And this is the process by which populations of organisms, not individuals, become better adapted to their environment. So at an individual level, what this means is how many kids can I have compared to every other human in my population? If my fitness is higher than theirs, right, the characteristics that I have are going to be passed on to my offspring because I'm having more of them, right? It's not as I'm sort of explaining that in a disordered way. But basically, if I have a characteristic that gives me an edge, that edge is going to allow me to get bigger. It's going to allow me to have more offspring safely in most cases. And the kids that I have are going to have those same characteristics that give me an edge. So that's why you call it differential reproductive success, because if it's a trait that makes me reproduce at a slightly higher rate than somebody else, or at a massively higher rate than somebody else, my fitness is set to be higher, and natural selection is going to pull the entire population in that direction. It's based off of the fitness of an individual, right? Not how big or how strong or how smart something is, because in certain situations, being bigger or being stronger or being smarter can be a bad thing. So the best way to think of characteristics that are going to be naturally selected for are things that aid reproduction. So mutations are going to provide that new variation, and the environment is going to select, right? We think of natural selection as like this, we sort of conceive of it as this agent where it's picking and choosing the things that move on. But really, you can think of it more as a filter where characteristics that are bad in given temperatures or on specific terrains, or that let you get seen by predators easier, or that slow you down and you can't get enough food, or that make you weaker than other members of your group, those characteristics are not going to help you have more kids. And so because of that, you're not going to have more kids, and those characteristics are not going to be passed on. They might end up, in fact, being weeded out. So in this way, the environment, whether it's social or literally the habitat that you're living in, is going to decide which variants, if they're new, are going to stay or go. If mutations are like what we would consider the raw material of evolution, then natural selection is kind of the machine that's driving change in given directions. So we have this little butterfly here, or this moth that's sort of a gray color, and maybe there's a mutation, and this moth lays 100 eggs, and out of 100 of them, roughly 33 are white, roughly 33 are gray, just like it, and then roughly 33 are black, right? Those are mutations, but whether or not those mutations are good is going to depend on the environment in which that moth lives. So suppose this cartoon moth can have 1 to 3 offspring, depending on the resources that it feeds upon. And let's say that it lives on Mount Bromo, a horribly volcanic area that just is constantly belching up black smoke and ash over the forests. And let's just say that this moth's primary predator is a bird. Now, this moth has its little offspring. One is white, one is gray, just like it. And what is a darker shade? A little closer to the shade of the ash. Each one of these guys has offspring that are, of course, just like it. Maybe there are no mutations this time because there is a chance element here. And the bird that likes to feed on the moths is going to very easily see that white bird or that white moth on the substrate, so it's going to eat it. So now the white variant is completely gone from this population, right? Let's just boot it completely. These guys are seen so easily by birds, they're getting picked off like grapes off the vine. But the gray one and the black one are still kind of competing with one another. The gray are still slightly seen a little bit easier than the black ones are, though. And so as we continue down these generations, even when the black ones are predated upon by the bird, they're not predated upon as often as the gray ones are. And so eventually, over time, you're going to see the fixation of that black characteristic in these moths. And they will have changed. They will have been pulled, directionally speaking, in a direction that's natural selection at work. And if you'll remember, this is based off of real studies. The equations that we use to determine how long it will take for a mutation to become fixed are based off of the peppered moth experiments where this actually happened. But instead of a volcano, it was the Industrial Revolution. It's important to remember that in this example, white is bad and gray is neutral and black is good, but only because the substrate is black. If the substrate were white, it would be completely inverted. And if the substrate were gray, then both of the extremes would be weeded out. And so in this way, the pressure of predation is acting as the way in which the population moves, the way in which new variants are assessed, and whether or not they get a chance to stick around is determined by the same thing. In this way, whether a mutation is good or bad depends completely on its impact on an individual's fitness, which is determined by the environment in which it lives. So when we talked about mutations, we talked about all sorts of different ones that are really, really bad, ones that are really, really good, ones that change entire body plans, ones that build new proteins in the case of our ice fish, ones that expand the brain case size of primates or readjust their hips or give insects extra wings. But one that I want to talk about specifically is this one. The mutation to the Bajau people. And the reason I want to talk about this is because I got to meet the Bajau. It was really cool. Luke and I were hanging out in Komodo National Park. And we met some people who are a part of this tribe. This guy here on the right is our guide on Rincha, which is where we saw Komodo dragons. And you can see this big stick that he's carrying. It's crooked at the end. So if a Komodo dragon comes at you, the idea is that he takes the stick and uses it to push down on the head of the Komodo dragon so that it can't get you. I don't know how safe that is. I felt safe. It felt like he knew what he was doing. So I'm just going to go with it. It probably works. Now, the Bajau people are known as like the sea nomads, and they're indigenous people that are found in those Lessa Sunda Islands as well as elsewhere. Historically, what they do, as you can see, they're doing a lot of guiding these days, but they still do some subsistence living. But what they used to do is dive. And they also still do this, as you can see from these pictures. They're a fishing community. And specifically what they fish for is not using, typically lines, but what they do is they dive down to the seafloor, whether it's, a couple of meters or a dozen meters. For centuries, they've been known in this area, according to historical records, as some of the best free divers or breath holders in the entire world. And what's cool about this is we've got the numbers. Using weights, the Bajau can free dive to around 230 feet deep. And when I was reading about these guys, I didn't get a chance. I was reading about them after the fact, which sucked because I would have loved to ask one of our guides if they knew anybody who had done this. But sometimes people will intentionally perforate their eardrums so they can better regulate the pressure in their eustachian tubes as they dive. And unfortunately leads to hearing troubles later in life, even if it does cause less grief in the present. And as for breath holding, there are accounts that they can hold their breath for 13 minutes. That's unbelievable as an amount of time that somebody can hold their breath. For reference, like the average person who's like a swimmer, like who swims a lot, can hold their breath for maybe 3 to 4 minutes. Like somebody who's relatively trained maybe the world's best free driver who's not a member of the Bajau could go for like 5 minutes. Even non-diving members of this tribe can hold their breath for about 5 minutes. It's unreal how these guys do it. And that's the question, how do they do it? And so some scientists decided to go over and with their permission, get some of their spit and try to find out. In 2018, we discovered that the reason these guys can hold their breath so long is due to a specific mutation in the regulation of PDE10A. The mutation specifically leads to an increase in their thyroid hormone, which leads to an increase in their red blood cell count development, and an enlargement of the spleen, which acts as kind of a reservoir for red blood cells. And because the spleen is acting as such a massive reservoir for so many extra red blood cells, it gets huge. And so this mutation, through this cascade, causes the Bajau to have a spleen that is about 50% larger than the average person's spleen. And this is the comparison of the Bajau to the Saluan here on the left. And you can see that the average is in this bold line here, and it's pretty stark. What this does, because red blood cells carry oxygen and they're storing so many extra red blood cells in their spleens, which are 50% larger, it acts as like an oxygen reserve, to put it simplistically. And that's what allows them to dive so much deeper for so much longer. And what's really cool is that when I was researching this, apparently this is 1 point mutation. It's a change in a single letter in the regulation of the thyroid hormone. And that's what gives these guys such a massive edge over everyone else, because that one mutation controls just the thyroid hormone, but that has downstream effects. And that's going to be something we'll talk about later as well. Now, I'm interested. If I tell you that oxygen efficiency mutations have shown up elsewhere too, where would you think they would show up?
I would say, I don't know. That's a good question.
The answer is Tibet, as well as Nepal. So Sherpas and Tibetans both have adaptations that are different from the ones that we see in the Bajau, but that complete the same goal. Their oxygen efficiency is higher. And these guys live on the roof of the world. They live at the foot of the Himalayas. I mean, no offense to Denver, but it kind of puts Denver to shame altitude-wise. And so these guys have actual adaptations that allow them to be more efficient with, or allow their red blood cells effectively to be, or their oxygen carrying, respiratory, cardiovascular system to be more efficient at these heights. What's interesting about this is that it's only the context that allows this to be beneficial, right? Why would you waste all this extra energy on extra red blood cells if you have a desk job? You wouldn't, which is why these mutations are probably quite common, but they only fix in populations where it actually helps them survive. So speaking of natural selection, Luke and I saw a mouse when we were on Mount Bromo. And I thought that was interesting because it was the only animal we saw the whole time we were there, for reasons that are probably obvious. Mount Bromo is seated in that big caldera, like I said. And so the entire caldera is filled with this black ash. They call it the sea of sand. And this ash is dark colored. Like, of course it is. Because this area is so barren, not very many animals can actually call it home, but mice apparently can. And so I want to ask you a question. If natural selection is dictating what's fit, what color do you think the mouse was?
Dark.
Yeah, it was dark. This is a video right at the rim of this mouse scurrying along, blending perfectly in with the ash. I mean, it could pass for a shadow. We saw it, and our guide was like, I don't think I've ever seen a mouse up here. That's right at the crater. So natural selection is at play is what I'm saying. Sexual selection is next. Now, sexual selection we've had some turmoil with, which I would like to quash now, if that's okay. Sexual selection is selection arising as the result of preference by one sex for certain characteristics of the other through a combination of either competition or preference or both. So typically, sexual selection is going to act on populations with high male-male competition. So you can see that, like you can imagine, I suppose, you don't really have to. You can observe it anywhere. You can observe it with chickens. You can observe it with leks. You can observe it with grouse, I should say. You can observe it with deer, right? Males are competing for access to females. And because of this, because they're competing so fiercely and trying to exclude others from actually mating, you're having this directional selection in favor of characteristics in the males that allow them to exclude other males. Competition edge. On the other hand, females are choosy, right? So they're going to act and decide whether or not they want to mate with given males. I mentioned this last time, but like when we actually talked about this, the animal kingdom has some sort of, for lack of a better term, like rapey aspects to it. But it's not as common as you might think, and that's mostly just because it's a lot easier to schmooze than it is to risk getting your face torn off by, a female that doesn't want to copulate. So for this reason, you see a lot of like male displays or fighting other males to impress a watching female rather than like downright sexual aggression. That's not to say it doesn't happen, but because characteristics in males give them a reproductive edge that don't provide the same reproductive edge for females, right? Like antlers in male deer might help them fight. What are antlers going to do for a female? Nothing. And in fact, metabolically, antlers cost about as much as a pregnancy does. So females are already getting pregnant once a season. A female that has antlers and also is getting pregnant is going to like die of starvation. The only time you see antlers in female cervids is in reindeer, and they use those antlers to protect patches of grass. So they're actually using the antlers to secure resources for their unborn offspring. It's why it's a very rare situation because they're an Arctic species. But because the pressures benefit male, or I should say, because sexual selection in male-male competition is benefiting males reproductively and not females, you might get sexual dimorphism. So sexual dimorphism is differences between males and females within a species. Usually it's the evolution of male ornaments or ornaments, which they use to impress females or fight off rival males. So in the case of mandrills, they've got these big, beautiful faces, or peacock males with their big, beautiful tails, or moose with their huge antlers, or salmon males, which undergo this bizarre secondary maturation during spawning. And some of these guys are fighting other males, and some of them are just schmoozing females. In humans, some characteristics that are argued to be under sexual selection are male facial hair, female breasts, and the size of the genitals, which are not in step with what you would expect given human body size. Darwin said in On the Origin of Species, selection depends not on a struggle for existence, but on a struggle between the males for possession of the females. The result is not death to an unsuccessful competitor, but few or no offspring. So if you've got two moose, which are known for slamming their antlers together, and one's antlers are smaller than the others, and he gets scared off by the larger male, he has no offspring that period, and then he accidentally gets killed by a bear, his fitness is 0. And that male that excluded him gets to mate with maybe 3 or 4 females in the area. Same with peacocks, same with mandrills, same with salmon, right? Except in the case of peacocks, the female is just like, maybe I'll mate with him or maybe I'll mate with him. And I think this quote might actually be, I copied and pasted this. This might be from Sexual Selection, Darwin's other book. So male competition and or female choice can determine the direction of change. Sometimes evolution of male characteristics is going to evolve because males are successfully defending females or excluding other males from mating, and they're restricting female choice, right? So in the case of deer, sometimes a female might be like, maybe I'll mate with that guy, but then the male who's already there chases him off. She maybe would have chosen the other one, but she can't mate with him because the resident male has restricted her choice by beating the crap out of the other male. Other times, evolution is occurring exclusively by female choice. So in the case of this great Argus that I had the pleasure of taking a picture of in Danum Valley National Park, I also took a picture of this Timor deer that's eating a coconut, which I'm using as my stand-in for males excluding females, even though he's being quite docile in this picture. But this great Argus, Luke and I were walking along the trail, and this Argus started picking leaves off of the trail and throwing them to the side. And we were asking our guide, very quietly, like why he was doing that. And the reason is because these are solitary birds. And the only chance an Argus gets to mate, a male Argus gets to mate, is if he impresses a female with a dance and also with the stage for his dance. Females don't want to mate with a great Argus bird who's dancing in a gross area. So they basically clean off their platform and then they make a bunch of calls and hope that a female's going to show up. So the males don't fight, but they do have to schmooze the females. And sometimes it's a combination of both. So Komodo dragons are really interesting. This is a male on the left and a female on the right that we took pictures of, or that I took a picture of when we were in Komodo. And the way that these guys do it is the males fight for access to the females, but they're big lizards. So the female might still reject the male. If she doesn't like the way he smells, or if she's just not in the mood, she'll try to kill him. And so females are acting to choose, and males are acting for an opportunity to get chosen. So this can happen in a lot of different ways. And all three of these species are strongly dimorphic. Male Timor deer have antlers, which they use to fight. Male great Argus have these big, beautiful feathers that females use to determine whether or not they want to mate with him. And male Komodo dragons are gigantic. They're quite a bit larger than females are. But it's not always in the male's direction. Selection favors individuals with traits that increase the number of offspring too. And females are the ones usually who are laying the eggs or giving live birth. This means that fecundity selection, which is arguably a type of sexual selection, usually results in sexual dimorphism that favors females instead of males. And usually it results in females being gigantic and males being small. Larger females can lay more eggs or nourish more embryos. They can also nourish or protect their young after they're born. They can basically exploit, in these solitary species, other females or males that might try to get those resources. And they can protect them from marauders. And if females are larger, they don't have to compete directly with the males if the males are smaller. This is a phenomenon called niche partitioning. So a couple of examples. This is a female anglerfish. She's really big and the male is really tiny. And larger anglerfish lay more eggs. And smaller males, right? Like there's no reason for males to invest in being gigantic because they live in the abyssal zone of the sea. They will never encounter another male outside of just on the female that they're currently trying to mate with. So they stay small and inconspicuous so the female doesn't actually accidentally eat them. These are pythons, reticulated pythons. You can see the female is enormous, and this is because larger females can lay more eggs. Leopard seals are an interesting one because usually males are larger in mammals, but in leopard seals, females are larger. And it's thought to be because, one, these guys are solitary. So again, males aren't having these opportunities to fight with one another very often, but also larger females can better insulate their pups from the cold. These raptors down here, falcons, I think, I'm not really a big bird person, are also dimorphic. The female's huge, the male is itty bitty. And the reason for this is because these guys mate for life. And so, or at least for long periods of time. And so when they mate, they're living in the same area. And them being different sizes, the male will pursue different prey than the female will. He'll pursue smaller prey, but more of it. And the female will pursue fewer, larger prey. And so they're never competing directly with one another for food. And finally, orb weaver spiders, bigger females lay more eggs. I included sexual dimorphism because I saw a lot of sexually dimorphic animals. Arthropods, bugs, can be super dimorphic. This is a rhinoceros beetle that I saw in Danum Valley. He's beautiful. He's got this massive headgear. And there are two papers here that I've included for the two different types of beetles that I saw. The big male rhinoceros beetle, and then I saw a female staghorn beetle. And in both of these larger groups, experimentally, we've shown that males with bigger headgear, not only are they preferred by females, but males with bigger headgear are better at actually excluding other males from mating with that female. Usually these guys live on tree branches, so you can find these dramatic videos like Planet Earth style narrations where they're jousting on the branches. And if you're a beetle and you're 30 meters up and you get thrown off by your competitor and there's a female also on that branch, you're not getting back up to her anytime soon. And so females prefer to mate with these guys, but even if they didn't, like they've shown that they have a preference for them regardless, but even if they didn't, it's like with the deer, like who else is she going to mate with? He's the only one. It's the implication. But we also saw fecundity selection at play. These gigantic stick insects. This is the male that I took a picture of here on the left, and the female is here on the right. Both of these guys we saw while we were walking back from the bat exodus in the Mulu Caves. And then this is a gigantic female Sabah blue tarantula that Luke took a picture of. And then this picture I didn't take. This one underneath here is just to show you the size difference between the female and the male. But we've experimentally shown that larger females in these guys, they just lay more eggs. The bigger they are, the more eggs that they can lay. Now, there's a limit to this. If you get too big, yeah, you can lay a lot of eggs, but you're growing to that size. You need to be able to feed yourself to get to that size. There's going to be a linchpin point, a critical point. There's going to be a line that you can't cross where you're not eating enough to actually supply a body that large. And that's going to be the limit as to how large these females will grow, because the dying young will cease to offset the amount of eggs that they lay, because being larger makes you more conspicuous to birds too. Oh, and I should add, these guys are interesting because the males are actually also under selection to get smaller. So not only are the females being pulled to get bigger, but the males are being pulled to get smaller because smaller males are less likely to be seen by birds when they're in the process of mating. So when a larger male is mating with a female and he's trying to, this paper showed that birds just see them easier because they're moving around. And so the bird will see it and they'll come down and pluck the male off the back of the female. But the smaller ones are harder to see and the movements are a lot more subtle. And so the smaller ones survive at a higher rate. Birds, too, are obviously very sexually dimorphic. Again, these are these great Argus birds that I was just talking about. Much like peacocks, they have these beautiful displays that they use to try to impress the duller, drabber peahen. And I included this video of him actually cleaning off his platform there while we were watching him. Like, we were so close to this guy. He was not afraid of us at all. And I don't know why, because we were pretty big. So he's picking up these twigs and trying to move them out of the way. And it's clear that he's just gotten started on this site because it is an absolute mess. But just to include a paper here too, experimentally, we've got the great Argus's mating system, at least we got a decent idea of it. And it does seem like males with more elaborate patterns, specifically this depth perception, like it almost seems like there's an optical illusion in these feathers. They mate more successfully. The females have to show up to their site, appreciate that it's clean, like the dance, and also be impressed by the feathers themselves. And it turns out the more elaborate the feathers, the more likely they are to mate. Peacock sidebar. I'm not going to get into this, but Will presented a paper at one point that talked about how the evidence that male peacocks' tails, their trains, actually aid them in reproduction is not as well founded as previously thought. So I did a deep dive on this. Here are the papers that I found that supported the notion either experimentally or by observing wild peacocks that showed that either the train length, the eye spots on the train, the vibrancy of the color of the train, the vibrancy of the body of the male peacock, as well as his headgear, or some combination of those many characteristics gave male peacocks an edge, and that females picked them more than their drabber cousins. Here are those papers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 papers, just like on the first page of Google Scholar. All of these I read at least the abstract for. And all of these are essentially saying the same thing, which is that peahens prefer peacocks that are prettier and healthier looking. So I was like, okay, that's kind of at odds with Will's paper. So I went to the detractor papers too. And even the detractor papers, including the one that Will cited, they don't really detract. So this is from the discussion of the abstract, I can't remember, of peahens do not prefer peacocks with more elaborate trains. They say, although male train and its direct display towards females seems necessary for successful reproduction, so they have to have a train and it needs to be healthy looking, we conclude that peahens in this population are likely to exercise active choice based on cues other than the peacock's train. I believe that, because everything else that I read in all of these other papers, as well as what I directly observed with that great Argus, is that looking good isn't enough. You have to woo her too. So I found another one that said peahens prefer peacocks displaying more eye spots, but rarely. And they say peafowl mate choice is clearly more complex than previously thought. I agree. It does seem like that's the case. They say females may reject a few males with substantially reduced eye spot number while using some other cue to choose among mates with typical trains. So it's like it's being taken into account, but it's not the only thing that matters, just like with the great Argus that we saw. And finally, I really liked this paper, A Long Tale of Truth and Beauty. A zigzag pattern of feather formation determines the symmetry, complexity, and beauty of the peacock's tail. And what they say is, this is a very recent paper, our results solve the problem of the relationship between eye spot number and tail length and provide a new perspective on the role of male size, vigor, and beauty in the evolution of female mate choice. So these guys basically looked at every other paper that's been on the screen and they were like, what's going on here? Why are some of these disagreeing? They took a ton of different observations, I guess did some fancy statistics, and they found that just as some of these guys have been previously hinting at, it's a combination of things. You can have an older male with a really beautiful, elaborate tail, but if his feathers are kind of dull because he's older, like the female can tell that. Animals are pretty good at telling the age of one another. She might reject him in favor of a younger male with a less elaborate tail. The factors that play into whether a female chooses you aren't as simple as beautiful tail, I will mate with you. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to choose, all else being equal, a more beautiful tail. In fact, that's exactly what they will do if all of these papers are to be believed, which explains, if this paper is to be accepted, why there are some disagreements here. Is because you have to actually take the whole picture rather than just one character that the peahen might be assessing. Another example of sexual selection that was insane. So I took both of these pictures at the top. This is a male orangutan on the left and a female with a baby there on the right. And then this is a picture that I took from this paper down below, which looked at the success of big flanged males and found that they are more successful than males without those big dish faces. In orangutans, males that are dominant experience a rush of testosterone, right? When they're excluding other males from their territory, kind of like their activities in humans, like working out can actually boost your testosterone. So when these guys get this boost of testosterone, and we suspect they're probably picking up on pheromones as well, they'll enter into effectively what is a second puberty. And males, which originally look a lot like females, will get a lot larger. They'll put on a lot more muscle, and they'll develop those big fatty flanges or cheek pads on either side of the face, as well as deeper facial hair and a big gular pouch, or a more exaggerated gular pouch that helps their calls extend for deeper into the forest. And so females prefer these flanged males, even without the flanged males' ability to beat the crap out of the smaller unflanged males, which they can and do. The females prefer these flanged males. They're larger and they're healthier looking. And so multiple characteristics are sort of playing into this female choice and then male competition of having enormous males with these big cheek pads. Another crazy example of sexual selection in primates is proboscis monkeys. So proboscis monkeys are wickedly sexually dimorphic too. Males are really big. And I took these photos here on the right, as well as this one on the far left, but these two middle ones I took from Wikipedia just so you can see a side view and a front view of a male and a female. Males have a big Squidward nose. And this big pendulous nose is not the only thing they developed, but that's for another time. Shoot, I can hear you.
They look like cartoon characters. I love it.
They do. They're crazy. And in fact, these guys are like, Luke's probably listening because I've got him keeping an eye on chat. But the reason why they have these big noses is because the males spend a ton of time vocalizing to the females in his harem. And the sound that he makes is amplified by this massive nose. And so the sound that they make is like a ah, ah, ah. And you can see their nose like flopping like this when they're vocalizing. It's the craziest thing. And the females love it. They love the sound that the nose provides these males, and they love the nose itself. They preferentially mate with these guys. And it leads to sexual selection over time. Now, what's interesting is that there's this question, and there's been this question for a long time. If you select for something in a male, why doesn't it show up in the female too? And the reason is because there's a genetic phenomenon called a correlated response that pulls one sex in the direction of another. So if you have a group of bugs and the males and females are the same size, and all of a sudden there's a selective pressure that bigger males can monopolize females easier. You know, maybe they're congregating more because of a change in the weather, whatever. Being bigger helps the males and not the females. Until that characteristic decouples in their genomes, which is actually something that isn't that uncommon, the female's going to get big just like the male. And it's going to offer her no real benefit until it starts dragging on her. So that's why these females have like kind of weird noses, but nowhere near as weird as what you see in the male, because they were pulled along for just a little bit. This picture is a still of a video that I took. These guys are one of the only incredibly efficient primate swimmers. So they're really, really good at swimming. And the reason is because they live on the sides of rivers all across Borneo. And so they make these insane jumps, right? Where they leap from these one tall tree to another. And sometimes it's over the riverways. And so if you can't swim and you're making these kinds of jumps all the time, that's about the fastest natural selection imaginable. You are dead immediately. If not from drowning, then from the crocodiles that swim in these rivers. Okay, words have meaning. So historically, the word dinosaur has not included birds. And historically, the word ape has not included humans. Since their origin, we've discovered that birds nest within dinosaurs and humans nest within apes physically and genetically, making birds dinosaurs and humans apes, biologically speaking. Will has expressed that this is inappropriate and that this weakens the meaning of the word generally. I took this quote from the last episode. You said, "I'll never believe that a hummingbird is a dinosaur." I'm sorry. Now, I'm not saying that I won't believe it evolved from a dinosaur, but it's not a dinosaur, at least in my mind. And then on humans, you said, "I will never be on board with saying humans are apes." So those are the timestamps, just to make sure I'm not strawmanning you. But words have meaning everywhere. I think that's important here. I watched a lot of orangutans in Borneo, like a lot. I saw so many orangutans. I actually saw more than 20 orangutans the entire time that Luke and I were there. Luke saw 20 orangutans too, but he's not here, so I'm bragging about it alone. Now, orangutans are interesting because they've lived in close proximity to the people of Indonesia for a very long time. Traditionally, here in the West, humans and the group of animals that we call apes are not the same thing. We might both be primates, right? Like Linnaeus was cool with that. And he was cool with saying that apes are the closest thing to humans and that we nest within anthropomorpha together. But humans aren't apes, not to Linnaeus. But in Borneo, the word orang of orangutan just means people. And utan actually means forest. So this is a picture that I took at a village that we visited, a fishing village in Gunung Mulu National Park. And the people that live there are called the Orang Ulu, right? The people of that location. Orang just means person. And the word orangutan comes from Old Javan. It means person of the forest. So the people that live there refer to orangutans in their own language as the people of the forest. Why are they using the same word for orangutans that they use for other people? I included this too to show you that orangutan really is it's the same word in English as it is in Old Javan. This is one of the signs that they have at Tanjung Puting, where they've got in English on top in white, and then underneath they have it in Indonesian. And orangutan, we stole that word, like we use the same word for orangutan because that's what they call them. And it wasn't until we started learning, deciphering Indonesian, the people who came here, who first came to Indonesia, that we came to find out that it means person of the forest. And this has been the case for these people for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's an old language, and it's always meant person of the forest. So whose definition is right? Right? Like ape means something in English, and it doesn't include humans. But orang means something in Indonesian, and it does include apes. That's really important to me. Because when I was asking these people, why are orangutans included? I'm like, do you guys think that they're actually people? And they're like, no, they're obviously something different from humans, but there's something close. And I took this picture just while we were watching the orangutans. And before I started researching into where, orangutan etymologically has its roots. And I was so struck by this picture. I just took this with my phone of this female orangutan, and she's leaving our location, and she looks back, and she's partially obscured by this foliage here, by these trees. And if you saw that out of the corner of your eye, you would think that's just a person. The entire body, the way that it's kind of obscured because of the shadow, makes it look very reminiscent of a person. When I was digging into why orang applies to orangutans as well in Indonesian, I found out that it's because the local people think of orangutans as wild men, wild people, or feral humans. So they're not quite humans, but they have enough human characteristics. And when I asked our guide, I was like, why, what about them makes them orang? And he was like, well, they're really smart. They don't have a tail, and they have long hair like people do. Monkeys don't have long hair like people do. And monkeys have tails, and monkeys are smart, but they're not that smart. So they can't be orang. But orangutans can be, even if they're wild men. And if you read their writings, which I have a citation for this that I actually forgot to include here, which sucks, but I'll put it in the description maybe. It's clear that they didn't think they were literally people, just something close to it. And that got me thinking, what do other people, indigenous people historically who live around apes, what did they think of the apes that lived there? And so I started reading about the verbiage for it is African pygmy groups in Central Africa where chimpanzees and gorillas live. And people who, this is probably not a surprise, but like indigenous people like eat a lot of things. Like in the past, most indigenous groups would, because tribes tend to be hungry and you don't want to waste anything and you eat what you catch. But when you read Early Contact by Westerners with some of these, African quote unquote pygmy groups, and they ask them like, why don't you kill the chimpanzees and the gorillas? Like, why don't you kill these things? They're like, well, they're too close to us. They're close to us. They're like a brother is the exact verbiage that was used. And I thought that was so striking. And I wonder how the West would have conceived of apes, non-human apes, differently if they had lived where we live. Now, words have meaning, but science provides objective definitions in many different places. And nested hierarchies are one such characteristic, or one such case, I'm going to argue here. Assignment to broader taxonomic categories like the kingdom Animalia is anything but arbitrary. The characteristics that we pick to assign something to kingdom Animalia or to phylum Chordata are anything but arbitrary. And I'm going to sort of walk through why that is in a second. Groups are defined by suites of characteristics, first and foremost, not like one or two traits, a bunch of different traits, typically. And you have to have those traits, or at least the core traits, to belong to that group. The traits define the group. Belonging to more specific groups doesn't erase your higher level designation. So I'm going to walk through an example with cartoons here in a second. But first, look at pangolins versus crocodilians. If we want to define the admittance to crocodilia on the basis of scales, then pangolins are crocodiles, or crocodilians at least. But they're not crocodilians because they don't just have scales. They also have like 10,000, if we're counting every bone, every organ, every biochemical pathway. They have like hundreds, thousands of characteristics that align them more closely with mammals, right? So when you're trying to figure out just on the basis of physical characteristics where an organism falls, you don't look at one trait, you look at all of them. Every single characteristic that an organism has is on the table when you're trying to decide where they fall. So let me show you what I mean. Let's say we found these creatures on another world, right? I drew these guys, they're little critters, and these cartoon characters have only 8 characteristics. They have a head, right? I outlined by my cursor. Everyone's got this big round head. They have limbs. Every single one of them has 4 limbs. They have eyes, right? Every single one of them's got at least one eye. They all have a mouth. They all have teeth, or at least some of them have teeth. Some of them have horns or lack thereof. They all have a color, and they all have a personality. And we're just going to say, for argument's sake, for simplicity's sake, in explaining how a nested hierarchy works, there's nothing inside these guys. That these are all of their characteristics, just these 8. How can we categorize them? How should we categorize them? We can pick any single trait. We can say, let's categorize them by tooth type. So we have 3 different categories. We have no teeth, we have square teeth, and we have triangle teeth. Okay, that's one way of doing it. We do it by color. We could say, okay, these guys are blue, and then these guys are green, and then these guys are yellow, right? And it's a different trait than the one from before. It's a different grouping pattern. Or we could say, let's do it by personality, right? 4 of them are relaxed, and 2 of them are angry. And we're going to get different categories every time, different trees every time. When you're doing it by one trait, there isn't one right answer. But trees are not created on one trait. In fact, instead, I guess I should say, the entire organism is assessed. And when you do that, there is only one right answer. So let me show you how that works. Let's take everything into account. What do all of these guys share? Well, when we look at every single characteristic of these 8, every single one of these 6 little guys has a head, and every single one of them has 4 limbs, and every single one of them has a mouth. They all share it. That's the same condition for all 6. But from there, they start to differ, right? They don't all have 2 eyes because this guy doesn't. They don't all have teeth. Neither of these 2 have teeth. And the types of teeth between the ones that do have them are different. Some of them have antennae. Some of them have horns. Some of them are angry. Some of them are relaxed. So how do we actually categorize these guys, taking all of the traits into account? You start with what they all share. That's the first thing. Step one, that's what Linnaeus did. What do all organisms share? What do all animals share? And in the case of our guys here, which we'll call schmanimals, what they share is that they all have a head, 4 limbs, and a mouth. They all belong to the kingdom of Schmanimalia. But then they can be broken down further. Once we look at the next characteristic on our list, and you can pick any characteristic, but we're trying to determine the most amount of traits with the most similarity between these individuals or the most distant. So for the second one, we'll pick the eyes. Well, some of them have 2 eyes. We'll call that group diopsia, di meaning 2. And one of them doesn't. So like they're all still schmanimals, right? Because Schmanimalia is defined by a head, 4 limbs, and a mouth. Nothing that happens from here on out is going to change the fact that they are all schmanimals because they all have those 3 characteristics. But this little blue guy over here on the left, he only has 1 eye. So even though he's a schmanimal with the rest of them, he's not a member of diopsia because he only has 1 eye. Maybe 2 eyes evolved here, right? And ended up in all of these guys, but not in him. But you can break it down further still. 4 of these schmanimals have teeth, or I should say 4 of these diopsids have teeth, right? But this guy doesn't. He's totally toothless. Teeth evolved after this guy went off on his own way. So you might call these 4 guys members of Gnathocephaloidea, which means tooth head, right? And they're defined by having teeth. All 4 of these guys are still members of diopsia, where they're joined by this guy. And all 5 of these guys, or all 6 of these guys, I should say, are still schmanimals. All schmanimals, only 4 of them, or only 5 of them are diopsids, and then only 4 of them have those teeth. But then we can break those teeth down, right? 2 of them have square teeth, and 2 of them have triangular teeth, right? So we might call one Urbignathidae because maybe they eat plants, and we might call one Cardignathidae because maybe they eat meat, right? And then we can break it down further still, right? In our carnignathids, and we're just picking them, we could do this with any of the others and take it deeper, but we're just, for simplicity's sake, staying over to the right. Both of these guys have horns, so they might belong to a group together called Keraturanos, but the one on the left only has 1, and the one on the right has 2. And these guys are representing species. So we've broken down a tree based off of the similarity of characteristics, and those characteristics stack on top of one another, right? All of them are schmanimals because they all have a head, 4 limbs, and a mouth. But only 5 of them have 2 eyes, only 4 of them have teeth, only 2 of them have triangular teeth, and only 1 of them has 2 horns. And you could do this for every single one of them, right? This little blue guy over here, he's going to occupy his own subsequent categories, right? He's going to be a schmanimal, and instead of a diopsid, maybe he's a unopsid, right? And then another category and another category still. But they're still members of those higher categories because they still have those characteristics. So when you look at all of their traits, every single trait that they have, you end up with only one tree, where these 2 guys over here, blue and yellow, are the most similar, even though blue and yellow are different colors. If you wanted to categorize them by colors, they wouldn't be the most similar, but it doesn't matter because color is one trait. We're looking at all of them, every bone, every organ, every tooth, right? Everything together. The whole picture is what tells you where an animal falls. And when you look at everything, blue and yellow share the most amount of characteristics. They both have a head, they both have 4 limbs, they both have a mouth, they both have 2 eyes, they both have triangular teeth, and they both have horns, even if the number of horns differs. And the one that's the most similar to the 2 of them, after you move out of horns or tooth shape, is this pair of guys over here who share more with each other than they do anything else, even if their personalities are different. It doesn't matter that this blue guy and this blue guy share a color. They differ in their eye number, their tooth number, or even the presence of teeth. They differ in horns versus hair. They differ in color. This is our pangolin and our crocodile, because even if pangolins and crocodiles both have scales, pangolins make milk. Pangolins give live birth. Pangolins don't have any teeth. Pangolins have fur, like hair underneath their scales in specific areas, right? Pangolins have 3 inner ear bones. They have all the characteristics that a mammal has, and one characteristic that a reptile has. And if you go deeper, it's not really even the same type of scale. So this is how a nested hierarchy works. We're now going to apply it to living things. This is what Linnaeus did. He looked at all of life on Earth, and he said, every single living thing that's in this box here, that's in my museum, belongs to the domain Eukarya. And the reason why they belong to the domain Eukarya is because if you look at their cells under a microscope, they have a true nucleus that's bound by a membrane and specialized organelles. That is the only thing that a human shares with a paramecium, or a snail shares with a paramecium, or a skunk shares with a paramecium, right? But they are united by those three characteristics. It's the broadest possible trait. But then you can get more specific. If you ask, okay, well, what about animals, right? Like what about the next set of characteristics that might kick somebody out, right? Like you can say, okay, which of these guys is multicellular? Okay, snakes, baboons, humans, chimps, skunks, fish, snails, but not a paramecium. It's immediately booted from the group because even though they shared these three previous characteristics, now there's something that pulls it apart from absolutely everybody else in this group. But it gets worse because it also doesn't form a blastocyst during development, and it's also not heterotrophic. When Linnaeus and those like him looked at the natural world, they saw even though most living things, like within the domain Eukarya, even though they share a lot of characteristics, in fact, they share core characteristics, they start to differ really quickly when you count up all the traits, right? Does a paramecium have a skeleton? No. Does it have eyes? No. Does it have a heart? No. Can it sweat? No. It's booted for many different reasons, but the first and most obvious are these and more. So then you get more specific still. Who gets booted next when you look at absolutely every characteristic? Well, it's the snail, because snails don't have a nodal cord. They don't have a nerve cord, a hollow nerve cord either. They don't have tails. They don't form pharyngeal slits during development, and they don't have a thyroid or an endostyle, even though they're still animals because they're multicellular and they form a blastocyst and they're heterotrophic. The second you ask about the next set of key characteristics, it's booted from the group. It also doesn't have a skeleton or have hair or have scales or produce milk, right? You could pick any of those characteristics too that make it different from these guys, but these are the fundamental ones, the most basic, that all of the rest of these guys share that snails don't, which is why they don't fall into the phylum Chordata. Then you can boot out fish and snakes, and I'm using fish here as like a ray-finned fish, like a bass or something like that. And the reason that they get booted out is because they don't produce milk, they don't have hair, they don't have 3 inner ear bones, they don't have a dentary squamosal joint, and a ton of other characteristics. Even though they all have skeletons, right? All of these guys have a skeleton. All of these guys have the ability to move around on their own volition. All of them have tails that are at least skeletal in nature, right? Like they share a lot of characteristics. It's just fish and snakes aren't mammals. They don't have the characteristics that define a mammal, in addition to many, many others. Then we boot out the skunk because unlike all primates, skunks don't have dexterous hands. Unlike all primates, they don't have binocular vision. Unlike all primates, they don't have big brains. Unlike all primates, they don't have at least a postorbital bar. And unlike all primates, they don't have nails, they have claws instead. Now, you might be able to find a mammal out there that also has nails. It doesn't matter. They're not a primate unless they have all of the characteristics that define primates. This is the nature of a nested hierarchy. It's every characteristic possible, right? Where do skunks and chimpanzees and humans and baboons, like what are all the things they share? They share so much, right? They have most of the same bones, most of the same muscles, most of the same organ systems, but there are characteristics that all primates share that skunks don't, which is why they get teased out off on their own branch, and their group, Carnivora, has characteristics that primates don't have. Then we can ask, okay, what's next? Where do baboons get kicked out? Well, obviously baboons don't have a tail, right? Humans and chimps don't have tails and baboons do. Or I should say they do have a tail. Humans and chimps don't have tails, baboons do have tails. Baboons also don't have brains that are as large for their body size as humans and chimps do. They don't grow up as slow as humans and chimps do. They don't have the long arms that humans and chimps do. Their arms and legs are the same length. And they don't have specific patterns on their molars like humans and chimps do. Now, keep in mind, humans and chimps, in addition to these characteristics, they also share the thousands of characteristics that can define a primate and that define a mammal, and that define a chordate, and that define an animal, and that define a eukaryote, because we're looking at absolutely every single character here. We're asking the question at the most fundamental level, what makes a human and a chimp different now that we're this specific? Because there are a lot of things that make humans and fish different, but there's not nearly as much physically that separates a human from a chimp, or a lion from a tiger, or an African elephant from an Asian elephant. They're really, really close, but they're still different. Humans, unlike chimps, walk upright. We have big brains. We use very complex tools. We grow up really slowly, and we have itty bitty canine teeth. But that doesn't change the fact that outside of these characteristics, we share far more with them than we differ, right? We share all of the same, as I said previously, bones. We reproduce in the same way. Biochemically, we use the same pathways. Down to we have the same amount of hair. Ours is just finer than theirs is. And you can exclude all the way backwards too, right? You can say, okay, humans and chimps share more than either does with a baboon, but then humans, chimps, and baboons share more with each other than any of them does with a skunk. And likewise, all of the mammals are more similar than any is with a chordate, like a non-mammalian chordate. And likewise, all the chordates are more similar than anything is to a non-chordate mammal. And likewise, all of the animals are more similar than any is to the paramecium. It's every single characteristic. The characteristics that we're talking about here that define Homo sapiens, or that define hominidae, or that define primates, or that define mammals, or that define chordates, or that define animals, or that define eukarya, these aren't the traits that just define the group. They're the traits that make the members of that group different from everything else. The non-eukaryotes don't have these traits, right? The non-animals don't have these traits. The non-chordates don't have these traits. The non-mammals don't have these ones. The non-primates don't have these ones. The non-hominids don't have these ones. And the non-humans don't have these ones. And that's why nested hierarchies are so powerful, because it takes every single characteristic, every bone, every muscle, right, every organ system, and asks who's most similar to whom. And there's only one right tree if you have all of the information. The problem is when nested hierarchies were originally done, we didn't have all of the information. We were working on physical characteristics alone. And physical characteristics, while really, really good, as you saw with the Colugo, can be deceiving. That's where genetics comes in. And genetics works exactly like this, except instead of physical characteristics, you're using genes, which cannot mislead you. Those genes are going to be like just about as tried and true as it can get. Because again, we've never seen that violated, genetic similarity and who you actually give birth to, right? Or your siblings as compared to a stranger. You're always going to be more similar to those who you share familial relations with. So now that we have covered what that nested hierarchy is, we're going to do the tree the same way we did with the schmanimals, right? This is domain eukarya. The members of eukarya have specific characteristics that to be involved in it, you have to have. There's kingdom Animalia. To be in kingdom Animalia, you have to have specific characteristics that members of non-animalian, non-animal eukaryotes don't have. They might have one, they don't have all of them, so they can't be considered an animal. Same thing with chordates, same thing with mammals, same thing with primates, same thing with hominids, and same thing with humans. And that's how you end up with category after category of increased specificity moving down as you move up and down through the tree of life. Can we agree that this makes sense on physical grounds at least?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that everything you just presented, none of it was genetics. It was all based on physical characteristics. So I want to make sure I understand what you're arguing as well. Are you arguing that it is objective in the sense of they look at everything, excluding genetics for a second, and whatever has the most agreement on the scale kind of wins?
Yes. What I'm saying is that if you look at every characteristic that every organism has, assuming you're correct on that, and you're not going to be correct, which is why the nested hierarchy that we have based on physical characteristics didn't 100% agree with the one based off of genetics. But it's going to get you really close. And it did get us really close. And the reason why I selected the animals that I selected here for that little phylogenetic tree is because that tree that I just presented is confirmed with genetics by probably hundreds of papers independently, sequencing genomes, looking at conserved versus non-conserved regions. Like, there is no way to look at the entire genome of any human on the planet and have it be closer to a baboon than it is to a chimp. Period. It's like we've sequenced thousands of people. We've sequenced probably tens of thousands of other animals. And that genetic tree reflects the tree that I just showed you on the basis of physical characteristics.
Okay, so but what about when it doesn't? So look, can I quote Hank Green real quick?
Please.
I'm sure you like him.
Love Hank Green.
Okay, I love him too. Here's what he said. This is a direct quote. It seems absurd to me that whales and hippos are among each other's closest living relatives. I agree with him. Then he said this, which I learned from him. I didn't know. He said, and that goes double for hyraxes and elephants. So
yeah, so I mentioned hyraxes like when we were talking about whale evolution, right? Like I had the hyraxes included. You can go back and check out the slide. There are actually characteristics that hyraxes share, like with elephants, essentially, that they don't share, that nothing else has. That originally pulled people in the direction of saying, okay, like maybe these things are actually related. Now, I agree with you. Sometimes they don't agree, right? But the problem is the genetics trumps everything, period, full stop. I agree with you that you're not going to get better than genetics. And the reason is because genetics is an honest history of similarity of everything of the genome, right? The problem is you can have genes that are reflecting an honest history that are coding for characteristics that are physically similar or physically different, which is why you end up with a mismatch at the very ends of some of these phylogenetic trees, or I should say family trees that were based only on physical characteristics. But here's the problem. When genetics came along, everyone agreed that trumps morphology, right? The reason why we didn't know where to put colugos or hyraxes or whales for that matter until genetics came along is because genetics didn't exist yet. We were trying to do it solely on the basis of physical characteristics, which, as you can see from the tree that I just showed, works pretty well, but it's not perfect. Genetics is. If you sequence the whole genome of every animal on this planet, which we have for a few, but not for everything, that is going to give you, bar none, the most accurate, you're not going to get any better than that with anything that I'm aware of, family tree. And that goes 100% true within species too, which everyone accepts, right? There's no one out there on the face of this planet who knows anything about genetics who's going to tell you that if you sequence the genome of me and two strangers, and one of them, me and one of these strangers share a significant number more of base pairs. Let's say a 1,000 base pair long sequence more than I share with the other stranger. No one on the planet is going to tell you that I'm more closely related to the other one, because that's not how genetics works. If you'll recall from history of science, there are very few laws in biology, but most of them surround genetics and inheritance. And we don't know of any situation, at least I don't know of any situation in sexually reproducing organisms, which includes not all animals, but most animals, right? That you don't share more with your parents than you do with a stranger. And the reason is because you're created by the merging of your parents' sperm and egg, right? You carry their genetics in you, and likewise all the way back. And so genetics is an honest record of how similar things are, yes, but also how related they are within species. And no one disagrees with that. Mm-hmm. I've never met a single person, creationist or otherwise, who would say that genetics doesn't guarantee relatedness and similarity within species. So the question then becomes, where does it stop? Mm-hmm. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just barely have started looking into this. I don't understand how they're comparing genes from one animal to another.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'll ever understand it, but I was trying to think of an analogy, because there's only 4 letters.
Right.
So you're limiting the combinations. If we were to look at books that we didn't know the author of, and we're trying to look for similarities in words or letters, that would lead us astray to assume that 2 books had the same author, potentially.
It might, but it wouldn't if you were looking at manuscripts, right? So I used an analogy earlier. Like, let's say you, back when we were talking about citations, I used this analogy of like an editor. Like, let's say I'm an editor and I receive a copy from an anonymous author who wants me to publish their book. And I look at this thing and it's just trash. Like the story sucks, like it's nothing new. It's, maybe it's crude, maybe it's boring, maybe it's scary, whatever. I'm not into it. So I'm like, no thanks. I'm good. I don't want this book. And they reluctantly, go on their merry way. Then let's say like 5 years later, I get another manuscript from a new author, definitely not the first one, right? And it's extremely similar in a lot of ways to the first book plot-wise, right? I might look at that and be like, well, that can't guarantee that it was the original author, right? Because people tell similar stories all the time. But what if they had all the same typos?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Those are non-functional genes in my analogy here. And non-functional genes are basically records, like they're typos. They're records being kept of which organisms share which happenstance mistakes, or if you're taking a guided evolution perspective, which trajectories, intentional trajectories from a last common ancestor, right? So you're right to say you don't understand which section of the genome we're using when we're doing these comparative genomics, because it can be hard, right? It's really difficult to wrap your head around. But how about this? How about all of it, right? What if you do a phylogenetic tree with just the whole thing? That'd be the best way to do it, right? Like just sequence the whole thing. We haven't been able to do that until about the past 5 years because it's been so expensive, but the technology's been catching up. And now we have the complete genomes of several different species, like more than 24, I think, like end to end, every single letter, right? And it recapitulates that tree that I just showed you. It's the same tree, right? Like, for example, I mean, we'll talk more about it next week or next month, but like humans and chimps share more with each other in the whole genome, not a single letter left out. Humans and chimps are more similar to each other than either is to a gorilla. Why? Right? And the reason is because because humans are obviously, chimps and gorillas seem way more superficially similar to each other. They're hairy, they both knuckle walk, they both have big canines, they both have, their feet look like hands. So why would a human and a chimp share more? The reason is because the parts that we share are, like a lot of the parts that we share are largely non-functional. They're remnants of the last common ancestor. And interestingly, some of the genes that we do share that are unique are functional in the direction of cognition. And chimpanzees use more tools than gorillas do. So it's, we'll get to that when we get to it, but it's like we have the whole genome end to end of chimps and gorillas and humans and orangutans and gibbons, Siamangs specifically. And the same tree that's been recapitulated for 50 years. Same thing again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting to think about. Another analogy I came up with just to try to think about this is we look at all books written in English. They all use the same letters. They all use the same words, right? If we were to find two books that used more of the similar words than others, we might want to say why. And there might not be a good answer to that question. It might just be because something has to have the same or the most words overlapping. It doesn't mean that the two people know each other. It doesn't mean the two people are the same.
That's true. And I hear what you're saying, right? But that only works for functional words. That doesn't work for typos.
Okay, yeah. So then that would bring up, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. But then again, I would need to look into the ENCODE project a little bit more.
Do it.
Figure out what's functional, what's not.
Yeah, I think you'll have fun with it because, again, like the ENCODE happened, 2012? And these genomes, these new genomes, the full human genome was actually completed in 2021. And then we got the chimp sex chromosomes a little after that. And then we got the full Monty, right? Whole thing end to end. And that's only been since 2025. So it's relatively new that it's like, okay, we got the whole thing, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter which parts are functional because the similarity is the similarity, right? Like either they're doing something in both or neither, Like either it's a gene or it's not, either it has a function or it's not. I can't think of an example of a gene, like an actual gene that we know the function of in something, and it exists identically in something else down to the promoters, like the regulatory elements, and it doesn't do anything in that. You know what I mean? Maybe there is one, but I don't know of it. So if the genome is 100% functional, cool, but that doesn't change the fact that humans and chimps share more than either does with a gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
So which is a tough sell, right? And it's a tough sell to me in particular, because you're right. It's possible. Like if you want to take a step back and say, let's say there is a designer. The designer can design any way they want, right? I've talked with Rebecca about this publicly, so I don't mind saying this, but it's like, that's sort of her perspective, right? Is that nothing's off the table for like what God might do.
Mm-hmm.
Fair play, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would take issue with that and say, you can't tell the difference then. I would say it's not science, first of all, because it's hard to test. But
Mm-hmm.
the bigger problem is there are things that we all agree are related because we've watched them beget each other, right? Like say all the
Mm-hmm.
breeds of dog.
Mm-hmm.
And the types of technology and methods that we use to know genetically that all dogs are related, because we've obviously watched the breeds be created over time. Humans have bred dogs to create new breeds. We have pedigrees, but we've also done the genetics. Like AKC has put a ton of money into this. We know the genetics of the dog breeds, which breeds came from which earlier breeds and when. And because of that, we know that genetically, all dog breeds are related. It confirms what we saw with our eyes for the past several thousand years, right? But those methods are identical. And those similarities, that the types of similarities are identical to the types of similarities that we use to say that lions and tigers are related, or that humans and chimps are related, or that elephants from Asia and elephants from Africa are related. So there's no stopgap. You know what I mean? Like there's no genetic stop sign that says, hey, these are two different things now. And so what I said to Rebecca and what I've said to not John Sanford, Robert Stadler and James Tour as well in my exchanges, me and Dan's exchanges with them on this topic, is that, okay, if it's all on the table, cool, but you don't know when it works and when it doesn't. There's no way to tell the difference between what is design and what is descent, because we all agree there's some descent, dog breeds, horse breeds, maybe even all cats, maybe all bears, right? But where does it stop? And then it especially becomes a problem when the same metrics that are saying, yeah, African and Asian elephants are really similar, or like rats and mice are really, really similar to one another, genetically speaking. But humans and chimps share more than rats and mice do. So what do you do with that? If you say on one hand, okay, genetically they're related, and that makes sense, so they're related, and God actually did create some kind of progenitor rodent at some point, and it did descend and diversify into different types of rodents like rats and mice. The problem is they share less genetically than humans and chimps. So the same science that's telling you to accept one or reject one has to work the other way around, at least insofar as we can tell.
When you say share less, are you talking about a number or a percentage? Because that can get wonky too.
By every single metric. So protein coding genes, we share more with chimps than rats do with mice. Looking at the entire genome letter for letter, insofar as the rat and mouse are complete, and I'm fairly certain both of them are at this point. Last time I checked, I believe they are on NCBI. We share more with chimps across the whole genome than rats do with mice. We share more protein coding regions than rats do with mice. And same with the regulatory elements that we're aware of. So, and it's not like small. So rats and mice, like looking at the entire genome, the last metric that I got, like for their protein, I should start with protein coding genes. For their protein coding genes, they're like 85, 90% similar to one another, which the reason why that seems so low is because they split, according to the fossil record and according to that genetic similarity, they split tens of millions of years earlier, right? It's just being a rat or being a mouse it really works. So they don't change that much. But humans and chimps split about 7 million years ago. And so humans and chimps are about 98% similar to one another in protein coding regions, 8% more than rats are to mice, which makes sense in a chronological context, because the longer a species lives, the more mutations it accrues, the more difference it accrues. You know, it's the same reason that even if you aren't selecting for anything, a golden retriever and a lab are going to share more than either does with a wolf. It just hasn't been as long since those two breeds split from a common ancestor. The same is true with humans and chimps. And it doesn't necessarily have any bearing on like their worth or their trajectory or their culture or their intelligence or whatever, although I have opinions on that. But like, that's hard. That's a hard hurdle to get over. You getting kind of what I'm saying here?
I am. I'm also contemplating that what you bringing up manuscripts made me think of it. If we were to assume that, let's just use the books of the New Testament, because I don't know what else to use right now. So if we just use the 27 books of the New Testament, if we were to assume that all of those originated in a single document, a last universal common document, and due to copy errors by people who were hand copying these, because that's how they did it back then, we would be wrong. And so I just want to have that possibility in my head. Where in reality, each one, you can do families of manuscripts, but they all go back to an original manuscript, versus like Matthew goes back to an original Matthew, Mark goes back to an original Mark. So I'm thinking, could humans go back to an original human and not before that?
I hear you on that, but I think the problem with this is manuscripts don't have a through line reproduction wise, right? So like what you just said that would lead you astray, suppose you did it with languages instead, it wouldn't. And in fact, if you go based off of vocabulary and grammar, you're going to get the same family tree that's recapitulated by our history books. And the reason is because language does reproduce by the people who speak it, but manuscripts don't. They require somebody actively copying it, and there's not a through line even from version 1 of Matthew to version 2 outside of typos, right? So they can't converge on a common ancestor because Matthew and Mark are distinctly different creations by a human. But languages don't work that way. And so if, like, let me just draw the through line here. If life is like manuscripts, then you can't tell any one creation from another ever. There's no way to ever tell the difference. If reproduction and genetics aren't the through line, then there isn't any. It's the only thing we can tell, which would mean that you can't tell the difference even by investigating the natural world as to whether or not, a coyote and a wolf are actually related. Like, or if they share a common ancestor or not, because it could be that they're just different manuscripts. But the problem is they reproduce with one another. They can create coy wolves, right? And when we do their genetics, they share more with each other than like a cat does with a tiger. They're really, really similar animals. And so I think that's the problem, is that if you want to push it into separate creation territory, it becomes impossible to tease apart what's descent and what's design. And as far as I know, everyone accepts some degree of descent.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to be possible, right? Like, we don't have the original Matthew, we don't have the original Mark, we don't have the original Luke, but we can go back with these manuscripts and we can see when a typo happened and when that branched out.
So what makes you think, though, that that's not the case with languages? Like, what if French and Spanish were just independently invented by the French and by the Spaniards? I don't know. My linguist friends will be upset, but like, let's say 500 years ago. Can you prove me wrong?
I don't think so.
Right. But so you can't investigate it at all, right? Because when we look at it, we look at our historical records and we look at the words and vocabulary that they share. They converge, and every aspect of our history books, from the cultures that they're in or different cultures, is like, yeah, these two languages descend from a precursor Latin language. But if we use your definition and apply it to languages just as you want to apply it to species, it's impossible to tell.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I have not looked into this for over 20 years, but the last time I looked into the origin of languages, it doesn't seem like there's any clear evidence that it started with one.
I don't know the answer to that, but what I'm saying is that everyone can agree that French and Spanish are related to Latin, right?
Mhm.
And the reason we can agree on that is because we have history books, and we also can trace those languages back through time by the people who spoke them,
Mhm.
right? Or by what they wrote down. And so, like, under that example, like drawing the through line here, saying, okay, well, maybe there is some descent in life, but that doesn't mean they all go back to a common ancestor. Okay, true, but where's the line?
Mhm.
And how do you draw it there? Because I would say it's very stark that that animals is different as, you know, let's say, animals is similar, let's say, as rats and mice share less than animals that seem as different as a human and a chimp. And to me, that becomes explicable when you just consider when they split. And in fact, if you go, as we'll talk about with the hominins, it matches with when we find the fossils of these animals, right? Of these hominins, of these relatives of maybe chimps or maybe humans, depending on what you want to call some of them. But it's like I think I'll say this, as your friend, as somebody who's been doing this show with you, I think you're veering into territory that is non-scientific, and I think
Mhm.
that that runs contra to your attitude at the beginning, where you were like, I think that God is explicable here, right? He's not going to put, like, to me, in my head, I agreed with you, and I thought that it made sense to what extent it matters what I think theologically, right? But I thought it made sense when you said God's not going to put fossils in rock that he created, right?
Mhm.
He's not going to put fossils in rock that isn't actually that old. To me, this is just as bad as that.
Hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a pattern that's just so distinct from everywhere, but it's inexplicable. And I think that also would be very, what's the word I'm looking for? It would be very chaotic and indecipherable of a biology, and it would have major implications on, like, medicine, for example, or agriculture, like how we use these principles to understand and enhance the world around us. I mean, if God's willing to make, like, I feel like it actually makes more sense to make a mature earth than it does to have an indecipherable or even a false pattern of relatedness. Like, there has to be a line somewhere, I feel like, genetically, that's like, no, either, like, these two things aren't related. Maybe it's that, I mean, I don't know. Like, do you kind of get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you're just straying into territory that is very um antithetical to the attitude you started with. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it some more.
Okay.
Like, for example, let's go with the 98, 99% similarity between us and chimps, right? Obviously, there's a lot
Protein.
of talk now of that being less.
Hmm.
What number what number would have not made people say we're related? And I don't think there is one.
It
I think it's
I
kind of the same problem.
No, I think you're right. I don't think there's a right number. I think there's a pattern that would. Like, for sure. If it had turned out that humans and mice shared more than humans do with any primate, that would have blown the whole thing to smithereens. That would make absolutely no sense,
Hmm.
right? The pattern, though, that we see when we sequence these genomes is, again, not identical, but it's very similar to the one that we get from physical characteristics. Interestingly enough, it was a huge surprise that humans and chimps shared more than either does with a gorilla. But I'll tell you this one, and this is something this is, my hill to die on, because I've been duking it out with specific people sort of on the creationist or intelligent design side about this particular topic. And I've emailed every author of every paper in question because I wanted to understand it better. And I've run some of my own analyses too. Um, from the newest paper, from the 2025 paper, the phylogeny, the family tree that you get from, again, end to end. And it doesn't matter if you're looking at the protein coding regions, if you're looking at the whole thing, right? If you're looking at the functional portion of the genome, but just including indels instead of, like, all of the big, repetitive areas, you get the same tree every time. The same tree. And it's chimps and bonobos, which are, chimps as a dyad. And then they're most similar to humans and humans to them. And then the odd man out after that is gorillas, and then the odd man out after that is orangutans, and then the odd man out after that is gibbons, is siamangs, and that's all the guys that were included in that particular analysis. And because that pattern holds, right, and hasn't been violated since 2002, it's probably a pretty strong pattern. It's held through every draft genome, right? It's held through every additional specific look at conserved genes or like newer genes or the sex chromosomes. It doesn't matter what you look at. And that is why, and I'm going to share my bugaboo with you on this early because it's the thing that makes me the angriest. That's why I was mistrustful of the work of Jeffrey Tompkins from the start, because he never included a single outgroup. It was always just humans and chimps. And he would say, look, it's so much lower than we previously thought. And it's like, oh, I hear what you're saying, but how does that compare to rats and mice? Because if rats and mice also drop to like 60% or 40%, then what that's telling you is that you're comparing apples and oranges. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I've never once, not one time, seen a creationist who's worked on this do a genetic analysis that includes humans and chimpanzees and an outgroup or an outgroup pairing. And the reason I think is because they just want the number to be lower. And like, you can get it lower. If you want to like get the number as low as possible, you can get it to be pretty low. But the problem is the methods that you use to lower it to that degree lower everything else too. So in that 2005 paper, for example, and this is everybody, I'm not looking at chat, but I know everybody's probably knowing this is like my pet subject. If you go to the paper supplementary material, the same figure that gives you like an 85-ish% for humans compared to chimpanzees will give you a human to human comparison of about 87%. So what are we doing? Right? Like what methods are we using? If you want the human number, or if you want the human chimp number to be 86%, you have to accept that the human number is 87%. And there's not a person on this planet, hopefully, who's a creationist who's going to tell you, well, no, I probably shouldn't say it that way. There's not a person on this planet who cares about genetics or truth at all, who's going to tell you that not all humans are related. And yet it's a 1% difference from the new human chimp number. And then the gorilla number is even lower than that. I can show you all this next time because I was planning on, covering it. But suffice it to say, please look into it. Because any method you use, you're going to get a human chimp dyad with a gorilla outgroup. And I think that's a problem, especially when you pull in rats and mice.
Okay, cool. I just want to tell everybody listening something that I get frustrated when people come at me and say, Will, you can't criticize the experts. They have, credentials you don't. They're published in the literature, you're not. PhD Tony actually told me you're not allowed to disagree with the conclusion of a scientific paper. You can't disagree with the author's conclusion, which to me seems very anti-science. I just want people to know I love what you just did and what you just said about Jeffrey Tompkins. And I think it's fine. You're allowed to criticize him. You're allowed to disagree with his conclusions. In my opinion, that's how science works. So thank you.
Sweet. Okay. So before we move on, I just want to make sure, does the nested hierarchy stuff kind of make sense a little bit? Like what's actually going on here?
It does make sense on physical grounds.
Okay, cool. And we can talk about genetics next time.
Great.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay, moving on. Tetrapod evolution. So why do we think we evolved from fish at all? I think that's a good question. And it's one that I actually, when I was researching this, I was like, who was the first person to like suggest it? But since the Enlightenment, again, pre-Darwin here, scientists have recognized that pretty much the biggest difference between ray-finned fishes, like the one in this skeletal in this mount here, and the rodent below it is like arms and legs, right? More specifically, it's not just arms and legs because they do have paired fins, right? Like fish have two front fins, they're pectoral fins, and then they have two hind limbs, they're pelvic fins, just like a tetrapod might, but they don't have the tetrapod limb pattern. And when I say the tetrapod limb pattern, I mean the homologous pattern that all tetrapod limbs share, which is one bone, two bones, many bones, digits. And what that means, if you can maybe see my skeleton behind me, is it means that in the arm and in the leg. All tetrapods that have limbs have one bone in their upper arm, 2 bones in their lower arm, a bunch of wrist bones, and digits. And that is something that distinguishes them, like one of the big things, I should say, that distinguishes them from fish. Because fish have a vertebral column, right? They've got vertebrae, they have a skull, most of them have teeth. They've got many of the same organ systems that tetrapods do, but they do not have that specific tetrapod limb pattern. And that has, again, been recognized since Linnaeus. So people looked at that, especially when Darwin came along, and he was like, okay, it's less complex, right? A limb is pretty complex. An arm and a leg are both pretty complex. They're more complex, seemingly, than fins. So that made fish seem more primitive. And that's the sort of the first reason why maybe we evolved from fish. Maybe fish are lower down on the ladder. But the second reason is that when people started looking at the fossil record, in every place on Earth, fish showed up before anything terrestrial, like by hundreds of millions of years, or to these guys at the time, just miles and miles of sediment. And so this combination of like an evident increase in complexity over massive amounts of geologic time pushed Darwin to make a prediction. He said in 1860, our ancestor was an animal which breathed water, had a swim bladder, a great swimming tail, an imperfect skull, meaning one that's not fused in the way a modern tetrapod skull is, or even the early tetrapods, and was undoubtedly a hermaphrodite or non-sexed. Here is a pleasant genealogy for mankind. And he wrote this to Lyell, sort of lamenting about the idea. But like, it's one thing to say that tetrapod evolution is a really big deal. Moving from water to land is one of the biggest like steps in evolution, and it requires a lot of changes to the body plan. How do you go from this guy to this guy, right? I mean, these are two very different animals. And the answer is you don't. You do not do this. This is not the transition that happened. Fish is a very broad group. And actually, fish isn't a real group in the way that mammal is, right? Like Mammalia is a class of animals. And to be in Mammalia, you have to have a bunch of different characteristics. To be in like Reptilia, you have to have a lot of different characteristics. That's a major group of animals. And if you get more specific, you could say in order to be a member of the dog family, you have to have a specific set of traits. But fish, there is no fish group, right? Not as we understand it. Instead, as you look at all life on Earth, and specifically look at these swimmers here, you have animals that have jaws and animals that don't have jaws, right? Like, sorry, I got dogs freaking out. Of the animals that don't have jaws but swim in the water, you've got like lampreys. They're pretty simple compared to these other guys. And then you have bony skeletons, which basically all fish as well as all tetrapods have, is like a bony skeleton inside us. Rays and sharks don't have that. There's a reason why you don't see a shark skeleton or a ray skeleton, mounted outside of formaldehyde. It's because their skeleton is made of cartilage. So they get booted out by this characteristic amongst many others. Then we have a different split. And this is a split amongst, if you take tetrapods out of it, the ray-finned fish versus the lobe-finned fish. Like, just pretend humans or all tetrapods aren't there. Put your finger over it. You've got lungfishes, and then you've got salmonids there, and then you've got sturgeons. Those are all the fish. The kind in the blue here, these ray-finned fish, these are like most fish. Pretty much if you see a fish, it's a ray-finned fish. And their official name is Actinopterygii. And these are the kind that you're going to like eat at a restaurant or have as a pet or pull up when you're deep sea fishing. But there's an entire other group of fish that's way, way smaller. And that group is called Sarcopterygii. Actinopterygii versus Sarcopterygii just mean ray fin versus lobe fin. But theoretically, you could say, like ray-limbed or like lobe-limbed animals if the word fish makes you uncomfortable. Because there's no, again, fish clade. When people say humans are fish, what they mean by that is humans are Sarcopterygians. And the reason humans are Sarcopterygians is because we have the traits that define a Sarcopterygian. That trait, the traits, like the main one, I should say, that defines Sarcopterygians, again, amongst others, is a single bone that joins paired limbs to the body. And these guys are the Sarcopterygian fish. Coelacanths, the Australian lungfish, the African lungfish, and a whole bunch of extinct guys. It's a very, very small group. especially of the living members. I mean, the living members, it's like coelacanths and lungfish. And compare that to the tens of thousands, probably, species of actinopterygians that you have. But no one is proposing that we descend from an actinopterygian. Instead, we share this characteristic with lobe-finned fish. And that is this single connection to the body. And this bone right here is their humerus. It's their upper arm bone. And it's developmentally the same as a humerus, meaning you could take the genetic instructions to make their humerus and you can stick it in a mouse embryo, and the mouse is going to develop a humerus just like normal. It's the same bone. So in physical traits, we see this total similarity tree, right? Like all of these guys down here, you have lungfish, which are animals but not chordates. And then you have flatworms get kicked out because flatworms are animals but not chordates. And then lungfish, which are, let me start over. I'm getting sleepy. Here we have a family tree that's based off of the total similarity of physical characteristics of these animals. And the animals that we have are a flatworm, a lamprey, a shark, a ray-finned fish, lungfishes and coelacanths, and tetrapods. How do we group them by the most amount of characteristics that they actually have? Flatworms, they have the characteristics of an animal but not a chordate. Lamprey have the characteristics of chordates, but they don't have jaws, right? They don't have any jaws at all, like bony jaws. So they get kicked out. Sharks have bony jaws, but not bony skeletons, so they don't get to be in this osteichthyes group. And then the split after osteichthyes is these ray-finned or ray-limbed fish, and then the lobe-finned or lobe-limbed fish, or animals, if you would prefer. And that is where lungfish and coelacanths and these early tetrapods fall, because they share that characteristic amongst many others. But what's a tetrapod? Like, what is a tetrapod? Tetrapods, simplistically, are vertebrate animals, or vertebrate sarcopterygians, with 4 limbs and identifiable digits, right? Fingers and toes. Legless animals like snakes and caecilians and cetaceans do get included anyways because, one, they have the genes for those characteristics and or an immense amount of genetic similarity to the animals that do have them. Developmentally, they have these traits. They are overwhelmingly more similar to other legged tetrapods compared to fish. So for instance, like a whale might share with a shark that it doesn't have hind legs, but every other whale characteristic aligns it more with mammals. So in totality, it's more similar to mammals. And so because it's a mammal and mammals are all tetrapods, that's kind of what pulls it in that direction. This is what, in some of these guys, it gets kind of difficult because you can lose traits too, which is why genetics is the top dog. And the cladistic definition is they descend from tetrapods. But all of these play a role. The most important thing, though, is this phylogenetic tree that I've got here to the right, because this is a tree based off of genes, right? And when we look at the tree based off of genes, lungfish and coelacanths, those guys share more with the tetrapods, right, than they do with the ray-finned fish. And that's what makes them united into a group. Now, Tetrapoda is the biggest group that we've covered so far. We've already covered like cetaceans and birds and mammals. So we're going to limit the scope to the first tetrapods, which are like lizardy, amphibious looking things. And then we're going to work backwards in time, or I should say forwards in time, starting with these primitive lobe-finned fish that people think are an ancestor of tetrapods. And we're going to go forwards. So we're going to start with the fish and go to the tetrapod. So the earliest terrestrial tetrapods have a ton of characteristics that make them really distinct from lobe-finned fish, right? First, they have big, flat, wide skulls. They have a neck, right? Fish don't have necks. They have simplified vertebral bodies that specialize. So their neck vertebrae are different from their thoracic vertebrae, which are different from their lumbar vertebrae, and so on and so forth. And they also have ribs that are regionalized. So like you can see that the length of the rib on this top guy, Seymoria, is different and longer in the front as compared to the back, right? The area where the belly should be, the ribs are really, really short. And furthermore, there are no ribs on the neck. And the same is true for all of these Permian synapsids down here, who we talked about last time. These guys also have a pectoral girdle. So the pectoral girdle is just like the skeletal system that holds up your forelimbs. So it's your clavicle and your shoulder blade and your humerus, the bone of your upper arm. And then they also have arms, and hands with digits. Likewise, they have a pelvic girdle or hips with hind limbs and ankle and digits down there too. So like that's a pretty big step. Terrestrial tetrapods also breathe air and they've lost their gills and they walk on land, right? Now, from a couple of different sources, I was thinking like, how do we actually tell, whether something used lungs or gills or both? And the answer is they leave skeletal clues as to whether or not something breathed using lungs or whether it used gills. If something had internal gills, they actually have grooves, like fully on gill arches that tend to preserve to show you where the gills would have gone. And if something breathes, specifically if something has a neck and breathes with its chest, like takes deep breaths using a diaphragm, it tends to have curved ribs that are really flexible, right? Like humans, you think when you take a breath, your entire rib cage expands and contracts. And it works the same way for whales and dogs and snakes and crocodiles. Tetrapods also have, not tetrapods, animals that breathe air, but also probably have gills too, have these features called spiracles, which are modified gill slits. And the only animals that have these spiracles today are animals that, as you'll see, have gills and lungs. And the way that they use their lungs is they gulp the air at the surface instead of breathing in using a diaphragm. And those same types of guys tend to have choanae, which are internal nostrils. And those internal nostrils allow them to shunt the air to their lung or lungs that they have near their swim bladder. Now, we also have to be really clear what we mean by walking, right? Like there are a lot of fish that can kind of walk, right? Lungfish get fully out of water and will like wiggle their way to neighboring pools when their pools dry up. This walking catfish is maneuvering his way on the concrete. This frogfish walks around on the bottom of the seafloor. And this little mud skipper here, as you'll see in this video that I took of a mud skipper in Malaysia, moves by like propelling themselves, dragging themselves forward using their pectoral fins, almost like limbs. No other fish really does that. But that's not walking. Like none of this is walking. None of this counts as walking. If modern tetrapods evolved from sarcopterygian fish, it should be obvious genetically and from the fossil record. Evolution sets up the usual predictions from here. We should see it taxonomically, developmentally, paleontologically, and via genetics, right? Kind of like with the coin and the layer and the archaeological layer, all the arrows should point in the same direction. So we'll talk about the fossil record and move forward. Early sarcopterygians. The oldest sarcopterygian that we have here is Gaiu, who's at 427 million years of age. These guys are getting pretty old. And the younger end, we have, I think this is a crazy name, Gulagonia at 360 million years. So early sarcopterygians are like, they look like fish, right? I mean, you look at them and you're like, that's a fish. But they do have a couple of characteristics that pull them in the tetrapod direction. Notably, the roof of their skull looks like what tetrapod skulls will look like later on. And it's got that patterning that is preceding, and when I say patterning, I mean the pattern of how the bones meet one another, not like a pattern, like a color, right? Like it's how the bones are actually meeting on the roof of that skull. It looks more like tetrapods than it does any other fish. They don't have a neck though. They have a really primitive looking, like fishy vertebral column. Their ribs are just like these weak little fish looking ribs. And obviously they don't have any limbs. But they do have one thing that's kind of interesting that hints at a limb. And that is, if you can see in this fossil Eusthenopteron limb here, they have a humerus. And they don't just have a humerus like living lungfish and like living coelacanth do. Attached to that humerus are a radius and an ulna, which no living non-tetrapod sarcopterygian has, right? Like lungfish have one, and then one, and then one, and then they're rays. Instead, these guys, these early sarcopterygians have one bone, and then they have two bones, like later tetrapods would, the thing that defines the tetrapod clade. They don't have it, but they have the beginnings of it. Do they have lungs, or do they have gills, or do they have both? They have both. So Eusthenopteron, like this drawing here and this real lungfish below, they had bony anchors for gills, but like modern lungfish, we think they probably also gulped air into their lungs. And the reason why we think this is because they have both of the characteristics that modern lungfish use, to pull air into their primitive lungs, which, like, lungfish have lungs. That's in and of itself kind of interesting, but it's not identical to the kind of lung that you or I have. What these guys use their lungs for is they gulp air into basically it's basically a swim bladder, right? Or it looks a lot like a swim bladder. It's just this really highly vascularized sac. And when they come to the surface and gulp air, because they don't have a diaphragm, so they can't pull air into their lungs, they have to like suck it in through their mouths. They force it into that lung. And because that lung is so vascularized and all of those vessels are right at the surface, much like the alveoli in our lungs, but in one big single sac instead of a branching pattern like in mammals or in other tetrapods, they exchange gas. So they can pull oxygen from the air using this lung just because there's so many vessels right at the surface of this really thin membrane. And that's what allows them to breathe air, pull oxygen from the air, when the environments that they live in are poor in oxygen in the water. It's a really valuable trick, right, in their brackish environments. And what's really cool is that when we reconstruct the environment that Eusthenopteran lived in and sort of other Sarcopterygians like it, it looks like the environment that lungfish live in today. Now, we got to talk about the evolution of lungs, right? So Darwin thought that tetrapod lungs, as you saw from his quote earlier, evolved from the swim bladder. So this is where the swim bladder is in the fish. You can see it. It's this sort of hot dog looking thing located up top or dorsally to the stomach. Swim bladders are specialized organs that fill with air to allow the fish to change its position in the water column. It basically allows them to float or sink without having to waste energy swimming up or swimming down. It's a really, really cool adaptation, right? And it's very similar to the lung that we saw in those lungfish. It's just a sac that they fill with air or pull air from. But intriguingly, lungfish don't have a swim bladder. Lungfish have lungs where their swim bladder should be, and they live in these transitional habitats and are capable of moving outside of the water. So a dissection here shows you really they only have one lung. Like you've got a left and right lung labeled here in this lungfish. Really, it's one structure. It's not like a properly paired lung. It looks more like a swim bladder that they just use as a lung. But in fish, at least in most of these ray fin fish, the swim bladder is no longer connected to the esophagus. So a fish can't gulp air into its swim bladder. They force air into it by pulling it or pushing it from their blood itself, which is insane. But this makes an interesting suggestion that you've probably already come to that conclusion here in a second. It's not that lungs evolved from swim bladders. Swim bladders evolved from primitive lungs. And the reason we know this is because the most primitive of the ray fin fish, so on their side of the split, not with these Sarcopterygians like coelacanth or lungfish, properly on the way to the thousands of fish that we have today, you have ray fin fish that have lungs, like how a lungfish does, and no swim bladder either, like in the Bashir. I think it's the Bashir. When you sequence the genome of these animals, of these most primitive living ray fin fish, they also have the genes to develop lungs. And in fact, even modern fish, like not modern fish, but like more derived fish, like a goldfish, has many of the genes that create lungs, but they just use them to create their swim bladder during development. So some of the ray fin species who have lost their lungs completely, and this is like an interesting like clue that these things derive from the same structure, because sturgeon, which are the ray fin fish in question here, they have a swim bladder and they don't have a primitive lung like how a lungfish does, but the arterial blood supply to that swim bladder is the same arterial blood supply that feeds a lungfish's lung. So it's literally the same setup. They just haven't rerouted those veins and arteries yet. And of course, ray fin fish still have the genetic toolkit to make lungs. They just express the genes differently. This is sort of that no new information required, but we're talking about an organ here, an entire organ that doesn't really require anything new. It's just an acceptation. The primitive lung itself then becomes the basic condition. So how did the primitive lung evolve, right? Like if the swim bladder comes from the lung, how and why did the lung evolve in the first place? And the current thinking, looking at embryology for these guys, is that the primitive lung evolves from an outpouching during gut development because lamprey, these guys aren't sharks, they're not fish, of any kind, they're like more, quote unquote primitive compared to all of them. They have some of the genes to make lungs, but they don't use them to make lungs, right? Like the machinery is there. They're just using them for something different. And they additionally maintain this really weird, that's what this which came first, the lungs or the breath paper talks about, as well as this one on top. They maintain this weird gulping behavior that is almost identical to the type of gulping behavior that you see in lungfish that they use to pull air from the surface when they come up to the top. But lamprey don't use it for that. Instead, they use it as like a regulator for their cardiovascular system, if memory serves. So you can check this by looking at the fossil record, right? And it turns out primitive lungs appear before swim bladders do in the fossil record. And this guy, Bothriolepis canadensis, who's like a really funky looking fish. So all of this, the genetics and the fossil records seem to support, okay, lung first, swim bladder second, and then like actual really good vertebrate lungs later. Because remember, things like lungfish, they don't actually breathe. They have to gulp that air using basically their cheeks. So could Eusthenopteron and Sarcopterygians like it walk on land? No, not a shot. These guys have these wimpy little fins, right? They are supported by more bone than lungfish today. So if push came to shove, they could probably do that wiggling thing better than modern lungfish do because they've got a more rigid pectoral fin. But they're not doing it anywhere near like what is required of a tetrapod. Okay, so what comes next temporally? Well, next comes Panderichthys. Panderichthys is a really beautiful little fossil, and it's got a couple of more characteristics that are tetrapody, right? Namely, it's got this big, flat, tetrapod-looking skull, and that roofing pattern, again, is the same as what we see later on. Those bones are fitting together like they will in like amphibians and lizards and synapsids. But they still don't have a neck, and even though they have some regionalization, right? They don't have any ribs coming off of the vertebrae that lead to their neck. They still don't have much going on in the way of specialization of their vertebral column. Mostly it's just a vertebra is a vertebra, a vertebrae is a vertebrae. I always mess up the plural on that. And a rib is a rib. They also have like a partial pectoral girdle with a really clear humerus, radius, and ulna. And unlike Eusthenopteron that came before, they've actually got the beginnings of some wrist bones. And the way that we know this is because they CT scanned the fossil and you can identify some of the wrist bones, like these primitive wrist bones attached to ray fins at the end. Their hind fin, though, this one back here, is like even more primitive than the forefin is, right? Like it looks just like a fish fin, basically. To be clear, A, C, and E here are the forefin or like the arm of Eusthenopteron, right? And then Panderichthys in the middle. And then after that is like a tetrapod, right? Like a tetrapody looking thing with all these digits. And then below is the hind fin of Eusthenopteron, of Panderichthys, and then Acanthostaca. So like it does seem to fit kind of in the middle. Like that's convenient. So I want to talk just for a really brief second because I know we're already going too long probably. But when I'm talking about this roofing pattern, here's what I mean. So here's a look at the top of the skull of a bunch of different ray-finned fishes, starting with really, really primitive ones and then moving more modern to like modern fish that you're looking down at the top of the fish's head here at its little skull. And then you have the tetrapod pattern here on the right, going from Eusthenopteron to Panderichthys to a bona fide lizard-looking tetrapod, Metoposaurus, and then that one at the top is a fox. And so what they're basically saying here is that Panderichthys kind of fits in the middle with regard to its skull roofing pattern. Could it walk on land? Probably not. But it was probably capable of pulling itself on its belly for at least limited periods of time, not unlike walking catfish do today, but just like what we saw with like Eusthenopteron and the lungfish, a little bit more efficiently. There have been two really good papers here, both by Boisvert, I think I'm saying that correctly, on like the fore and hind fin of Panderichthys. And they're like, okay, like it was probably strong enough to drag itself along for a pretty long time, but it's not able to push up. It can't actually hold its weight on those limbs. They're not weight bearing, for lack of a better term. Okay, Tiktaalik, that's next. Now keep in mind, we are moving through time here, right? We started at about 390 million years ago for Eusthenopteron, much earlier for Sarcopterygian fish in general. And then we had Panderichthys at about 380-ish. And then now or about 385-ish, I should say. And then now we're looking at Tiktaalik and closely related fishopods like Elpistegi right here. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce it because I've tried before and I always sound really bad. Kikitania, I think is how you say that, which is another sort of fishapod from the same area. So Tiktaalik's really famous, and for good reason. The reason why Tiktaalik is so famous for being a transitional species is because when it was discovered, it filled a really major physical and also temporal gap between fish, like fishy-looking fish, and tetrapods. But the main reason it gets a lot of press is because it was predicted ahead of its discovery. So Neil Shubin was early in his career, and he was researching tetrapod evolution, and he wanted to investigate the gap that existed between fish and tetrapods. Using current knowledge of evolutionary biology and geology, he found rocks of the right age that were within the gap, right? Rocks of the right type, rocks that were exposed to the surface. And then he sort of described, for lack of a better term, what he was looking for, right? What should fill that gap morphologically between Eusthenopteron and these bona fide tetrapods that we already had from the fossil record. There was a big gap here that everybody really wanted to fill. So he pulled out this paper. I took this screenshot from one of his documentaries, and he was like, okay, well, people have already searched in Pennsylvania here, and they've already searched over here in Greenland. Let's try the Canadian Arctic. And that's where some exposed Devonian rocks of the right age are. So they went, and after a few field seasons success, here's him holding, I don't think that's the actual fossil, but it might be. Maybe it is. At the site itself, Tiktaalik was discovered in the Arctic Circle, or Arctic in general. So why is Tiktaalik so important? And I should say Tiktaalik and its close relatives like Elpistegi and Kikitania, because they share these traits too. Well, one, it's got this big, flat, wide skull. It has a neck, which is a first in this lineage, but the mobility is limited. So it's probably able to kind of move it from side to side, but it wasn't like nodding its head like how you or me or a dog could do. It's also got really basic regionalization now in that vertebral column and in the ribs too, in what is preserved of them, because a lot of them are busted up. But the big reason Tiktaalik is famous is because of its limbs, right? Namely, its pectoral girdle. It's got a big pectoral girdle, like its scapula, so shoulder blade, and its clavicle or its collarbone are really big. And it's got a massive, robust humerus with a radius and an ulna. It also has wrist bones that are more advanced than what we saw in Panderichthys before it, but they end still in those fish rays. However, what Neil Shubin noted is that specifically the robusticity of this fin here, this guy could do a pull-up or a push-up. Not a pull-up, can you imagine? This guy could do a push-up, right? It could bend at the elbow and actually push its body up off the ground. The surface area of that fin is wide enough. The muscle attachment sites are there. This thing could push itself up out of the water. However, the hind fins, which have only recently been published on, as well as the recent pectoral or pelvic girdle attached to them, wimpy. It's not doing much, right? I mean, it cannot bear any weight on those hind legs. Even though it has like ankle bones as well, these things are stiff and they're limp and they're weak. So does it have lungs or gills? Just like with Panderichthys before it does have both, as indicated by those spiracles and by those choanae. It's probably doing something similar to what lungfish are doing, which means it could fully get out of the water and breathe just fine. It's just going to have to gulp the entire time, but it could survive. Looking a little closer at that forelimb so you can see what I mean, there's the humerus of Eusthenopteron in H over on A, sort of manically dragging my cursor over it, along with the radius and the ulna. And you can see both are a little bit more developed in Panderichthys, but more importantly are these little blocky wrist bones down here at the bottom. And then Tiktaalik at C, where we have this humerus, a radius, and an ulna, really clear bona fide wrist bones, right? Big blocky wrist bones that have developmental analogies to what you see in like a frog. And then in Acanthostega, same thing. We really only have like one wrist bone for it, but it did have wrist bones more derived than what we would see for Tiktaalik. And just as a frame of reference, That is what a modern non-tetrapod sarcopterygian looks like compared to Eusthenopteron. And this is what a human arm looks like compared to Acanthostega, who we haven't talked about yet. This more derived guy over here we haven't mentioned. So the development of the forefin or limb as we reach Tiktaalik and its kin, like Elpistostegi, reveal that the tetrapod limb pattern has basically arrived in its most primitive state. This here is a comparison of that same lungfish, and then below it is a mouse forelimb. And you can see that like Tiktaalik shares more with the mouse. It's got that humerus, the radius of the ulna again, and a couple of those proto digits, or excuse me, carpals or wrist bones that you can see a whole lot better illustrated over here for Elpistostegi in color coding. So you can see actually after the CT scan without it rotating and without my cursor manically dragging all over the place, what is what. So how do you get limbs, right? The mystery of how new body plans develop was like this open question for a long time because it seems really easy to go the other way, right? It's not that hard to lose legs like you see in a snake or like in a whale, or to lose digits like you see in horses, which only have the one. And like gaining legs in bugs doesn't seem that impressive either. You're just duplicating it and getting an extra segment. So like how do you get new body plans in the first place? Go ahead.
I would argue losing legs doesn't make any sense evolutionarily.
It depends on.
That would seem to me to hurt the fitness of any animal that started losing legs.
We can well, I don't know. We could go in. Do you want to get into that now?
I just want to throw it out there that I'm thinking it.
Yeah. Think about like, okay, think about it this way. Let's say that I go travel, let's say I'm traveling, right? And I've got a big, awesome, puffy white coat. And this puffy white coat is one of those like really high-tech ones that keeps you warm in basically any condition. It's like down. It's a perfect coat. And as I'm walking along, I'm touring through Northern Europe or something like that. And it's freezing cold all the time, but I don't notice because I'm wearing my really wonderful, nice coat. And maybe I'm like one of the Instagram travel influencers that I've been watching lately. And I decide that I want to take my bike and ride my bike from Norway all the way down to South Africa. There are like 20 people doing this journey right now, and I'm following all of them, I guess. Let's say I want to make that journey. So I get my bike, I've got my coat, and I'm riding, and the whole time I'm doing great, through Norway, down through Northern or through Central Europe. But as I cross into Africa, it starts to get really hot, like really hot. And I'm sweating a lot. And not only am I sweating, but every time I have to like pack and repack my stuff, I've got that flipping gigantic puffy coat, and it's taking up so much space, and it's making me sweat a lot, and it's a pain in my butt to carry around. So what do I do with the coat? I leave it. I ditch the coat, right? Like we've all done this on a trip before, or just in regular life. You have something that used to be useful and then it ceases to be, so you get rid of it. In the case of animals like whales, for example, when they became fully aquatic, their legs weren't offering them any benefit. And in fact, they take energy to maintain. And so it isn't that they actively got rid of them. It's just that when individuals were born with smaller legs, there was no fitness detriment at all. In fact, those individuals burned fewer calories maintaining those legs or building them in the first place. And so what ends up happening over time in the loss of any structure is just it fades because individuals that have it aren't getting any benefit from it. In fact, they're just wasting metabolic energy. So that's why you might lose legs in something like a whale. And something like snakes, it's actually probably because it was beneficial for them to get them out of the way for their particular type of locomotion and for what they were hunting. But it depends on who you talk to for whether snakes evolved in like a marine or in like a dry habitat.
Okay, I'll keep thinking about it. I struggle to think that having legs and the benefits that comes with the process of losing them would be beneficial, especially for something like a snake.
Yeah, snakes I can look into, but it does at least make sense for the whales.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Cool. All right. So how do you make a leg, right? Like I think we can agree at least that making a leg is harder than losing one. How do you make them in the first place? So limbs form during the development embryonically, right? And they form during development via a cascade of biochemical signals that are initiated at conception due to specific genes and regulatory elements. That's a mouthful. Here's what's actually going on. When the sperm meets the egg and the egg starts to, or the blastocyst, you start to divide, it's like pushing over a domino, right? Conception is a domino, and the development that triggers off of it biochemically goes off in several different directions that are determined by the genes, right? And by the regulatory elements that manage those genes. It is very, very, very complicated, and I am not qualified to teach it to you, but I'm going to do my best to give you a simplified version. Limb buds form really early on in ray-finned fish and tetrapods alike. So when I say limb buds, I mean early on in development, this little critter here, which is a chicken, which you can see from its little face, it's got a little bud for the forelimb and a little bud for the hind limb. And this takes place like within the first few weeks. It becomes evident where the limbs are going to go. The development of the limb from there, to my shock, is it's much simpler than I thought it was. Here's how it works. You have a lot of genes that are highly conserved in your genome, and everybody is like this. In fact, most organisms are like this. And those genes are called Hox genes. They're a type of homeobox genes, and they're basically body plan genes. They're found in virtually every animal, but the number of Hox genes that you have differs depending on the critter that you are. It's worth noting here that Amphioxus, which is an animal that's like very, very, it's more primitive than a lamprey. And then you have a lamprey that's got 2 of these Hox clusters, right? Amphioxus has got 1, a lamprey's got 2. Ancestral jawed fish have 4. Humans and all other tetrapods like mice or dogs or monkeys or birds also all have 4. Gar, which are technically ray-finned fish, maintain 4. But fish have 8. Ray-finned fish have 8. And I think it's pretty clear to see what happened here. So from Amphioxus to jawless fish, you just duplicate the whole thing. That's one mutation. You go from 1 Hox cluster to 2. And then from jawless fish to jawed fish, another duplication, 2 to 4. But 4 seems to work pretty well because it doesn't change again until you get to ray-finned fish, and they go from 4 to 8. Why? I don't have the answer to that. They have double the amount of body plan genes as a human does, as any tetrapod does.
Sorry, where are you getting 8 from?
Do you see this cluster over here?
Yes.
By fugu, salmon, and zebrafish. There's 8 by zebrafish. There is 8 by the salmon, and there's 8 by the fugu.
Okay,
I think
all right.
1, 2.
It looks
3,
like
4,
different numbers.
5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting 8 for the zebrafish. Maybe it's the same. Maybe there's more than 1 salmon here. But check this attached paper. It's definitely 8 for at least zebrafish. I don't know why. You're right. I mean, that doesn't look like it's 8 for each one, but for sure it is. That's what I read.
Okay.
If that paper's right, I guess. but I know it's a doubling. So let's put it there for a second. What do Hox genes do? They're controllers. They're basically controller genes, and they tell other genes when to turn on and off, and in doing so, they organize the body early in development. Because of this, the biochemical cascade from Hox genes onward in those little limb buds, for our purposes today, is really critical for an organism to develop typically. And it also means that really small changes or really small mutations that affect early stages in development have enormous consequences downstream. So how do things typically progress? We're going to do it the really simple way. I stole this from BioLogos. Step 1, a limb bud within a limb bud, like this one from a paper by Zeller et al. 2009 over here, a chemical signal is set off within that limb bud. Let's call that chemical signal A. And A triggers the growth of a simple primordial limb bud by chemically telling those cells that are there to divide. Then, because this is a chemical signal and it's not like a laser, it also triggers a secondary signal, B, which causes the bud to grow even more, perhaps even faster, right? So you've got a signal to tell it to grow, and then you've got another signal that might be the speed of growth. Because these signals are, again, radiating out from this limb bud, they're going to have different effects depending on the distance from the original signaler, as you'll see here in a little bit more. But But as that limb grows, it effectively triggers another localized signal, C, and that localized signal is going to dictate the bud to have a front and a back. It's an organizer signal. So growth basically starts, it expands outward, and once it reaches a certain level, the cells that are within that limb bud are triggered by a chemical there in that limb bud to determine a front and back, to orient itself. And that's important because we're not blobs with limbs going in all directions. We have a head, like a top end. We have a bottom end, right? We have two limbs on two sides, a left side and a right side. We have a front and a back. And this is the case for all tetrapods, right? So this is a really important signal, not just for the body, but for the limbs in particular, because your thumb and your pinky aren't the same. Neither is your radius or your ulna. So that localized signal, right, is going to trigger another signal, D, and basically create a growth feedback loop. And that's what causes that limb to grow outward in accordance with the genes that are at play here, that are determining which features grow when via these biochemical signals that are like dominoes falling into one another. The growth stops when those signaling centers that are releasing them, the biochemical signaling centers, which were originally close together, become too far apart to basically receive one another's signals. That's how I understand it. When these genes mutate, there are consequences, for better or for worse. In this left image here, these are piglets, I believe, and you have one that's genetically normal. One has two copies of, right, you get two copies of your genes, right? One for mom, one for dad. In this second one, they have one normal gene and one abnormal one. But in this last one, they have an abnormal growth factor gene that plays a role in limb development. I couldn't tell you for the life of me, because I don't do Evo-Devo, which of these chemical signals it is, but it's one of them for sure, because I got this from the same article. But it's abnormal, it's disrupted. And because it's disrupted, this piglet didn't grow any limbs. On the other hand, they don't always have to be negative. In this spider, which had a disruption to its antennapedia gene, it developed an entire extra set of functional legs. So this spider has 10 legs instead of 8. So how do digits develop, right? Because we could basically look at that limb development thing and be like, so what? Fish do that too. I'm using fish colloquially, of course. Limbs roughly develop in 3 phases that are the same in all critters, right? All of our animals, mammals and birds and reptiles and fish, or I should say like our chordates, maybe, vertebrates. And the degree to which these phases are similar is so precise that you can actually take developing patches of cells from like a mouse and stick them into a fish, or take them from a fish and stick them into a mouse, and the limb will develop normally as it should, because these are conserved through the same biochemical signals in all of them, and they work the same in all of them to a certain degree, right? Once you get late enough in the process, they really start to differ, and that's how you get the difference between a fin or a wing or digits. Whether you end up with a fin or digits or a wing depends in part on the expression of a gene called sonic hedgehog. I don't know why they named it that. I think they were just into Sonic the Hedgehog, but it's SHH or Sonic Hedgehog. The way that Sonic Hedgehog works is in this limb bud, it starts to express over here kind of on the side, and it's a chemical expression. So it's kind of like spraying Febreze in a room. If I'm spraying Febreze and you're standing right next to me, you're going to smell it really, really strong. But if you're on the other side of the room, it's going to be way fainter. The same is true with Sonic Hedgehog expressing biochemically, and depending on whether or not the cells, these sort of progenitor limb cells, are closer or further away, is going to determine what they become. So here's a mouse, right? And over here to the furthest left, we're looking at the forelimb of the mouse here. You have a normally developing mouse limb. There's the shoulder blade and the humerus and the radius and the ulna, and it's got all 5 digits. But when you start messing around with Sonic Hedgehog, you start getting some problems, right? Sometimes you end up with no hand at all. Or in this muted Sonic Hedgehog, you end up with 1 digit, because when it started expressing, a digit started to develop here, but there wasn't enough of it. And so you get 1 sad little partial digit. In Sonic Hedgehog GLI3 here, you express it too much. And so because of that, you end up with a ton of extra digits in this mouse. But the coolest thing is, scientists have, well, I guess it's a little bit cool and it's a little bit sad or Frankenstein-y, right? Scientists saw this and they realized that this patch of sonic hedgehog development could be clipped out. And so what they did is in developing chicks, they took the sonic hedgehog gene or expression patch, for lack of a better term, that's developing here in this chicken, and they just put it on the other side so that it would have two. They took one from a donor chick, and then they put it in the developing embryo of this first chick, and it ended up developing two full sets of fingers at the end of its limb bud. And that's all they did. That's all they changed. Nothing to the genome at all. Just this expression pattern. So there's a lot of power here, is what I'm saying. And what scientists did next, or what they've done relatively recently, is they've wondered, okay, can you start to get limbs from fish, like in the present? And so what they did is they looked at zebrafish, which are these little guys over here. They're just standard little fish. And in looking at the wide variety of different mutations and variations in color and form, they found a specific type of mutant, a zebrafish mutant, which develops limb-like structures that are complete with joints and muscles. So this is a regular zebrafish here in B, and underneath it in C, indicated again by my cursor sort of waggling back and forth, they develop these first few radials, right, that a normal fish would develop, but then more like Eusthenopteron or Tiktaalik or a lungfish, it develops two bones immediately after that. And what the authors said about this, they didn't induce this, by the way. This is a natural variation. They said, here we identify zebrafish mutants that form supernumerary long bones in their pectoral fins. These new bones integrate into musculature, form joints, and articulate with neighboring elements. This phenotype is caused by activating mutations in previously unrecognized regulators of appendage pathway VAV2 and WASLB that function in a common pathway. And they finish by saying, our findings reveal a latent limb-like pattern ability and fins that is activated by a simple genetic perturbation. I didn't know about this before I started researching for this series, and I really actually sat down and read it before today, and this is a really cool paper. I recommend it. It's kind of crazy. I kind of had thought when I saw this headline that they forced the fish to do this, but this is just a wild mutant that they're investigating. They bred it a lot and then have been investigating it. Okay, could Tiktaalik walk on land? I should say, could Tiktaalik and its kin walk on land? No, probably not. Definitely not like modern tetrapods. It was capable of bearing weight on those forelimbs for sure. It had the muscle attachment sites and everything. It could do a push-up with its forelimbs. But the best it's really going to do moving-wise is, again, similar to what we see like an advanced walking catfish, where it's sort of having to swing its body from side to side. And this is something that we can glean, again, from those muscle attachment sites that tell us where the muscles laid, how big they were, and thus how strong they were compared to the body of this thing. Obviously, also its little proto-limb down here is strong enough to bear the weight itself without crumpling like the rays of a fin would. This is a precursor that's necessary to terrestrial walking, but it's important to note that this gave Tiktaalik an edge in its own right? Like the ability to move on land, even for short distances, is like super helpful for fish and amphibians today. So even though it seems like it's like on the way to walking and it's kind of doing a shitty job of it, in actuality, this would have been very beneficial for Tiktaalik just as Tiktaalik. And then over here on the right, you've got a nice skeletal comparison of some of these guys. So next up are Acanthostega and Ichthyostega. These guys are also pretty famous. There are some of their fossils. These guys are like smaller than Tiktaalik was, interestingly. And when you look at them, they've got like most of the suite of tetrapod characteristics. They've got a neck. They've got that big flat wide skull with a tetrapod roofing pattern. They've got simplified vertebral column with local specialization, and they've got those regionalized ribs, no ribs on their neck. They've got bellies, for their guts, and probably were capable, as we'll see here in a second, of doing some kind of gulping breathing. It doesn't look like these guys had lungs like we do quite yet. But most importantly for this conversation of tetrapods is they had digits. They had digits on their hands and on their feet. And they had lungs and gills still. So could they walk on land? Probably not. Even though they look like really solid tetrapody looking guys, when scientists have reconstructed, again, their biomechanics on the basis of those muscle attachment sites, it doesn't look like they could bear their weight and like fully move those limbs without dragging their belly on the ground and sort of clawing themselves forward, not unlike lungfish or walking catfish do today. Out of water, they would have just pulled themselves along with their really strong front limbs, but there's no rear drive on these guys. They didn't have a terrestrial gait, even if they were way more capable than Tiktaalik that came before, due in part to the fact that they've got hands and feet. It's just the limbs that are attached to those hands and feet aren't super great at walking. So like, why develop them in the first place? And the reason is pretty interesting. Animals that are like these guys and fully committed to the water, like axolotls, use their hands to hold on to vegetation underwater in the face of currents and to pull themselves along fast on the bottom of the river or lake that they're living in, and to forage for prey. So they're not using their hands for walking, which means that hands and feet didn't evolve for walking. They had a purpose that was helpful to the animal in and of itself. But even in addition to the fact that they weren't great walkers, there are some fishy remnants to these guys. Both of them have a lateral line system as adults. This is something that modern fish use to help, they're like mechanoreceptors to help them tell where they are in the water and like distinguish currents, like fine currents, especially when they're schooling. So like the fact that both of these guys have a lateral line system tells us that they probably still spent a ton of time in the water. Both of them still have gill coverings too. And while Ichthyostega rather has a small fin tail, Acanthostega's got this big beefy fin tail. Like these guys are bona fide looking tetrapods, but they're not spending a lot of time out of the water. So what was? By 350 million years ago, we've got this like absolute chunky looking dude, Pedurpes, kind of like a freaky looking guy. Pedurpes is not that big and doesn't really seem that impressive until you take a closer look, because Pedurpes had all of the previously mentioned tetrapod traits, except it could walk. Pedurpes had a really robust pectoral girdle and a really robust pelvic girdle, and it has a rib cage that's derived like modern tetrapods, which means it's got specialization in the front and no ribs in the back. This, in addition to the fact that it's lost those spiracles and choanae, tell us that it's probably breathing using lungs. We can't say for sure, but it doesn't have like it doesn't seem to have the ability to gulp air anymore, and it certainly doesn't have any gill covers, so it's got to be breathing somehow. And the rib cage looks like the kind of rib cage that you would find in something that like us that breathes air actively. Another cool thing about Pedurpes is that it was a really critical fossil in filling this gap called Romer's Gap that for a long time didn't really have any fossils in it. Finally, Pedurpes is interesting because it's got fingers and toes, and specifically it's got 5 fingers and toes. I didn't mention this before because I wanted to do it now, but when digits first show up, the number is all over the place, right? Acanthostega has 8 fingers and toes. Ichthyostega 7. Telurpeton 6. We didn't even talk about that guy. But by the time you reach Pedurpes, most of these tetrapods that are on land have only 5 fingers and 5 toes. Why? The thinking at present, and I read a little bit about this afternoon, so maybe somebody in chat can tell me if I'm totally wrong on this, but the thinking at present seems to be that 5 digits is the ideal amount of digits for bearing weight on a hand or on a foot if you're in like this sprawling stance. Whereas more digits and a broader hand like that is super helpful in the water because you've got basically a baseball glove to grip foliage. But the second you get out, those extra digits get in the way and they can't articulate as well with the wrist bones or with the ankle bones. And so it makes you a lot clumsier. Luckily, this isn't a hard shift. Changing the digit number is trivially easy. In mice, it happens all the time just naturally. It just so happens that extra digits in mice is not very helpful to them. It deserves mentioning, like, why leave the water at all? Around the time that these guys were living, this guy, Dunkleosteus, a gigantic plate-faced megafish, but it actually isn't a ray fin fish or a sarcopterygian fish. It's a totally different thing that's like in between them and sharks, sort of, called a placoderm, was swimming in the water. I mean, this thing's got a guillotine for a mouth. It's gigantic. It's very, very scary. Lots of predators just like Dunkleosteus were in fact swimming around during the Devonian. So a lot of paleontologists, a lot of paleontologists think that part of the pressure for getting out of the water was just everything was trying to eat you in it. And if you had an adaptation that could allow you even a little bit to get into the inland area, into the shallower waters, this big monster can't chase you there. And there's an added benefit of going to land because insects had already gotten there. It was like open season. The only thing that was on land was plants and insects. So if you're a tetrapod and you can survive on land even for just a little bit of time, it's like a buffet for you. So these are thought to be sort of two of the pressures that when those mutations that gave some of these early fish the ability, or I should say early Sarcopterygians, the ability to even survive a tiny bit on land, it was like runaway selection almost. But it is here that I must throw a monkey wrench into the story, right? Because this is really nice. This is a nice story. I really like this. This feels really good. But it's not that simple. In 2010, Per Ahlberg and his team discovered a set of trackways in Poland. These are called the Zakelmi prints. These trackways, along with other trackways dated to around the same time period, were made by a tetrapod that was about as advanced as Ichthyostega or Acanthostega. So something that is, at the very least, has 4 limbs and digits and is capable of kind of moving, ambulating along the ground out of the water. And this trackway is dated to about 390 million years ago, older than those species by 25 million years and older than Tiktaalik by 15 million years. Is this an out-of-place fossil, right? I think this is the best example, period, of an out-of-place fossil, because here's Tiktaalik and here's those prints. Way earlier than Tiktaalik, right? So this would seem to suggest that you've got tetrapods before the things that evolved into tetrapods. But it's not an out-of-place fossil, and here's why. Here are the guys we've talked about so far, placed in approximate order in millions of years ago, right? Eusthenopteron at about 385, and then all of these other precedingly more terrestrial-looking guys, and then here is our Zakelmi trackway. Problematic, right? Here are a bunch of earlier Sarcopterygians, and here are a bunch of earlier tetrapodomorphs. Meaning, these guys were not the first of their kind to be doing the things that they're doing. Now, these earlier remains aren't as sexy as these later ones, right? But they exist prior to the Zakelmi trackway by tens of millions of years. Meaning, the Zakelmi trackway, while it does preclude, in some senses, a nice, easy story that we once had, it isn't an out-of-place fossil because things that could have made them, or things similar to the things that could have made them, are found before it. And this is what I mean when I say you have to have an actual out-of-place fossil. I see this cited all the time as an out-of-place fossil from creationists, but my problem with it is it isn't. It's definitely problematic for Tiktaalik being the ancestor of all tetrapods. But I also don't know anybody saying that Tiktaalik is the ancestor of all tetrapods any more than I know anybody saying that Archaeopteryx is the ancestor of all birds or Basilosaurus is the ancestor of all cetaceans. I also wonder why this is the best example of an out-of-place fossil that I've seen, and we went from here for the origin of tetrapods to here in the geologic column, but we don't have a single example of something going from here to here. Right? There's no rabbit in the Cambrian. There's no mammal in the Devonian. There's no T-Rex in the Holocene. Everything seems to be ordered with other things that are like it in a broad sense, increasing complexity as we move through time. However, I wanted to do my due diligence. So I know Per Ahlberg. I actually know him, one of the lead authors on that Zakelmi trackway, because we've corresponded on an unrelated matter a couple of years ago. So I asked him, I was like, what do we think about this? Like, where do we stand? You know, I want to pick your brain about it. We're mutuals on Blue Sky, so we were messaging back and forth for the past couple days. And I have permission to share the following. I said, give me your opinion. And he said, you can share some of these vague things. Dr. Ahlberg, Per, has been working with several other people on a bunch of new sites and also several existing sites. And the tetrapod record from the Devonian is about to get a lot bigger. And these new taxa fill previously unfilled gaps in time and morphology. What I'm saying is he has a lot of stuff that are being written up right now, a lot of things that are being written up right now that are going to shake things up and fill some gaps in a major way. And I don't know this for sure because he couldn't tell me, but I suspect that it's going to be stuff that goes in here. Fills this gap a little, or not gap, I should say, but sort of populates this with tetrapods that look a lot more like these guys. And part of the reason why I think that's profound is because he's the one that published the controversial prints in the first place. And so I asked him, I was like, do you think they're, do you think they're problematic? And he was like, no, they're not problematic. They're problematic for Tiktaalik as an ancestor, but they're not problematic for tetrapod evolution because they don't predate the first lobe-finned fish or the first tetrapodomorph. So does that mean Tiktaalik is no longer a transitional fossil? No, it doesn't mean that. But it does mean that, like many of the feathered dinosaurs we talked about that lived alongside true birds during the Cretaceous, or like Basilosaurus, which lived at the same time as those Neosete whales that we talked about, it suggests that like probably Tiktaalik is not the actual ancestor of tetrapods. Now it could be. There are three sort of ideas that are competing to explain what's going on here. Some people think that the fossils that we have of Tiktaalik are late survivors of a much older lineage that did lead to tetrapods. And Tiktaalik is both kind of the ancestor, but also in sort of a gray wolves are the ancestors of dogs, but still exist kind of situation. We just are sampling a really late member of that lineage. I think that feels very convenient. I don't agree with that. The second is that Tiktaalik is a late surviving side branch of the group that led to tetrapods. I think that's perfectly fair. Right? Lungfish exist today, and so do coelacanths. They didn't go extinct just because tetrapods evolved. Why can't Tiktaalik be different or be the same?
Question.
Shoot.
Is it accurate we've only found coelacanth fossils in the same layer?
Say that again. What do you mean?
Whatever layer coelacanths are in the geologic column.
Yeah.
Is it accurate that every single time we found a coelacanth, it was in that layer?
No, we found several different members of the coelacanth family throughout the geologic column, and they're not all the same. So coelacanths are living fossils in the sense that we thought they were extinct, and they were not extinct. But they aren't living fossils in the sense that they haven't been evolving at all through time. They just haven't evolved very much. They've changed some, but not a lot since like the Devonian.
Okay.
The same is true for lungfish, right? Like I didn't mention any of them explicitly, but like we have fossil lungfish that look pretty similar to modern lungfish. And likewise, the first crocodilians that we have in the fossil record and like the Triassic, right when the dinosaurs were getting going, they look really similar to modern crocodiles. Now, there are key differences. Like they don't have all of the same characteristics. They just have a lot of them. It's kind of a case of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it works, why would anything push it in any given direction? Like coelacanths live in the middle of the ocean. Actually, mostly they live on continental shelves, I think. So they live on continental shelves in the deep ocean. What in their environment is changing that would push them in any given direction? I mean, they might go extinct if like the pH of the ocean turned to like super duper acidic or something like that, and then they might vanish. But like they're these big, really robust fish that live in a place that is basically the least subject to change on the entire planet. So even if they had a mutation that gave them fingers, it would probably just like disappear with that individual, or maybe some of its offspring would have it, and it might drift in and it might drift out, but like it's not going to give them any advantage. So why would it stay? Is the thinking.
Okay.
Cool. So basically the idea with Tiktaalik is probably not the ancestor of all tetrapods, but I don't think anybody's saying it is. I think people have said that. I think there's been bad science communication on that, but I just want to be very clear that the current science now, and the current science has been for quite some time now, that Tiktaalik is not the direct ancestor of all tetrapods. And anybody who tells you that something is a direct ancestor when we're this deep back in time, I think you should probably look at them with some suspicion, because I just don't think we can possibly know that. Okay, so evolution requires the following. We need mechanisms that explain how we get new variations, and we need a lot of time. We do have both of those things, right? Even if we're only using relative time, we do, according to counting varves or the accumulation of lime. So we got a lot of time to work with, and we do have mechanisms to produce new variation in the form of mutations. We also have taxonomically a nested hierarchy, right? Lungfish and coelacanths are more similar to other sarcopterygians than they are to any other fish. Likewise, they have some characteristics, namely that main sarcopterygian trait of that humerus that no other fish seem to have that connects them to the tetrapods more than to the other fish. Finally, paleontologically speaking, we do see the emergence of the tetrapod-like traits in the fossil record. And genetically, we do have many of these pathways for how do you actually get a limb from a fin? How do you get digits, right? How do you get a lung? So my thinking on this is if tetrapods didn't descend from sarcopterygian fish, it definitely looks like they did. And that's kind of teeing you up, right, for how do you tell the difference? If these guys are differently created groups, how can we tell? Because I think some of them are probably related. I think a creationist, I should say, would say that some of them are probably related. But I want to know where the line is drawn and why it's drawn there. All right, quick bit on multicellularity, but it's very short. So multicellularity is a big step also. At this point, we've discussed how a ton of major transitions can happen, and we've talked about them genetically, and then we've talked about genetically, how could they occur, like what pathways could be utilized, and then we've also talked about how they did happen, right? We've looked at the fossil record and seen the same pathways genetically recapitulate themselves as we move more recently in the geologic column. But multicellularity is a really big step too, right? Moving to land is big, but going from single cellular to multicellular and all of the things that entails, like the specialization of cells, is an enormous step. I didn't know this straight up until today. In my teaching, I guess, in my education, multicellularity showed up in the fossil record like sub 1 million years. Like maybe 700 or 800 million years ago is my thinking for multicellularity. But a recent paper came out that is arguing that it's over twice that old, that we actually have multicellular life that is very, very simple and evidently just stays simple for at 1.6 billion years ago. It's called Shishania magnifica. And the picture of it is here on the bottom. I have not looked into it. That's why I say uncontroversially multicellularity is about 700 million years old. And then this has a lot of citations though. Like, I don't know, somebody in the chat maybe inform us and tell us if you study multicellularity, like, is this winning people over or not? I don't know enough about the subject to say, but I thought I'd put it in here because it is a recent discovery. Certainly though, by 600 million years ago, we have complex multicellular life in the form of these ediacaran organisms. So these sort of earliest members of major animal and plant phyla today that have some of them, I should say, have their origins prior to the Cambrian. But they're simple. So here's the big punchline. We have experimentally evolved multicellularity from single cellular organisms in both algae and yeast, two different single cellular organisms. These experiments are insane. I hope they're going to blow your mind because they blew my mind when I learned about them, but I have known about them for quite some time. But they still, when I was rereading them today, my jaw was kind of on the floor. So in this one on the left, de novo origins of multicellularity in response to predation, they say here we show that the de novo or out of nothing origins of simple multicellularity can evolve in response to predation. We subjected outcrossed populations of the unicellular algae, Chlamydomonas, to selection by filter feeding predator, a specific type of paramecium. 2 of the 5 experimental populations evolved multicellular structures not observed in unselected control populations within 750 asexual generations. So we're going to talk a tiny bit more in depth about this in a second, but basically they took a bunch of unicellular algae and then they put a predator in there. And multicellularity evolved as a result of this paramecium eating all these algae, and the ones that had mutations that allowed them to cluster, the paramecium literally, for lack of a better term, couldn't fit them in its mouth. And so it survived, reproduced, and its offspring had that same characteristic of clumping, of behaving clonally, which means it was heritable. It was heritable multicellularity. I thought that was really cool, but this other one is actually way cooler, and it's more recent. This paper, Multicellularity in Yeast, says after 600 rounds of selection, snowflake yeast in the anaerobic treatment group evolved to be macroscopic. Here are the stats on this. It became 2 times 10 raised 4 times larger, and it became about 10 raised 4-fold more biophysically tough while retaining a clonal multicellular life cycle. So thousands of times bigger and thousands of times tougher. They say this occurred through biophysical adaptation, the evolution of increasingly elongate cells that initially reduced the strain of cellular packing and then facilitated branch entanglements that enabled the groups to stay together even after many bonds fracture. So they're going to say this in a second, like they're going to get more into this in a second, but we'll do the predation first. So in Heron et al. 2019, as I said, what they did is they subjected single cellular algae to a predator, a paramecium, and in the bottom left, you can see all of the populations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 populations here, or strains, I should say. And in some of them, the max size of the cluster reached about 8 individuals, or even higher, as you can see in this image up top of the multicellular algae clumping like this. So they say, in this study, we present experiments which used the ciliate predator paramecium to expose to this specific type of algae. They say, we describe the heritable multicellular life cycles that evolved and compare them to the ancestral unicellular life cycle. In addition, we show the evolved multicellular life cycles are stable over thousands of asexual generations in the absence of predators. That's really important because what that means is that the clumping wasn't just a response to the predator, that the second the predator went away, they went back to being unicellular. This was like a permanent change to the lineage. They say comparative assays show that the evolved multicellular phenotypes provides a fitness advantage over unicellular algae in the presence of predators. And then they go on to say, because this algae has no multicellular ancestors, these experiments demonstrate or represent a completely novel origin of obligate multicellularity. And then here's some more on the right, another diagram that shows some of these strains that didn't adapt or evolve multicellularity and the ones that did. I think this paper is cool, but I don't think it's as cool as the other one. This is the other one. This is the Ratcliffe Lab, and here are 2 GIFs that I took from their website. This lab is responsible for that second publication, and here are GIFs of their multicellular yeast, of their snowflake yeast, how it grows and how it reproduces and produces also multicellular yeast. They say here we show that snowflake yeast, a model system of undifferentiated multicellularity, are capable of sustained multicellular evolution over 600 daily rounds of settling selection. So the selective pressure here wasn't a predator, but it was current in the water. They gradually evolved larger size, eventually forming macroscopic clusters containing hundreds of thousands of clonal cells. They achieved this considerable increase in size by evolving highly elongate cells, as I said before, that become entangled within the cluster interior. This critical innovation allows multicellular groups to remain physically attached even when individual cellular connections are severed, increasing the cluster toughness by more than 10,000-fold. The toughness of these things increased by 10,000. As a material, snowflake yeast evolved from being around 100-fold weaker than gelatin to having the strength and toughness of wood. Sequencing revealed an enrichment in mutations affecting the cell cycle and budding, traced the increased cell length and the amount of cell wall material at the point of attachment. So, I had a conversation with Dr. Rob Stadler, Dan and I both did, and to a lesser extent, James Tour, about this exact study. Because what Rob Stadler said basically is he was like, okay, so what? They cluster and they get really tough. That's cool, but like that's not the type of multicellularity that you see in us. Fair enough. Now, I would say that's not giving credit where credit is due, because I would argue that creationists like Rob and Dr. Tour, maybe to a lesser extent, although I actually don't know the depths to which James Tour has gotten into this, but Rob Stadler certainly, like, he gave a lot over the course of our exchanges. I think he didn't give it as much credit. I don't think he's giving this experiment as much credit as it deserves for how innovative it is and for what a big deal it is to go at all under any pressure from single cellular to multicellular, something that many creationists that I have engaged with have said is impossible. But in our exchanges, sort of what he, I will say, fell back on was saying, okay, they're not specializing. They're clumping. And yeah, maybe this is, he's not saying this, I'm saying this. hopefully I'm not strawmanning him. Maybe this is a prerequisite for multicellularity, like writ large, but you still have the major step of differentiation. Different cells doing different jobs within a multicellular organism. And that's not in this paper. So I went to the lab's website to see sort of what they've been up to. And I shared this with Rob, and I haven't checked lately, but the last time I checked, which would have been like 2 or 3 months ago, maybe 4 months ago, he hadn't responded to this particular critique. Their website is showing that actually there is differentiation of these cells within this multicellular yeast. So not only did they evolve multicellularity, but they specifically evolved cell types. They say here, we see the emergence of 3 putative cell types evolving, which are each relatively specialized on cell growth, cell wall biogenesis, and programmed cell death. That is such a major step that until I saw this in my exchanges with Rob, I didn't know had been crossed, right? That's huge. That's like a proof of concept that from a single cellular organism, you can get multicellularity and some level of specialization. Now, is there a limit to it? I would say no. I'd imagine Rob would say there is, but then my next question is, okay, what's the limit? So, evolutionarily, what is left? And I put an asterisk there because I'm leaving out abiogenesis because I don't know very much about it, 1. And 2, although I think there are really good cases to be made for abiogenesis, I don't particularly care. And I voiced that on this channel and elsewhere as well. I don't really, that doesn't really bother me. Like if somebody wants to propose, that there's like a divine origin of life, or even a divine plan that is carried out using these natural processes, that's just okay with me. So to me, I ask evolutionarily, what is left? And I'm not asking the question evolutionarily from a naturalistic perspective, like atheistic naturalistic perspective here. I want to be really clear. I'm saying what we've observed across these case studies is, in my view, very clear support that you're seeing this change over time in lineages of organisms that, as far as we can tell, are related to one another by shared characteristics that stretch up to the present. But moreover, in the present day, we've been able to find the specific genetic pathways that are responsible for some of these major changes. So what I'm saying is that I think we have a really solid case that evolution happened and is responsible for the biodiversity of life. That alone has no bearing on why it happened or whether or not someone's behind the wheel. I can't speak to that. And I don't really care to. I'm just asking the question, what did happen, right? Did biodiversity come about by these processes? And I struggle to see from an evolutionary perspective, like if you're a creationist and you're like, there needs to be more evidence for evolution. And like, let's say I've presented all this information, to a different creationist and I'm like, what do you think? And they're like, there needs to be more evidence for evolution. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, what else could there be? Right? Like shy of evolving something from a single cell life form to a human in a lab, which I think is kind of unreasonable because we wouldn't even have the time, let alone the ethics of that. What could we show? Right? What pathway are we completely clueless on? Which organ is impossible to evolve? Which body system is impossible to evolve? What fossil gap exists that we can't cross? Because I don't see one, and I've spent a lot of time with this stuff, if I do say so myself. But there is one last major case study, right? Arguably, since we're talking about it, the most special of all, and that's us. Multicellularity, or tetrapods, or whales, or mammals, or birds, all of that pales in comparison, in my opinion, to the support that we have for human evolution. And the reason I say that is because I study it. I'm sure somebody who studies that other stuff would be like, the evidence for human evolution is nothing compared to rats or whatever. But because this is what I study, this is what I know best. And so over the last 4 lectures, we're going to dive into what we know about human evolution and why we know it. And I'm going to repeatedly come back to this same concept of, to me, this doesn't diminish the specialness of humans right? Of course, I would also say that every organism is special in its own way. But I know I have a book called Humans over here in the background. That's a bunch of different paleoanthropologists perspectives and primatologist perspectives, and paleontologists generally's perspectives on human exceptionalism. And if you ask them if humans are special, a lot of them will say yes, they are. And they study the same thing I do. And some of them are atheists or agnostic, and some are religious, and some are not. So, like, we're asking the question, what happened? Again, not why it happened. That's a question for philosophy. I'm interrogating the naturalistic processes that led to this, that in my mind are no different than chemistry or physics. So that's all I have for you. Do you have anything else?
No, that was a lot. Thank you.
Sweet. Okay. Let me see. Oh my God. I'm going to check the super chats. I'm kind of dreading this. Hold on. Not that I don't love the super chatters. I do love them. I just know there's going to be a lot. Okay. Shall we, Will?
Yes.
Let's do it. Okay, first we got Soyboy Extreme for $4.99. Finally watched your video on creationist manga. Why does all creationist art feel like it's hurtling towards yaoi? The tension is palpable. Yeah, that, I don't know if you know this, Will. Do you know manga? You know what manga is? It's like Japanese art, Japanese comics.
Okay, no, I'm not familiar.
Well, there's a creationist one that I was reading on the channel a while back. It's like the most niche topic imaginable. But it's in a weird way, to me, it is an absolute delight as well. From J. Lou Bell, just $9.99, being sweet. Thank you very much. Let's see. We have from Spy5765 for $5. Love y'all. What would you say to a couple about to have a child but don't agree on young earth creationism? Teach both sides, teach neither, and let school. Thank you. I think this is for you, not me.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I would absolutely teach both sides. I am such a fan of teaching your children how to think, not what to think. And I'm actually going through some major changes in my own personal life that I'll let you guys know about. I think Christians have made a huge mistake in making arguments about God in such a way that they would imply God couldn't have done it differently. And I think that's wrong. Getting to the motivation of someone, including God, is very difficult. And so you have to be careful with how you do that. Now, this is going to sound really weird, and we don't have time to get into it today. Atheists argue that God had to do things a certain way, which is really weird because they don't believe in God, but they do. They argue if there was a God, we wouldn't see this, or if there was a God, he would have done this. And that's not a valid argument for the exact same reason. So absolutely teach both sides. Let the child know, here's the evidence for both sides, and you decide. So there you go.
Sweet. We got, I'm sure we can touch on some of that later. We got from Internet is my home for $2. Humans have gills. You call them tonsils. There's a really interesting clip in one of these Your Inner Fish videos by Neil Shubin that I was watching to prepare for this. And he visits a family of a woman who has external gills, like the pharyngeal gill slits that develop, or like homologously what develop into gills in Rafe and fish, but develop into the jaws and the clavicle, or not the clavicle, the hearing apparatus in humans and things like that. One of hers didn't develop properly, and so it's like partially external. It's very weird. From J. Lou Bell for $9.99. Birds are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are not birds. You define characteristics unique to birds nested within dinosaurs.
I can't even make sense of this.
It's kind of like, are mammals animals?
Sure.
Are all animals mammals?
No.
It's that kind of thing.
Okay.
We've got, let's see. We have from, let's see. We've got, again, from Spy5765, should a recently deconstructed couple that fears they'll lose grandparents' support keep their views hidden and take their child to church anyway? That's also for you, Will, not me. I don't have a dog in that fight.
Let me process this for a second. Okay, interesting. I don't think that hiding this is a good idea. I usually think being transparent and open and honest is the way to go. I mean, you can't try to control what people are going to do. I don't know what this means by support. I don't know if this means financial support, time support, or whatever. But I would say, again, just like the couple questions ago, teach your child everything. There's a lot of people that give me a hard time in the comments and in the chat. And I would suggest that of all the people who view this series even once, I would bet there's 0 that would do what I'm doing with me. Meaning you would agree to sit with me for 4 to 5 hours every month and let me teach you the Bible, let me teach you Christianity, archaeology, history, everything about Jesus, miracles, near-death experiences, etc. You'd study it, you'd show it to your wife and children, and you'd come back every month with a response. I don't think anybody would agree to do that for a year. So I think you should consider that. And it's just important. Again, like I don't want to control what my children think. So I'm not going to hide what Erica is teaching from them, because all that matters is truth. So I would say definitely if you've deconstructed, that's fine, but make sure you teach your children everything, because if you don't, they're going to hear things that they didn't hear from you, and they're going to think you hid that and that you hid it for a reason. And so I just think that that's the best way to go.
We have, hold on just a second, let me fix my, whew. Okay. Getting back to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should ever fear the truth. I co-sign that. And I've said this in the comments, and I've said it multiple times whenever people ask me about this series, which I will say, usually people who reach out to me specifically are really enjoying this series. And I thank you guys for reaching out and saying that. That's very appreciated. I think even the people who get frustrated are enjoying it to some degree. But I also think there are some people who are like, as I said last time, like they really want it to fail just as a conversation, even like not even like, to me, it's a success just having the conversation and getting this as a resource out there for people in general. That's a success to me. But I get the feeling that there are some people that don't want that conversation to happen. And I don't know why. Like I don't think there's anything to fear here. And I get again, the frustration, but that's not a reason to not have a conversation, right? Like if you stop chatting with somebody about a topic that you're actively disagreeing with because they disagree with you, and that's the thing you're talking about, like I don't really understand. And kind of from Will's perspective too, I try to honor my word, and I said that I would do this for a year too, and I'm committed to that as well. I could be as frustrated. Will could come back, next week and say the craziest thing imaginable, and I would still be like, well, I said I would teach it, so we're finishing this, finish the series. And so I'm going to show this one too. I think this is angled. I'm fairly certain this is angled at you, but I have a comment on it as well, because I do strongly disagree. So from Tree Thinking 666 for $5, religious grifters may believe the evolutionary evidence, but will never back out of their grift. It's always about money in the grift. I disagree. I mean, I have people who I do really, well, I say I do incredible work with them. They're doing incredible work, and they're letting me be along for the ride in my department, and also extraneous to my department in the study of human evolution. And some of my academic idol is actually also religious. Like, so I would totally disagree with this at face value, And I mean, what I care about too, and you guys know this about me, the people who regularly come here, the thing I care about is science communication and science education. To me, the conversation about religion can be a part of this, but it's not necessarily, certainly not. So I don't know if you wanted to say anything on this one.
Yeah. This accusation of grifter gets thrown around a lot, not just with me, but with everybody. And it's an interesting one. It's again getting at motive. And so I just want to know how you're determining someone as a grifter. People thought, okay, so someone just said James Tour is a grifter. I just think that's crazy. In the comments, people thought Jaron Campanella was a grifter, right? He was a flat earther, and he wasn't. He's lost everything. I showed him evidence that he was wrong, and he accepted it, and it's as simple as that. So it's hard. Am I saying there's no religious grifters? No, but I don't know how to know. I don't know how to know. I've done everything I can in this series with Erica to show you guys that I'm not a grifter. People have made comments that I've seen in the comments that I can't give up evolution because I'm a pastor and I would lose my job as a pastor. Just so everybody knows, I'm a volunteer pastor. I've actually never been paid a dime to be a pastor. So I've been a volunteer since day one.
Here's my question. And I'm saying this partly in jest. Like, I don't know what the grift would be. You don't have a platform. And I don't know why you would voluntarily do all the, I don't know if it is the long con that it's like, oh, the plan is to come on here and do this entire thing, spend like dozens and dozens and dozens of hours listening to me monologue about this stuff, and then be like, and I'm still a creationist, and that proves like evolution is dumb and bad or whatever. Like, I don't, that's a lot of effort for like zero payoff. I don't understand why. I don't understand what the grift is. I don't get it. Anyways. Okay, we got from, let's see. Yeah, kind of from Scott McCohen for $5 is actually right in line. Genuinely sorry, people are still extremely rude to you in chat. That's not cool. Keep up the great work, Will.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We got from Rosina for $4.99, a Yiki, or Yishi, I think, Scanceropterygid, is a dinosaur that has membrane wings, like bats, and it's not a bird at all. I don't know a lot about this clade, but I have seen art of them, and they seem really cool. We have from Chris Payette. I thought this was kind of funny, too. For $9.99, hey, Will, Hank Green is 100% supports the theory of evolution. Take a hint. Also, listen to your wife.
That's why I used him.
Yeah.
That's 100% why I used him, is because I know he's not on my side, probably disagrees with me about everything I believe, but I still love him because he's a great communicator. He's phenomenally talented. I have lost track of how many channels he has. They're all amazing. He's actually really good at philosophy, which I love. He's good at math, which I love. And now to find out he does science stuff, like the dude is just amazing.
I don't know how he does it, genuinely.
I don't either.
He's so likable. Like, I don't think anybody, you hit the nail on the head. I don't think anybody dislikes him. Okay, from Scott McCohen, same person, or from earlier. For $10, if creationism and the fossil record are true, then God made progressively modern whale-like things in roughly the same location as their predecessors. I would argue this is still a type of evolution.
I don't know what this guy means by if the fossil record is true. Like, the fossil record is true. The fossil record is the fossil record, right? It's how we're interpreting it. It's how we're deciding what came when and what follows what. And again, that's an issue I still have with the geologic column. So anyway, but yeah, I think I'm misunderstanding you, and I apologize.
We got from, let's see. Yeah, there's we're going through them all because they're all super chats, but there are several to this tune. From Nikki Castillo 7547 for, I don't know what this currency is. Will all BMWs are cars, but not all cars are BMWs. I hope we've rectified the nested hierarchy stuff. I hope it was clear. I tried to explain it in a little bit more intuitive of a way.
Yeah, so you did. And what you explained, I tracked with. Your new explanation, I completely tracked with.
Good stuff.
The genetics still throws me off, but we can talk about that next time.
That's fine. That's fine. Right. Totally fine. Okay, we got, let's see. This is true too. From Cheetah X, for 10 pounds, or 10 euros, excuse me, classification is messy, which is exactly what you would expect if evolution is continuously working on all populations over hundreds of millions of years. I do think this is true, and I think that more fossils are actually becoming a problem in paleontology, because it's it's really easy when you have like a couple of fossils to like draw a line and be like, this turned into this, turned into this. But when you have a lot, it's basically impossible to tell what the ancestor was most like. And so instead, you're basically just showing, yes, we definitely see this morphologic change over geologic time, even if we can't pinpoint which specific species was the one. But I agree that I think that would be, I think that's like a pretty strict prediction of that. Okay, we have from Ozymandians for $5, falsify nested hierarchy, show anatomical, not behavioral like flying, features where it don't belong, mammals with hollow bird bones, snakes with bee wings.
So, okay, so this idea of choosing what it has to be doesn't work, right? So hopefully that they're just giving examples, but I would need to understand anatomical features where it don't belong. That doesn't make sense to me. Because like, okay, we have wings in so many different places, right? We have wings in mammals, we have wings in birds, we have wings in insects, we have wings elsewhere. I don't even know. We have wings everywhere. So when you say anatomical features where it doesn't belong, I don't understand what that means.
We have, let's see, hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Also from Scott McCohen 1729 for $20. Thank you very much. If God is being deceitful about the age of the earth, he has good reasons and probably wants us to think it's old, but it's far more likely that it's actually old, because your examples, surprise party, doesn't seem to apply. Don't seem to apply.
Okay. Yeah. So I've thought a lot about this one, which is that more information illuminates a situation. So us jumping to, if the earth appears old, but it's not, that's God being deceitful, doesn't follow. And I don't have a good analogy off the top of my head. If you have a grandmother who knits sweaters for you every Christmas and she gives them to you as a gift, and it's just known that she knits them for you. And as she's getting older, her hands don't work. So she gets a machine to make the sweaters, some sort of a sewing machine. And she continues to give you the sweaters, and you assume that they're hand knit, and they're not. And so they actually were created a lot faster than they used to be. That's on you. You never asked her. She doesn't have to volunteer the information to you. So if we're making an assumption that, for example, if we're making a uniformitarian assumption and that is wrong, that's on us, right? So I'm not going to go down the path of God being deceitful. If we're wrong about this, and maybe we're not, it could just be it's on us for making certain assumptions and not taking things into consideration or not having enough knowledge.
Yeah, I think I'm curious. Like, oh God, we're already going too late, but I have to ask, what's the difference? Because you said earlier in the show, earlier in the series, that if it's strata that has bones in it, that's a different story, right? Like if it's got fossils in it, it's different than if it's like a limestone cliff for our enjoyment. That's something you said earlier. But it's like if it's full of fossils, no. Why not? What's the difference?
Yeah, that's a great question. To me, God putting fossils in the ground of things that never existed and that don't exist today would be super weird. Now, again, I need to step back. I catch myself with this with my kids. I'm like, guys, if there's a God, it doesn't matter what we want him to do or not. He's God and he does whatever he wants. If there's a God, it matters more that we recognize that than it does complaining about what he did. But yeah, that to me seems like it's not an interpretation error on our part. It would be a deceitful situation on his part, if that makes sense, versus we check the rate of something and how much it decays over 25 years. And now we're going to extrapolate that to 50 billion or 5 billion. And it's like, okay, that might be a problem because God's like, oh, well, the decay rate was different in the past. because of such and such that you didn't know about because you didn't exist. That would be on us.
Do you think though, like, because you've got there's like a sort of a two-prong coming at this, right? Because we do have strata that are evidently, like, they seem like they're old based off of the time that it would take to lay down.
Mm-hmm.
And also there's bones in them, and also the radiometric dates say they're old. So it's like three things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that starts, I think it should. I think it should start to push it in a direction.
No, it is. So I've hinted at this with you in emails before, but yeah, there are things that you have presented that I can't answer, and I'm not hand waving them away.
Sweet. Okay, moving on. We have from J. Lou Bell for $9.99. Archaeologists dig through layer cakes all the time. The Combe Grenal Neanderthal site has 65 different layers spanning more than 100,000 years. You dig small trenches. I don't know very much about archaeology. All my stuff is not making stuff, so I can't speak to this. It wouldn't surprise me. I feel like there has to be a way to get around that as a problem. So I believe you, but I don't know. If you want to comment, Will, be my guest.
Sure. What I'm saying is that when you have a tell, you're gonna, if you want to get to lower layers, you have to ruin the top layer. That's what I'm saying. So you can definitely get to it, but it's just difficult if you don't want to ruin it. Like the tells I visited, they just don't ruin the top layer. And so they'll expose little areas so you can see the below layers, but all the rest that's down there, potentially currency and pottery and all that kind of stuff, you just can't get to. But again, my point is that there is never an exception, ever. The layer below is always older than the layer above. Always. It's never, there's never an exception.
Yeah. I will say it is the same is true in geology if it's undisturbed. I should say, if the strata are undisturbed, like they don't have any cracks, they don't have any heating, whatever, it is the case every time the stuff that's lower was laid down before the stuff that's on top, in the same way that when you shake up a sand toy, that's the case. But it's guaranteeing that it's undisturbed. That's the problem. Not a geologist, but that's my understanding. Okay, we got from, oh wait, that's the same one. Okay, we got from Inquisitive Infidel for $10, Will Nested Hierarchies Classification, which has become a map of relatedness. Great job in recognizing that science is imperfect and improving. It continues to be an active area of science. I'm not sure if this is a genuine compliment or this is like being snarky. So I don't know. It's up to you. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think it's great. The two questions I asked at the beginning, I desperately want answers to. I don't care if they're from Erica, they're from Dr. Dan, or someone that's a follower of Erica. I want to know, what did evolution predict before genetics was discovered? And it doesn't have to be that someone actually predicted it. Just what did evolution predict before genetics was discovered? And now that we have genetics, what could be found or what shouldn't be found in genetics if evolution is true? Those are the two questions I would love answered.
I have an answer to them. I will put them at the beginning of the next presentation. Anyone who knows me knows what it is, and it's maybe a little retread, but that's okay. Cool. We have from Scott McCohen, again, 1729, very generous tonight. All things that have a spleen are animals except humans. All things that have veins are animals except humans. All things that have a femur are animals except humans. Seems strange. Skinned kidneys. I think this is, we sort of walked through this with the nested hierarchy stuff. But.
Yeah. So again, I am still hesitating on calling humans animals. And what's interesting is I've been taking pictures and I've been collecting them just in case I want to use them with Erica and with you guys, of every time I see the word animal in the world. And when I'm out and about, and every single time it means any animal in existence other than a human. I literally, I go to my son's hockey game and it says no animals allowed. And it's like, okay, am I allowed to watch my son's hockey game? Of course I am. So it's weird that the word animal, and I think if you look it up in the dictionary, the word animal is any animal other than a human.
Dude, you are killing me with this. This is like a semantic thing, and I get it, because like, yes. I feel like I get that it's a word usage thing. I understand that. I'm wondering though, I'm wondering though if we could like split hairs on this and just be like, okay, are humans physically animals? Do we have the characteristics that animals have? Yes. Is that the same thing as being an animal in the way that we use it in common parlance? No. Like, I wonder if we could just tease those apart and call it square. Like, that's what I want to do. I want to just be like, okay.
I wouldn't say that this is preventing me from hearing you
I don't think it is.
and learning. Honestly, if you guys really want me to be fully transparent, I don't want to do anything that would upset God. And so I'm still wrestling with, does God want me to say that humans are animals? And right now, I don't think he does. So that's really what this is coming from.
I don't that's different from my perspective. I don't really understand where you're coming from with that, but I'm willing to we'll see where we end. We'll see. I don't think I could if that's where you're at, I don't think that I can do much to sway you on that. But we'll see. I don't know, maybe we'll see where we end up. I have from let's see. We have Scott McCohen again. Geez, Louise from 1729 for $20. The little dots of light in the night sky are distant suns, except when they are planets. That's what John Perry stated clearly meant when he said, if we found a counterexample, evolution would still be true.
Let me think about this. I don't understand what he means. I do know exactly what he's talking about, which is a comment that I made, but I don't understand what he's talking about with the light in the night sky. What I would say is this: I do not think personally that an out of place fossil is going to make people question evolution. So I don't know when you want me to share this with you, Erica, but I think I found an out of place fossil, not physically, not personally, but I believe one has been discovered recently that's like way out of place.
I would love to. Maybe will you email it to me and maybe we could like discuss it, or do you want to pitch it?
That's a good question. I don't know. I will tell you this. I am still researching it because I want to make sure I'm not wasting anybody's time.
Yeah.
And the guy that I want to talk to, I'm going to be seeing in about 2 weeks. So I can send it to you after I talk to him in 2 weeks.
Sweet. Okay. Sounds good. I'd love to see it. Okay. We have from the unofficial Gamer X for $2. Y'all act like you don't want Will to believe Erica. I that's what I'm saying, man. Like I get the feeling like that sometimes too. From Inquisitive Infidel for $5, pointing at exceptions means you agree that the overall pattern exists. There are reasons for the exception. They don't topple the pattern.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I'm just curious how many exceptions we're going to end up with as we sequence more genomes. I guess that's what I'm thinking.
We have from Wideload 5 for 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for the series. We need more conversations like this. I don't understand why people are being so mean and negative. I've really been enjoying and appreciate the time you've both put in. Thank you, Wideload 5. That is very much appreciated. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. We have from Martin DT or DXT for €5. Message for Will. Have you looked into evolution simulations like virtual creatures or evolving a wind turbine? Old video.
No. If you want to send it to me, as long as it's not too long, I'll commit to watching it for sure.
Sweet. We have from Blackmore $2.78 for $10. There are many examples of dinosaurs with keratin beaks like Triceratops, Stegosaurs, Ankylosaurs, Oviraptorosaurs, Ornithomimosaurs, even Jurassic Park depictions give them beaks.
I think they're coming at me for what I said about what birds are. And so I was very careful and I said that birds have beaks, wings, and fly. And so that definitely doesn't describe a dinosaur. As to calling these beaks, I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but again, this is just an interesting topic for sure.
I'm interested. I don't know. I need to like gather my bearings on that as well. I might send you something on this, but we'll see. Again, it feels more semantic than anything else to me because it's kind of like if the way that you describe a dinosaur in general is like an open acetabulum and like legs underneath the body, and these characteristics that we typically use to describe them. It's like, yes, that does apply to a bird, but I feel like your issue with it is similar to well, actually it's a little different than the human ape thing, because it's not, or human animal thing, because it doesn't include people, but like it does feel semantic to me, because I think it's more of a usage problem than like a does it have the physical characteristics. Because I feel like I could show you several of the guys that we talked about that have teeth, and then some of them have a beak and some of them don't, but still have teeth. And then a lot of them have wings, and some of them can use their wings to fly, but not all of them can. And a lot of them are covered in feathers. And let's see, beak, wings, fly. That's what you said. And then some like living birds, like I think about the moa. You know the moa?
Mm-mm.
It's a huge old ostrich-looking thing from New Zealand. It's extinct now, but some of them were, I mean, they were like 12 feet tall.
Yeah.
And they fully lost their wings. They don't have wings at all. They don't have any forelimbs. They're just gone. Like they're totally lost them. And so they don't have wings and they can't fly, but they do have a beak. So it's like, okay, then it would be a bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then if only a beak allows you to be a bird sometimes, then where do you draw the line? You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's a good, we can come back to it. It's okay. I'll mention it next time, because I know we've been going for a long time. Okay. We have from Lady Lenore for $20. Will, over a long enough time span, if new layers aren't being put down on a tell, it can start to erode away, and then you find earlier layers at what seems to be the top. It's basically the same with the geologic column. That's actually a great way of explaining it.
Okay, so this isn't really true to my knowledge with archaeology, because the stuff on top is the newer stuff, and it's the stronger stuff, and it's the better stuff, and it's the bigger stuff. It doesn't erode away. So like, I don't even know how to explain this unless you guys go see archaeology with yourselves, but it's unbelievable. You can't understand. I'm serious. You cannot understand how they did what they did. You just can't. Like the pyramids, right? We struggle to understand how they made the pyramids. It's like that, but it's all over the place. Huge, beautiful stones, and you can tell the newer ones are smoother, straighter. The ones underneath are not as good. And so I don't think you're going to find this for sure with a tell, but I will say this. If erosion is the reason why the Cambrian layer is at the top, to me, that kind of ruins the whole geologic column, because then everything's just going to be a jumbled up mess. So how do you know what layer you're in if it's all just eroding and going to different places? That confuses me even more.
I will include, I already have notes that we'll do like a paleontology 101 type of thing, run into some of this next time. Okay. We have, I actually think this makes a really good point. From Evan 270 from 1999, Will's vibe that the characteristics to define a clade are arbitrary makes sense given how often clades are described with a list of attributes. Point to stress. Linnaeus took specimens and found what attributes they shared. That's so true. And I don't think I've said that out loud a single time. But yeah, when Linnaeus was devising the system, it wasn't like he was like, oh, we'll have a category of this, this, and this, and whatever has those can fall into it. Instead, he described all the organisms and saw how they grouped.
Yeah, I am not pushing back on Linnaeus. I'm not even pushing back on categorizing things based on how they look. What I am pushing back on is the jump to therefore one evolved from the other, or they have a common ancestor. And I'm pushing back on why genetics is allowed to just move something that doesn't have shared characteristics and everybody's okay with it.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I've spent time with the Hyrax. So the Hyrax is mentioned in the Bible. And when I went to Israel, I wanted to find as many animals in the Bible as I could. And I found Hyraxes. They're tiny little cute things like this big.
Yeah, they're really cute.
And so to learn from, Hank Green that their closest relative is the elephant just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we can talk about that and why genetics is the trump card, because it is. nothing can beat it. It'd be nice sometimes if it did, but it's the ultimate.
Great.
Okay. Grade the Malkin has taken offense. Does Will genuinely think most people here don't know what a syllogism is? To be fair, Gray, I was going to say, I just in case someone is watching who doesn't, I'm an over-describer.
Yeah, so I over-describe too. I just did it on Sunday. What I taught about with our church group on Sunday was what metaphysical means. And it's used all the time. And growing up, people would use words all the time, and I didn't know what they meant. And because everybody acted like they knew what they meant, I was ashamed and embarrassed to ask because I didn't want to look like I was dumb. So I was hurt by this. So anyway, I didn't want to assume everybody knows what a syllogism is, so I mentioned it. I didn't want to assume everybody knows what modus tollens is, so I mentioned it. But I am curious if anybody can refute my syllogism. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give it my best shot.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay, I was going through some of the earlier ones, and I missed some. From Scott McCohen, 1729. Jeez, goodness. For $20, if birds come from dinosaurs, wouldn't it make sense that you would to want a word that includes the first dinosaur and all of its descendants? If yes, can you accept that the word scientists settled on was dinosaur or dinosauria?
Okay, I'm struggling again to understand what this means. Is he saying that the word dinosaur originated because of birds?
No, I think they're saying that. I think he's saying that like he's asking if it's a semantic issue again, right? So like let's say like okay, we talked about this a little bit last time, but like you don't have a problem with saying humans are mammals, right? And the reason is I think because mammal doesn't really have like a colloquial usage that means something else. Mammal tends to mean mammal, and unless you've got somebody who's like, okay, maybe they're like vegetarian adjacent, and they're like, I don't eat mammals, and when they say that, you know that they're not meaning people, right? Even though people are mammals, humans are mammals, but they're not talking about that. They're being like, yeah, I don't eat pork, I don't eat cows, but maybe they eat fish, you know what I mean, and chicken. So maybe they're like a flexitarian, so they eat some meat, but they don't eat mammals, and we know they don't mean dogs or elephants or anything like that. So it's like, but other than that, mammal is usually restricted to science. I genuinely think if we didn't use the word dinosaur or dinosauria, it wouldn't be an issue. And I also think if we didn't use the word animalia, like the kingdom animalia for the kingdom animal, it wouldn't be an issue either. I think it's the wording meeting the science definition, which is inconvenient for me.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. From Rosina for $1.99, why do YECs conflate strata and lamina? I don't know.
That ain't for me because I don't know what lamina is and I haven't used that word.
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing because I don't think you talked a lot about that. But I don't know, Rosina. I'm not sure. Okay. From SB 79612 for $10. Well, on the topic of nested hierarchies and birds being dinosaurs, if a dinosaur was defined just to be a creature with feathers, even if birds have other features, why wouldn't they also be dinosaurs?
Okay, so if a dinosaur was defined just to be a creature with feathers, then under that definition, birds would be dinosaurs. But the problem is, how are dinosaurs defined? When I Google it, they're defined as extinct. Is it? Oh, I just forgot. I don't know why. Extinct. They're extinct reptiles, I believe, is how they're defined. And it's like, okay, so is a bird extinct? No. Is a bird a reptile? No.
It says, is it a diverse group of warm-blooded reptiles of the clade Dinosauria?
Yeah. Yeah. When I looked it up, it was extinct warm-blooded reptile was the definition of a dinosaur. And so if I look at that definition, bird doesn't fit.
That sucks because the definition that came from my textbook, go back and check the PowerPoint presentation because there's a definition based on anatomy, just on skeletal anatomy. And it's like, it was defined before birds, right? And not before birds, but it was defined before anybody thought there might be a connection there, but it just happens to include birds as well.
Oh, really?
Go back and check like one of the last slides in the bird presentation. Okay, we have from Ben Vlagi for $9.99. Will, if all tetrapods descend from a common ancestor, Looking at the skeleton of a very early tetrapod, what prediction can we make about its physiology, which should apply to humans and chickens?
Okay, I'm struggling again. If all tetrapods descend from a common ancestor, looking at the skeleton of a very early tetrapod, what prediction can you make about its physiology? I don't know.
I think
Unfortunately,
what
I don't
yeah,
understand.
I think what they're trying to say is like from an evolutionary perspective, what would you expect would need to change? And it would be like, okay, well, from a fishy sort of salamander looking thing, it's like you need to get the upright stance of a human and a bird, and specific attributions of the pelvis and the pectoral girdle and the arm, like the physical changes. And I think they're challenging you, saying, okay, like from an evolutionary perspective, we make this prediction about what we should see beforehand, and we do find it. So
Mhm.
that should be a point in favor, unless evolution predicts something different, and that's what we're not finding. I think that's what they're getting at, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely think about it. So obviously predictions are important. If an accurate prediction doesn't mean that the hypothesis is true, right? That's a fallacy called affirming the consequent. But it does lend credibility, and it makes the hypothesis stronger when you make accurate predictions. But everybody likes to throw out young Earth creationists' accurate predictions and say that those don't matter. But I will say that all accurate predictions, including those made within evolution, matter.
I forgot a bit on Russell Humphreys. I'll make a note and talk about it. Or actually, I'll probably send you an email. Actually,
Okay.
we'll see. Okay, we have from Racina for 199, biogenic limestone as part of the heat problem. Yes, it is. I agree. From PK or PJK 9225 for 499. What's one extinct critter you wish to find a fully preserved specimen for, even if unrealistic? Fingers crossed for frozen Neanderthal. Even if unrealistic. I'm gonna go with, I mean, like totally fully preserved. Probably like, I'm so selfish. I would probably pick like Ardipithecus or something. Like you'll get to know those later. Will they're like early hominids?
So I don't have a good answer for this, so I'm just gonna say a T-Rex.
I mean,
Uh,
T-Rex would be dope. So it'd be
because
awesome.
I want genetic information.
I would, yeah, I would love to see that. Mary Schweitzer, she argues that they have a little bit of proteomic stuff, and that it's closest to a chicken out of the stuff that they tested. Like chicken versus salamander, it looks chickeny. I'll send you the link. From Age of Rocks, thank you for the PowerPoint presentation, John. For €5, I think you answered your own question with regard to the geologic column. You stood on archaeotels that are millennia old, no younger layers on top. How? And then smiling face.
Yeah, the layers I'm talking about are the actual, like the actual buildings in the actual city. So it's like city on top of city on top of city. I had another picture I couldn't find, which is really cool, which is in Capernaum, which is a town on the Sea of Galilee. By the way, the Bible says that that's where Peter is from, and they found a house with the name Peter etched into it, which is fascinating. But there's a synagogue that was a 2nd century synagogue on top of a 1st century synagogue. So you can't get to the 1st century synagogue, but they've taken dirt away on the side, and you can see where the 2nd century stones turn into 1st century stones. It's clear. The technology was different, the stones were different, and all of that. I wish I could have found that. I might try to find that for the future.
That'd be dope. We have from Doc Dino for $10. Thank you for the latest documentary, Eric. I've been struggling to find motivation to edit videos lately, but your work is truly inspirational. Thank you, Doc. That's very kind. Any advice on staying motivated to make it easier? My advice would be, if you've got a big project, try to touch it once a day, even if it's only for 5 minutes. Even if you tell yourself, I'm only going to work on this for 5 minutes and then I'm done, just lay eyes on it. Odds are you'll end up getting a lot more work done than you think. From Rob Squared 2 for $5, what's your favorite evolution documentary? X2 X-Men United or Evolution with David Duchovny? Walking with Beasts, for sure. And I know you're being tongue-in-cheek, so Okay, from Weird Cultist for $20. Will, as a geology student, I've seen the pic of the geologic column more times than I can count. Cold water, it isn't accurate. Fossils need to be buried to preserve, but what buries them? What happens when that stops?
Okay, so I agree that fossils need to be buried to preserve. This is a question I keep forgetting to ask, which is I don't understand how a whale can be fossilized. That makes zero sense to me. So yeah, I would love for you to help me understand. You don't have to send any more super chats. You can email me, but I want to understand what you mean by it isn't accurate, because that's what
Okay.
I'm going off of, and that's what I've seen.
I'm making a note about the whale thing because there's some really fascinating stuff that is coming out. Okay, while I'm doing that, this one's for you, Will, from Gur9595 for $10. Formal evangelical here. Thank you very much for the series. I highly suggest that Will check out Myron Cook's YouTube geology channel. He makes the subject wonderfully approachable. I don't know that channel, but I will have to check it out too.
I don't either. I'm gonna have to put it on the back burner, unfortunately. I just can't take much in right now other than what Erica has given me. But thank you for the recommendation.
I probably packed too much into this stuff. From Keats 231 for $19.99. Love the series. Will, in your definition of birds, every feature has traditional forms. Archaeopteryx has wings, and could likely guide. No beak, no antitrochanter. Deaths between ancestor and descendant are necessarily arbitrary. So the definitions or the defining lines, I think, between ancestor and descendant are arbitrary.
Yeah, I talked about Archaeopteryx last week, and I think that it's an accurate prediction of evolution. So I tipped my hat to evolution on that one, and I didn't find any young Earth creationist arguments that were compelling to me about it.
We have from Danish Debater. Oh, hey, Danish Debater, for 5805 for 200 Danish kroner. No question, just wanted best wishes to both of you, as well as for the good cause. The series and the good cause the donations go towards. Best regards, Miklas. Of course, our pleasure. Okay, from A Mart 313 for $5. Well, shout out for doing this. We may disagree, but lots of respect. Erica, do you feel there are blind spots with the scientific method? Yes, but I think they all come from the people carrying it out. I think we all do have biases, and I know from experience myself trying to design tests, usually statistical tests, that it's really easy to fall into this trap of, this is kind of what I want to see, and you almost fall into in danger of designing an experiment or designing a statistical test so that you have a higher chance of seeing that. And I think that, as we've talked about many times in this series, ideally we're all designing our experiments so that they are like we're throwing everything at the kitchen sink at them to try to disprove them, so that if they stand on their own merit. From DCC Calling 5960 for $10. I love this series. I look forward to it every month. Me too. Erica's a fantastic teacher, and Will is brave and honest student for agreeing to do this and sticking with it. I admire both of you. 1 of 3. I think that might mean 2 more are calling. Okay. Number 2. However, I've been disappointed by the audience and vitriolic treatment of someone who clearly has a genuine desire to learn about something completely antithetical to his worldview. And 3 of 3. My question is a rhetorical one for the audience. Is the purpose of education agreement or to learn? The treatment of Will indicates it's the former. What does that say about your beliefs and cognition? I have something to say about this, but if you want to go first, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I came here to learn. I love to learn, and I'm learning a ton. So I really am. I'm literally learning a ton, and it's branching off. I'm meeting new people and learning more from them. The world famous snooker player that I met with, he's teaching me something I've never heard of, which is the math behind evolution and the math behind how confident we are on a scientific theory. Incredibly fascinating. I don't understand it yet. The guy's really brilliant, but I'm learning a lot. So I will never regret doing this.
Bless the pop gen people. That's above my head. I mean, I'm gonna say probably what I've said before, but like, this I agreed to the series because I want this material to be out there. And I think that this interaction is a good thing. It's a good resource for people who are asking these same exact questions, because there are a lot of people who are. And I can say that, I think, pretty authoritatively, because a lot of them email me. I get a lot of emails. I know Will does too, but I mean, a lot of emails. And sometimes we're CC'd in the same emails, which is funny. But I believe in this series as a resource more than anything else. I think it's important. I think it's a good thing that exists. And in part, that's why I'm committed to doing it. Also, because I said that I would. But I can't, again, I know I'm repeating myself. I can't for the life of me understand why so many people want it to fail, or at least seem to vocalize that they want it to fail. You know, that, as somebody said earlier, you know, that they want Will to disagree, or they want him to say things that they disagree with, so that they can just like absolutely rig him through the coals in the comments section. I genuinely sometimes feel, maybe this is not true, I'd love to be proven wrong on this. I genuinely sometimes feel that if Will came next time and he was like, I'm down with evolution, like I'm cool with it, this all makes sense, I feel like some people would be upset by that. They would be mad, and they would try to find something different to like be mad about. You know, it would turn to like the other things that they disagree with him on. Like, well, he might accept that, but he's still a dumb religious idiot because he doesn't accept abiogenesis. So it would become, it just kicked the can down the road. And I don't get that, because like, to me, like, I have shows that I go on to fight with people, right? I go on the line. I argue with people on the line. I argue with people, you know, I don't have a lot of bite to my bark, but like, I do argue with people, and I have a great deal of fun doing it. This isn't that. That's not what this is for. So I don't understand, and I don't understand why, what you could possibly think Will is grifting for here using this series. I don't get it. From Gray the Malkin for $2, good use of formative assessment questions today. I'm just going to say thank you. We have from Sully Man the Magnificent for $100. Thank you very much for your super generous donation. Loved the series and loved Darwiniana. Thanks so much for practically endless hours of edutainment. Question for Erica: what's the story behind Gutsick and Gutsick Gibbon? I drew a sick gibbon the day that I made my Reddit username, and I thought that usernames weren't forever, but they are. I'm glad you love Darwiniana. Will, I'll send it to you. It's my documentary that I just released. I'm really proud of it. So, and I think a lot of people have really liked it, which has been great. From Star Welters 9011 for $13.99 Canadian dollars. Love this series at Will. I remember my brain being turned inside out when my YEC education was challenged by theistic Evo. Now I see YEC as a barrier to faith that needs to go the way of the dodo. Okay, so
Again, I have no, everybody's upset with me for doing this with you. I actually believe that almost all young Earth creationists are wrong about 6,000 years. So I'm probably just me saying that right now. I'm going to lose friends now over that. Like I am positive that they are wrong. And I don't know why they're not willing to budge on that. I don't understand. If I could reach someone at Answers in Genesis or ICR, I would love to just have a conversation with them, because I think the 6,000 years is for sure wrong, because I know where the errors are in the calculation where that comes to. So anyway, here's what I'd say to the commenter. If the Earth is not young, it is absolutely a barrier to faith that needs to go away. 100%.
We have cosign. We have from Rosina 199. Why not Zoidberg with a little Zoidberg emoji? Love it. We have from Ozymandians for $5. Doing taxonomy worksheets is what made me fall in love with biology or evolution. So beautiful and complex, and it clicks together like a perfect puzzle. I agree, but the tree thinking stuff was hard to get my mind around in the first place. From Retro Rad Cat for $10. The flying lemur is a survivor of a sister branch to primates, just like modern monotremes are survivors of a sister branch to most other modern mammals, not just convergent evolution. We are going to talk more about colugos, or the flying lemurs, because they're really close to primates, but they're not. So
they also are where you were.
I know. And asked me if I saw any. I did not. I went up for my dusk walk to see, because Luke and I went with our guide. You can go up to the tops of these tree canopy walks and see if you can see them gliding from tree to tree. Man, we had great luck with animals, but we did not see Klugo. And I'm so sad because they're like, where else am I going to see them, you know? But
Yeah.
from Retro Red Cat for $5, again, fish and mammals have their defining traits because humans decided to group animals that were most similar. It doesn't prove their relation. I do think we touched on this already, Retro Red Cat, but thank you. We have from Procrastinafi, 30-year-old Christian turned 4-year-old agnostic from Australia. Love the series. Will's openness at most of the time. Thoughts on Christian parents teaching kids that evolution is pseudoscience to make us doubt God?
I would love to talk about this. This is such a good super chat. This is probably my favorite super chat to date. Not today, in the whole series.
Dang.
This is why. This is a horrible thing for Christian parents to teach their kids. Okay, it's horrible. And here's why. Evolution could very well be true. Okay? Again, I'm here to learn before I make up my mind on this. Evolution could very well be true. And if it is, teaching kids that evolution is pseudoscience to make us doubt God, all that's going to do when those kids find out that evolution is true is they're going to then leave God and become agnostic or atheist. Here's what's interesting is that Darwin, who is like the father of evolution, he created it. I bet very few people know this. He created evolution as a theodicy. When I learned that, my jaw hit the floor. In Christianity, a theodicy is a way of defending God against evil. And I didn't know this until the last 2 months. I read a book on the history of Darwin called Darwin's God by Dr. Cornelius Hunter, and he went through this. During the time of Darwin, everybody was focused on defending God to moral evil, but nobody was dealing with defending God to natural evil. Natural evil being animals killing each other, trees falling on people and animals and killing them, lightning strikes, all that kind of stuff. So Darwin actually created the theory of evolution as a theodicy to defend God against natural evil, meaning this is natural selection playing out. So we can't blame God for this. So anyway, when you look back at the history of evolution, it was definitely not created to make people doubt God. And so if that's what's being taught, it should stop.
I'll have to look into the theodicy stuff. I just did a documentary on like the history of evolution and natural selection. I didn't run into that, but I also didn't read the Darwin Correspondence Project. So I'm open to the idea that I'm missing something.
Okay.
I do agree that absolutely, for sure, the theory of evolution was not devised as a way to like turn people away from God. He was a Christian when he proposed it, as you just said.
Yeah,
I mean, when Origin was released, it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have from Off-Brand Toby for $19.99. Erica, my daughter will be 9 on Friday. Her jaw dropped at your description of Mary Anning and Primordial. What are the schools a young paleontologist should look at? What are the soft, hard skills your current students lack? My biggest suggestion would be, as soon as she can, try to get a little field work. Work with museums, reach out to local universities. People would be so excited to have I say this like I'm a million years old, to have like a youngster out there who's interested in this and would be more than happy to start getting her on that track towards doing this academically, and her resume will be just absolute kick butt. Okay, we have from J. Lou Bell, and I'm so glad to hear that. That's wonderful. From J. Lou Bell for $19.99, flying lemurs are the only members of the order Dermoptera, but there's an extensive fossil record. I actually didn't know that. I don't know very much about their fossil record. The hierarchy they nest in is just largely extinct, even more than ours is. That is news to me.
Me too.
We have but I will look into it because I like Glugos. From Chip Payette for $4.99, new books aren't written through sexual reproduction, Will, so your analogy fails out the gate. We already covered this though, Chip. We talked about languages instead. And I'm going a little fast just because we're like a little over halfway done. So from GK Pseudo for $20, thanks for another good lecture. Again, it is my pleasure. this one's kind of at you, but if you want to respond, you can. From Michael Fox, RDH for $5. Will, it seems absurd that heavy objects do not fall faster than light objects, but that does not change physics. Personal incredulity is not evidence. If you want to, you can skip it. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. The absurd comment that he might be referring to is actually me quoting Hank Green. So yeah, I don't really know what to say.
Okay, we have, let's see, from for $20 from Cedar Wise, we should clarify that it's possible to arrange living things in a nested hierarchy is not by itself evidence for evolution. Your schmanimals form a nested hierarchy, but they didn't evolve. They're each separate creations. Yes, in my example, fair enough. We have from Retro Rad Cat for $2. You're doing great, Will. Keep it up. From Scientific Origins for $5, I went to from YEC to OEC to ID, and then accepted evolution. Everything but old Earth evolution was science denial. I realized I had chosen myth over science. Chill. I'm glad to hear about your theistic evolutionist journey. From Chip, that's my assumption at least. From Chip Payet for $4.99. Chip, this is not nice. I just clicked on this without really reading it. I'm doing my best, but like I'm trying to teach, and if I'm not getting through to Will, I do in part blame myself for that, which is why I try to teach things in different ways. Just interrupt me, by the way, if I skip and you have a comment. From Mouse Caser for $10, all numbers of genetic similarity indicates we are related. 1% related is still related, just distantly. So yes, any number, and we're related to chimps. The 96% number means we are related closest. I do think I covered this a little bit, Mouse Queso, and I will cover it more next time.
Well, hold on. So this is important for me. So if we ended up being 1% to chimps and 50% to bananas, would you guys say that we're closer to bananas than chimps?
Yeah, I think that would kill it, basically.
Okay.
Because it's banana versus chimp. Like, I think that would be massive. That's the pattern that we were talking about, right? It's not just the percent similarity, it's the pattern, the phylogeny itself. That would have been a massive wrecking ball.
Okay.
From MST Gaming TV for 200. I don't know this currency. Thank you for the lecture, Will. I really enjoyed Darwiniana, especially the animations. My pleasure. For Will, have you watched it yet? What do you think of it? I don't think he has.
I have not watched it. 2 people have reached out to me about it, but they haven't watched it either.
It's long. I don't.
Everybody's asking each other if they've seen it.
It's too long, but you know me. I can't shut up. From Initiative Play Therapy 88 for $10. Will talk origins catalogs creationist arguments and gives evolutionary counter arguments. It was super helpful to me when I started questioning. I will say this: talk origins is great, but it's also very out of date. It's not their fault. It's just not that active anymore. I think they provided really robust smackdowns to a lot of arguments when they were up and running, but I do think that they're not updating as much as they used to, I should say. So I don't know how helpful it would be for. I think it'd be helpful for most stuff, but not absolutely everything. For $20 from Netheriferous. Will, would you say evolution as Erica teaches it is entirely incompatible with your religion, or do you think you can accommodate evolution in your beliefs with relatively little difficulty if you were convinced by it?
I think I could easily accommodate evolution. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have friends that believe in evolution. They're theistic evolutionists, so I don't see an issue there.
Sweet. We got from Nikki for $10. Will, question the experts, ask why. Or I should do their emphasis. Question the experts, ask why, but remember to do the same for counter arguments against the experts. It's not about the PhD or credentials. It's about the evidence, all the evidence.
Thank you. This is my person here. I think it's only about the evidence, not the PhD, not the credentials. Love it.
We got from Where is Waldo for 10 Canadian dollars. A random skeleton fact. I recently learned that there's at least one Inuit tribe that traditionally uses the baculum of a marine mammal, the walrus, I think, as a club. Talk about a bone club. You're going to be banned for that. But Will, are you aware of what a baculum is?
No.
It is the bone that in some actually a lot of mammals, reinforces their penis for copulation. And in walruses, it's like huge. And so Waldo is actually correct here that some Inuit tribes, it's actually large enough to use as a bludgeon, which is crazy. We have from Blackmore 278 for $10. You can download the genomes for rat, mouse, chimp, and human from Ensemble or NCBI. They're FASTA files around 2 to 3 gigs. You can ask AI to help you perform camera phylogeny tree analysis. What will you see or expect? Blackmore, you need to know. I did this. And I did this like 4 years ago before there was AI to even interrogate if I ran into coding problems. And by I did it, I mean my husband Luke helped me do it because there was coding. But yeah, you can do this yourself. And I'm happy to give my code. Actually, Luke's code is available for anybody on our GitHub. From Lee Orobach 6394 for 10 Canadian dollars, read manuscripts. We actually reconstruct nested hierarchies in creative works to an extent. We do so with folklore, with genres, with literary influences, and with training lineages. This is out of 3, so I'm going to read the other 2. The evolution of an individual artifact goes beyond its creator or direct influences until you reach the progenitor art form telling someone about that time you ran away from a lion. It's harder because artistic influences are multitudes messier than 2 parents, 1 child, and word-for-word copying isn't the primary replication method. It's the secondary one. That's food for thought. I had not really given a lot of thought to like influences as inheritance or descent with modification.
Definitely food for thought.
Okay. We've covered this, Rossi. Thank you. You can watch it if you want, Will. I'll send it to you, but you could probably find it yourself. Okay, from Designs on Q1 for $10, phylogenetic trees from characteristics was a hint. Environmental pressure responses gave a clue. Genetic manipulation gave a solid lead, but genomic analysis is the final experiment. Evolution of evolution, like evolution of the theory of evolution, which I do concur with this.
I'm excited. Again, I just want to know what was predicted and what shouldn't be found in genetics.
Yep. From Jesse Thompus Wadlington for $5. I was so late, no idea if it was mentioned, but look up the 3-toed skink. No, but thank you for this, and I'm glad you're here, and thank you for your super chat. The 3-toed skink is cute. From, I don't know how much this is in its ARS for 1,000 ARS currencies from Hernand, Argentinian pesos, maybe 8124. Will, the natural selection model predicts that there will be creatures that will be almost impossible to categorize. She said that and related to the beautiful, colorful animals. Last video, maybe you should do a paper of a species proving creation and publish it. Hernand, I don't think that's Will's goal here, my friend. You might be new. No, you were here last time. Anyways.
Yeah, so I love it when people use the prove word with me. It's happening so common. It's so often. My question always back to them is, how are things proven? And people really usually struggle to answer that. But it's important because I want to know what you think meets the threshold of proof before I answer whatever challenge you're bringing to me. Obviously, science doesn't prove things. In terms of publishing a paper, I wouldn't even know how to do that. I do think that I don't know. I think you can reach more people in different channels. Like for example, Mark Armitage has found incredible things in dinosaur bones, and he published them in the peer-reviewed literature. And I feel like very few people know about it. Whereas you could be a guy like, someone else and have like a popular YouTube channel and reach millions. So it's just whatever your goal is.
I really want you to do that Triceratops experiment and check Mark's results. Not peer review, replicate. That's what I would like.
Yes.
From Keats 231 for $5. I have so much respect for Will. Sorry if it feels like people are not appreciating your effort to challenge your views. You def have some new fans. From Lord Gree 1. Didn't genetics basically prove that among humans, skin color was an insanely minor difference between other human characteristics? Yeah, and it can come about by different ways too. Novel skin colors. we teach a unit on human diversity, physical diversity and adaptations in my course. We'll cover it. We actually will cover that later. From Days in 13 for $4.99, discussion of the tree of life, like solving a mystery puzzle in a Ziploc. How do you tell it's all meant to form a unified picture or solved at all? Peace, by the way. Thank you, Dayton. I do thank you for your super chat and your thoughts here. From Jake Gunst 86 for $4.99 regarding limb loss, does a trait need to be disadvantageous to reduce or disappear, or can it be neutral, have no effect on fitness and propagate? Since this one is for me, I'll say I touched a little bit on this before. If it's not advantageous to an organism, but it also doesn't harm them, it might stick around by drift. But odds are, if it's not actively helping them, just because of the metabolic cost, it will slowly start to drift out of the population. There's some experimental stuff on this, but I don't know it off the top of my head. From Nathan L. Rivera 193 for $19.99, thank you both so much for what you've been doing. Erica, your content is amazing as always, and Will, your dedication and curiosity is inspiration. You guys are what I look forward to every month. Keep it up. It is our pleasure. From Evil Banana Wind for $2, we all must return to Monkey. Oh, next time. From Alejandro Vallejo 4330 for 100 MX currencies. Did you guys hear that scientists recently constructed the fully synthetic? Everyone is talking about this. I have not had a chance to look at this. Recently constructed the first fully synthetic cell from non-living chemical components, and it was able to successfully feed, grow, and reproduce. I've heard about this, but I've not read the paper.
Yeah, it's not what people are saying it is. The best video I saw was actually the Examining Origins channel. It was a short. And the lady was being interviewed, and she said, I don't like the term creator for this because I didn't create anything from scratch. And the media was saying that this was created from scratch.
I hate that so much because it seems like more often than not these days, in my experience of doing science communication, stuff gets blown way out of proportion, and it actually diminishes the impact of what it is that was discovered itself. Now, I haven't looked into this, but
I bet you
it wouldn't
see
surprise
this.
me.
I bet you see this in your field like every week.
Constantly. Ask me how many times we are destroying everything we thought we knew about human evolution, and then somebody's discovered like a lemur, and it's like, it's absolutely unbearable. It's the worst. So yes. From Word and Witness 1, 1999. Thank you so much. So thankful to watch this after a long day and for y'all's dialogue. Will, have you read anything specific from theistic evolutionary advocates, thinkers, pastors, etc. that you find convincing? Thanks, friends.
No, I haven't. I'm learning from Erica, and that's pretty much it.
If you decide to, read the ones I recommended. From Rossi for $5, nested hierarchies of, again, a square is a rectangle is not a square, a bird is a dinosaur is not a bird. Thank you. From Nikki Castillo 7547 for a lot of that currency. Love your channel, Erica. Vids warm my heart. Thank you. Can you explain why Wikipedia page for hominini includes pan in it? I thought hominin only includes those closer to us after the split. The reason for this is in part because of the fossil record for panins being so garbage, and in part because it's actually very difficult to get people to agree on what to call panins versus hominins. I subscribe to panin versus hominin being a fair split and being good words to use for that, but not everybody does. Maybe I'll make a short on that. That would probably be helpful. Good idea. From Designs on Q1 for $10, Will, you're great at teaching biblical scripture, I hear. When are you going to call Justin over at DZ? He says he's seen no emails from Will Duffy.
Can you share my screen? I love having receipts. It's great.
Yes, I gotcha.
Okay, so I didn't want to dox this guy, but on May 28th, he contacted me and he said, hey, do you want to talk to Justin? And I said, thanks for reaching out. I would be glad to speak with him, even though I don't know anything about him. Please connect us via email, and can't thank you enough. On June 1st, this Michael guy said, hi, Justin, just bumping to make sure you saw this opportunity. Then he followed up again to me and said, I've sent a proper reminder to Justin now. I also look forward to your video with Gutsick in about 10 hours. So I've done everything I can. This guy has tried to connect us, and the offer's on the table. I also have open offers to Paulogia, Matt Dillahunty, Promise, who was formerly Eve Was Framed. So yeah, it's all these are on the table.
I still have to email Paul. I would love to see any of those conversations. I think that would be great. I hope it
Cool.
happens.
Thank
From
you.
Fishy6. Oh wait, I should probably take that away. From Fishy6107 for $5. Erica Darwiniana is a masterpiece. Thank you very much, but it took me 2 work days to get through it. 0.8 speed to absorb it all. Also, I loved your shorts of your ARW journey. I'm so glad that the feedback for Darwiniana has been great, because I've said this before, but it started off kind of tanking and then it picked up in the algorithm, which I was really glad, because I put just an unbelievable amount of time into it. So I've been really tickled to see that people enjoyed it. And it's fine. It's not something that you could, I don't know, you could probably enjoy it in one sitting. I don't know that I would. It's designed so you can, but it's a beast. It's long. From Jennifer Lyle 360 for $5. First time here. Delighted I came. I'm pro evolution, but I think the fact we exist to have this conversation is a miracle.
100%.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Absolutely.
Cosign. From Classy Mashley 109 for $10. Love to both of you. Can't wait to start human evolution. Oh, you and me both, my friend. From Nikki Castillo 7547 for a lot of that currency. The currency is Costa Rican colones. I hope I'm saying that right. Cheers. Okay, I will try to remember that. From Where is Waldo for 20 Canadian dollars. Will's no grifter. I think his beliefs conflict with evolution more than he lets on, and I think that influences his perspective more than he lets on, and I think supporting his family and congregation beliefs mean a lot to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'll let you in on something. I sat my family down before this started, after I agreed to it and we scheduled it, and I told my family, I'm going into this completely open-minded. I want to learn it, and I might come out the other side believing in evolution. And I had one family member that was very unhappy about this. So that's what happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, you've told me that in the past. From Rosina for $4.99. I think religious grifter applies to people like Kent Hovind and others that sell wares to save your soul. Check out his DVD number 5. Yeah, I mean, there's not that many people that I would apply the label grifter to, just because I do actually, Will and I align on this, which is weird, because like this is a weird thing to align on kind of randomly, but I think it's really hard to ascribe intentions to people. So like I'm always very hesitant to like call somebody a grifter when, why ascribe to malice what might just be, ignorance. But I do think Ken Ho is probably a grifter. I think of all the people that are probably grifters, I think Kent's one of them. I don't feel too bad for saying that either. From Studio 102 for 20 Australian dollars. Thank you both. I really enjoyed the series and appreciate what you both put into it. Will, I'm wondering, if you're not personally convinced evolution is true, do you now feel you better understand why others might accept it?
Definitely. Yeah, without a doubt.
Sweet. That is the stated goal of the series. From Worship 1 for $1.99. Screenshot this. Humans or animals? Thank you, Worship. That's helpful. From Rosina for $1.99, animals, colloquial versus scientific, also theory. We have touched on this, and I think that's the sticking point. And if that's the sticking point, what we call things, I'm actually I'm okay with that. From Mark Vredenberg for $10, retrovirus. I love the book copied analogy. Yes. I'm not sure if they're saying the one that I made or the one usually used for retroviruses, but I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll take that as I'm going to pretend like it's for me.
Okay.
Okay, well, this one's at you, but I know you're going to have a response to this, so I'm going to read it anyways. For an Evil Banana Win for $2, does the mixed material of Will's shirt upset God? That seemed like something you would like.
Yeah. So this is referring to something in the Mosaic Law, and no, it doesn't. So the Mosaic Law was for Israel; it was not for me. And it's fascinating when you look at the Mosaic Law, you can understand that a lot of it was symbolic, and it was symbolic to point people to Christ. So a lot of fascinating things there, including having mixed fibers.
We have for $5 from Donald Denise. 678 for $5 Canadian. Merriam-Webster, meaning of animal, is any of kingdom Animalia of living things, including many-celled organisms and many of the single-celled ones. I do think that's important, because if you're going to use the Google dinosaur definition, then I think you have to use the Google animal definition too.
Okay, so I have two questions on this. Number one, another super chat after this is going to clear the record, because this is definition one, not definition two is mine.
I see.
But is this accurate? Animal includes single-celled organisms?
There are a handful of them that are, I think, but they're very. There's like one or two. Which ones are there? Are they like amoeba? I'm not sure. I think there is one that. No, it can't. I don't think it can be, because I think you have to have a blastocyst during development. I don't know. I need to look into this. I'm second guessing myself now.
Okay.
I'm sleepy and tired. From Where's Waldo for 10 Canadian dollars. Will saying he doesn't want to say something that would upset God. I have felt that. Blasphemy wall of guilt. That sucks. I wasn't in anywhere near as daunting a position when I confronted it.
Thank you.
Oh, here we are. Okay. Thank you. Where's that? Thank you, Waldo, for that. From Classy Massley, 109, $20. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, both are true. Was there one that I missed? Oh, okay.
No.
The one that you were I see.
Yeah.
Could Will accept the term animal means two different things in different contexts, including how it's used in the Bible, and I would assume probably regular conversations versus the evolutionary context?
Yeah. The thing that's sticking with me the most from this session on this topic is Erica's point that it's the word. And I think she might be right there. So I think at this point it might be too late.
It's okay. We spent a lot of time on it, but now you definitely know what nested hierarchies are, and we don't have to worry about that ever again. And if it took beating that horse to death, it's worth it to me. Ultrametricity proves DNA is a nested hierarchy. I don't know what ultrametricity is. I'm gonna have to look that up. But thank you for this. From the unofficial gamer X for $20. Question, aren't fish and apes just too different from humans to become humans? It sounds like a dumb question, I know, but humans and fish are hardly similar. Great stream. Thanks. Like current ones, I imagine is the question. Like could a current fish or like non-human ape become a human? I don't, maybe in the sense that it's highly intelligent and has many of the same systems and maybe even cultural aspects, but a human specifically, I would say probably no. But that's just because you don't tend to get entire species evolve twice. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is supposed to be. Clarify if I'm missing it. From Mouse Caser for $2, virtual evolution video blew my mind. Give email. They're asking for your email, Will.
Oh, okay.
That one. If you want to give it to them.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. It was in the screenshot recently, but that's okay. I'll get it. No problem. We can keep going.
Oh.
I'll put it in the chat here shortly.
Okay. From Fitz of Ridge, 23 for $2. But flying doesn't define a mammal, yet bats fly. I think we're doing nested hierarchy stuff. Thank you, Fitz. I do think and hope that we got that settled. From Donald Ganes, 678 over geologic time, the pyramids will erode away. That is spitting straight facts. From Mab the Mage for $5. Thanks for making this awesome series. I'm supplementing my religious school education. For Will, thoughts on private schools not teaching evolution?
Okay, so people called me a liar last time. I can't post again. And I don't know why.
Hold on. I don't even see you.
It says this comment has failed to post to Gutsick Gibbon.
Hold on.
There we go. Okay. Luke just put my email in, so we're good.
Okay, sweet.
All right.
Hey, Luke, do me a favor and unban Will if Will is banned. I don't know why you would be, but if you're listening, double check. Okay. Thank you. My love.
My thoughts on private schools not teaching evolution. Wow, that's a really good question. If I'm going to be consistent, I think I need to be. I think it needs to be taught alongside of whatever else is being taught for sure. It's hard, right? There's so much to learn and there's so much to teach. But yeah, that's a tough one for sure.
We have from Gary Uwelling 7675. Will we already did this one. I don't know why I clicked on that. Okay, we have this from, I'm going to do both of these in sequence because they sent two from Gooey Duck Gooey Science. So that's how you're supposed to pronounce Geoduck. It's stupid. 3,000 for 10 New Zealand dollars. So there's two of these. Hi, Will. Please use scientific definitions. Also, birds are reptiles. They share a more recent common ancestor with crocodiles than crocodiles do with lizards. And I'm going to add this second one here where they say, realize my last super chat might have come across as rude. Still hugely respect you for doing this well.
Okay, so this is making it worse for me. I don't know what to say. It's okay.
Yeah, you guys
if birds are reptiles, I don't know what to say.
We'll bang on that drum again maybe next time. We'll see.
Okay.
We have from C Design Proponentsist 2005 for $2 Canadian. Will, check out the channel Primer Sort Popular.
I know what he's saying by sort. So.
Sort by popular.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, from Making Things Weird again for $10, I highly recommend Myron Cook's channel about geology to see how layers erode, get deposited, change, to see how geologic time. That's blown my mind as a previous YC. I'm going to be checking out Myron Cook's channel because this all sounds like amazing graphics, and I'm always looking for good geology graphics. It's going to be great timing. From Ethically Sauced for $8.99 New Zealand dollars, I'd like to see analogies hold less sway in these conversations. They are useful, but they aren't laws or rules. That's true, and I try to rely not as much on them, but I'm not perfect, and I fall into the trap sometimes. We have, hold on just a second. I think I missed one earlier, and I'm trying to get back to it. We have, okay, from BT8Z for 20 pounds. Erica, do you need an intervention, same as Will, in climate change? The wealthy are emitters, but the poor pay the price. How are you settling the bill? What is the cost of climate change of the places you visited? Probably my carbon footprint was not looking good for that trip, for sure. It was not looking good. It involved travel internationally, which is a huge carbon footprint. I do agree that it super sucks that a lot of companies get off scot-free for emissions. And then, we put it on the consumer, the average person, to be like, oh, I better use my paper straw so that, a sea turtle doesn't get it stuck in its nose. And it's like, I'm all for reuse or not reusable plastics, for not using plastics, but like I am a big believer in that a lot of people, and by people I mean companies, are not doing anything, and it's basically entirely on the average person, which is not the way that it should be. We have, and I will say too, yeah, my carbon footprint was big, and that sucks. From Thomasaurus for $10, all words are made up by humans. Words also tend to have multiple definitions. I assume you both agree with this, but I figured I would emphasize it since we're getting hung up on semantics. I think we've officially agreed that it's a semantic thing, which is all that I would like, all I wanted. From J. Lou Bell for $9.99, I love Hyraxes too. Did you know they have poop middens? 50,000 years old, pollen trapped in layers document climate history. Another layer like rings, cores, and varves. Yeah, let me add that to the list. So we've got tree rings, ice cores, varves, and Hyrax poop. Amazing. That's crazy, and I did not know that. From Leaf Has ADHD for $2. Sorry to have missed last month. Happy late Pride. Thank you, Leaf, and happy late Pride, my friend. From Petite Flower 5259 for $5. Watching Erica's video of the mama orang playing with her baby. Looks like every human mom. The behavior is so familiar. I'm going to be showing some of those videos that I took because I got the most adorable video of a mother orangutan like messing with her baby. It's very cute. Baby orangutans are so adorable. From Where is Waldo for $5 Canadian. I recently saw a video on common deposit site for whale specimens. I think in the Indian Ocean, new specimens, fossils, and everything in between. I wrote that down to mention that to Will next time. The specific thing you're talking about, where's Waldo? Okay, we're getting close to being done. From Ozymandians for $5, flying is not an anatomical feature. Bats and birds share behavior flying, but different features that let them fly. Fixating on flying is a red herring.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, we have from .vhs for 50 PLN currencies. I love the series and what you're doing, but Will, please don't think everyone is against you. I fully support you despite not agreeing with you on some of your conclusions. You are both great. Thank you for your kind words and the encouragement. It's our pleasure. From J. Lou Bell, 999, another great night. Thank you both, Erica, for sharing your trip, and thanks for going. Whenever you leave the country, Hominoleti news drops. I know that to be the case. Yeah, I agree. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on the Amel white paper. Yeah, I have thoughts. From Scientific Origins for $5, I'm an atheist who's studying evolutionary biology in college. It would be incredibly based if we'll move towards old Earth evolutionary creation. I agree, Scientific Origin. Fingers crossed. From .vhs for 25 of the same currency, I watched Darwiniana and Primordial, and I loved both. Good, because the second one nests, if you will, within the first. I will definitely rewatch them. So much knowledge. Thank you. Almost finished. Okay, from Goth Opossum for $9.99. I love Will's open-mindedness. It might help to keep in mind that metaphors by themselves are not evidence. They're meant to be illustrative, e.g., comparing evolution to languages or manuscripts, one of two. And then they go on to say, it doesn't make sense to say, well, manuscripts don't do this, so evolution probably doesn't either, because they're not the same thing.
And I'm not saying that, by the way.
We have from Cedarwise for $20 Canadian. Extinct might work in the colloquial definition of dinosaur, but not in the technical definition for actual classification. Otherwise, we might incredibly found a living T-Rex. T-Rex would cease to be a dinosaur. Yeah. The cladistics get insane.
I've been thinking about this actually quite a bit, and I realized that the definitions. How do I describe this? Whatever we say a mammal is, a mammal could lose all of those characteristics, and they're still a mammal.
That's the cladistic definition. Yeah,
that blows my mind.
It honestly, it blows my mind too. Like, I explain this to my students, and they're like, "That makes no sense." And it's like, I rest assured, knowing to our knowledge that has never happened, but the fact that it could, and cladistically that would remain the case, is kind of crazy and does feel nonsensical, right? Like, it feels like that would be like, there's an example I'll maybe bring up next time that is crazy about dog viruses, but it's weird. From Superbase for $2, Erica's final experiment. That's this. From Angelfish 8219 for $10, does the fact that we use animal parts to replace human parts to keep people alive move the needle of humans being animals?
No, I think it's just because we don't want to kill people.
Again, I think it's also a semantic thing. From Seed Design Proponents, this 2005 for $2. Will, do you believe in biblical infallibility?
This is the one question that no one was supposed to ask me. Just kidding.
This is the one you want to talk about?
No, it's not actually. No, it's not. But I don't run away from questions. I don't believe in this. I think this is something that Christians hold to that they can't defend. I don't even know how you would defend it. I have studied textual criticism. I've studied manuscript evidence, and like I don't even necessarily like the word Bible. What Bible? Right? Now, this is a problem in the religious world. It's one problem, and it's another problem when atheists refer to the Bible, right? The Catholics have their own Bible. The Protestants have their own Bible. The Greek Orthodox have their own. The Jews have their own. They're all different, right? So, yeah, it's very difficult. When atheists talk, I actually think the term Bible has possibly done a greater disservice than doing a service for religion in general. Because like with Apologia, he can just throw out Bible and use it as an argument. But the reality is that these Bibles are actually collections of different documents written at different times by different authors. So when you have multiple attestations of something, they're not one thing, they're two, or they're three, or whatever, or they're four. And so it's allowed atheists to just put them all as one and then disregard it. And I think that also isn't good. So I have issues with both sides, but I can't see how I could prove infallibility. I just don't see how I could do it.
Will, you are such an interesting person to me in a way that is going to be hard to articulate, but it's just like for people who've been in this area for as long as I have been focused on it, like what I tend to encounter amongst creationists, you don't check very many of the typical boxes. I want to let you know that, it's refreshing in ways and also frustrating in ways, because I have grown so accustomed to dealing with very specific sets of arguments in a way. It's a good thing though, I think. From Ursino for 199, that answers my question. It's the virus thing. Thank you, Ursina. From Kevin Moses 4201 for 500 yen for Will. A good example of the evolution of the loss of something important is the loss of eyes in cave-dwelling creatures. I should have thought of that. That's a good example. From Gary U. Welling 7675 for $5. Will, do your comments have hyperlinks? For some reason, YouTube auto blocks comments with hyperlinks. Try replacing the dot with question or with space.
It wasn't a hyperlink. It was just my email address, but maybe that's the problem.
I don't know. Hopefully my sweet husband got that figured out. From Crypto Baus 499, Will, please watch Darwiniana for homework. It's amazing. That's very sweet of you, but Will has enough homework. He should watch it if he wants to. I think it would supplement what we're doing well, but no pressure. I don't want to pump my own stuff here. From Hang Fashi 6024 for $5, a so false premise. E doesn't claim that humans are fish. It's shared common ancestry. All traits are not passed on, so the seed does not address evolution.
I don't agree. I think evolution does claim humans are fish.
It depends on what you mean by fish. From Bill McDonough, 3950 for $20. Erica, example of a mammal losing all identifiable traits. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that we were talking about. That thing is crazy, by the way. You should watch Clint's Reptiles' video on this, Will. I did not know that this existed. It's insane. It's weird. It's like the title of it is something crazy. It's like not all dogs are multicellular or something. I can't remember. It's bizarre. Okay, folks, that's it. That's the end of it. 5 hours and 40 minutes. I'm starving and I'm ready to go to bed. And I know Will as well is ready to go as well. Thank you so much for being here. We will be here approximately in 1 month, and we're going to do human evolution. We'll also cover, again, maybe do a quick overview, bird's eye view of some prior agreed upon topics for the case studies. I really look forward to this every month. So thank you for being here with me. Will, thank you for your time. And folks, take care of yourselves. Thanks for being such curious folks. And we'll see you later.